seen it while you fall apart. Even though you told me take it back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me take it back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, come on, name, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. I don't trick or treat, don't knock on my door. Don't want you no more. You broke me, and I don't wanna see you, and I don't wanna see you again. No, just trying, oh, to deny the fact that this never lasted you. I played the game but lost the bet. I don't wanna love again. Yeah, I don't wanna love again. Cause I'll be living with regret.
You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it, now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it.
Too cold, standing in the middle of the downpour, looking in the mirror 'cause it's only you that
got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel like, your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel that. Got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel like your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel that.
Welcome everybody to the ROG CSGO Gaming Cup 2020. We've had an exciting qualifiers event and this is only the end of it all. Tonight is the night where the top teams of the stage will battle for the top one spot of this tournament. It's the finals night. Let's see who will be the ultimate winner of today's best of 5 series. It's going to be a long night, Fitz. I'm telling you. This stream is brought to you by Playtonia Middle East. Stay tuned, everyone, and we're going to be giving away $250 worth of freebies during the stream. So watch out for those. I am Isham, together here with Fitz, and we'll be your host for the evening. Fitz, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you, man? How's everyone today?
Today is gonna be a long night. I hope you drank your coffee, honestly.
Yeah, I'm ready, and during the breaks, I'll be ready, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be drinking more than one cup of coffee. All right, we have a lot of things to talk about, like a lot of things. Team Valor and ISIL Power, like we've seen so much. We've seen so much from both teams. I have so many questions here to ask you. First of all, I want to ask you, what do you think of the ultimate? Like, who's going to be the ultimate duo? Like in both teams, we've seen so much from Impera and Jabs. We've seen so much from Lambda Core and more. And like you can even see the people calling out for range and calling out for the other players like Caboose and stuff. But I honestly, in the past games that I've seen, Impera and Jabs, they've been dominating. And when it comes to the other duo, when it comes to Lambda Core and more, like he proved so much in the past games. Like he showed us what he's capable of. And like, well, what do you think? Who's going to be the ultimate duo in this tournament?
Well, yeah, as you did mention, like we cannot leave Jabs and Impera out of this. They've showed us throughout the whole tournament. They've showed us 2 days ago in the first semifinals when they beat Rock 2-0. And like during this schedule, as you guys can see, like we've played already, like this is the third day, right? Like first day, Valor showed us their dominance. They came up to the semis unbeaten with a 4 map win streak. They continued in the same fashion during the semis, where they beat Iraq 2-0. They beat them on Mirage, and they beat them on Dust 2. But we still, after like what we've seen yesterday, we found out that there's another duo in town in Moore and Lambda Core. Like Lambda Core, prior to the semis, Lambda was already the highest fragging player in the whole tournament with 121 frags. He had the second highest KD. So we knew what to expect from Lambda, right? Like we knew that he's going to do his thing. He's going to go into the server and he's going to be one of the talisman for his team to carry them to victory, right? But then yesterday we saw something different. Yesterday we saw more. Someone who we didn't expect to put up such an amazing performance last night. Actually was the best performing player on the whole server. Moore put up around 80 frags in 3 maps. Moore was unstoppable. So yeah, going back to that, like we're looking now at like the prize pool. So what do you think about it, Isham, so far?
Well, talking about the prize pool, we've mentioned it earlier. The prize pool is going to be a total of $2,000. $1,750 will go to the winning teams, which the first place will be taking $1,000. Second place will be taking $500, and the third place will be taking $250. The giveaways will be $250 worth of freebies. The more that you watch the stream, the more that you are qualified to win the giveaway.
So yeah,
Okay.
after speaking about that, we've got 2 teams.
I have questions for you. Like we always speak about like the players and like the individual skill, but we've seen like so much from Valor from Team Valor when it comes to 2 maps, which is Mirage and Inferno. We've seen them, I guess, once on Dust 2, and Impera dominated as usual. But what do you think? What do you expect? Especially that it's going to be a best of 5 right now. What do you expect from the map choices? Like, what do you think they're going to be picking?
Well, honestly, like we've seen Mirage, we've seen Inferno, right? But looking at the map pool, today is
Mm-hmm.
going to be a best of 5. So only 2 maps out of these 7 won't be played tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
we will not have a chance to see 2 certain maps. What I'm expecting for Overpass to not be played today after how
Mm-hmm.
ISIL Power lost to Valor, lost to V
Mm-hmm.
Slash on it last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also expecting a nuke ban from Valor after they saw how they decimated Iraq on it. So after like
Mm-hmm.
I see a ban, like I mean from ISIL Power on nuke after like losing to it on to Iraq. So they're not
Mm-hmm.
gonna like wanna give Valor that chance. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so far, I think Valor have the deeper map pool. Like Valor have played Dust, have played Mirage, have played Inferno. So they've already played 3 maps and they've won on every single one, right? So we know
Mm-hmm.
that they can be successful on at least 3 maps out of the whole map pool. ISIL Power, ISIL Power were sticking to Mirage and Inferno, and they were doing fine. They were doing so fine when they
Mm-hmm.
stuck to these like puggy specialty maps, right? Once they tried to
Mm-hmm.
show us like, okay, let's try another map. Let's pick Overpass. They were decimated on Overpass last night by V Slash. Like, yeah, more and some of the players did do a lot of heroic plays to try and keep them into the map, but honestly, they finished the first half 12-3. Like, we didn't
Mm-hmm.
see
Mm-hmm.
ISIL Power last night on the T side of Overpass. So like looking
Yep.
at that, like yeah, we could say that ISIL Power is a bad map for them, but I like Overpass is a bad map for them. But I don't really think their map pool is that deep, and that's why I'd give the edge to Valor today. But looking at the stats, look at Lumdacor. Lumdacor was the highest fragging player in the whole tournament. Now look at him; he
Mm-hmm.
still has the number 1 spot. But also look at Moore. Moore has already climbed to probably the second highest fragger in the tournament, I'm assuming, just from last night's series. This guy boosted his stats by at least 80 kills. He boosted his ADR. He's the
Mm-hmm.
second highest ADR in
Mm-hmm.
his team at the moment. Like he
Mm-hmm.
already
Mm-hmm.
showed us what he can be in last night's series. But Hisham, do you expect that Lumdacor and Moore are going to be able to keep up with Impera and Jabs, or what do you think?
Look, we always speak up when it comes to, especially Impera. We've seen so much from this player, and it's like seeing Lambda Core and more playing against Impera and Jabs. Like it's, you feel like it's just these two players. They're just fighting each other. Like it's like it's the Grand Classico between these four players, between these two duos, and I honestly, at least, I really hope that we see the show that Moore performed to us yesterday. We see it again today. Like he proved dominance, especially that he is considered to be a support player. He yet proved to them that that does not mean that he's not going to be the top fragger. That does not mean he's not going to be, the star, the spotlight in the team. And still, Impera and Jabs, they're amazing players. It's going to be a really tough matchup for them. But yet, I still believe that with all of them just playing together, because you're talking about the grand final here, you're talking about them talking about this special moment, like on several occasions, planning on the specific way on how they're going to be securing the first place, right? So I'm pretty sure at least one of them, they're going to have a trick in their sleeves.
So yeah, looking at the lineup in
Ampera,
front of us now.
Ampera. Wait, this didn't doesn't more didn't we see more having 160 kills, right? He
Exactly, I'm
did
telling
top.
you.
He
So
did.
Impera
He
dropped to
topped
the third
Ampera.
highest fragger now. Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. Because like, but let's be fair. Moore played 3
Hmm.
maps last night. Impera only
Hmm.
played 2, and
Hmm.
they were finished in like in quick fashion. Like he did his thing. He immediately won his team as map. But
Yeah,
looking
makes
at
sense.
this, yeah, we've got information that Spawns is not going to be playing today, and instead it will be Valor substitute in KD. Also today, we forgot to mention that Caboose will be playing instead of Sparta, who was playing last
Hmm.
night as the team stand. Honestly, I like Caboose has been performing decent so far, and I hope that it'll be like a positive impact to ISL Power's lineup and to their fragging power. And I honestly hope, like with Caboose's return, that their T side will like improve other than what we've seen last night on Overpass. Anyways, looking at the veto now, so yeah, we saw the nuke ban. Valor have already banned nuke. It's actually Valor, not ISL Power. ISL Power went for the train ban. Valor went for their signature dust that they already dominated on. ISL Power picked Inferno, which we know that they're good at. They already showed us last night against V Slash. Valor went for Mirage, as we all expected. Vertigo was picked by ISL Power, and Overpass actually is the deciding map. What do you think about this, Hisham?
Like, well, I mean, honestly, frankly speaking, I don't think it's gonna get to overpass, and it's not for ISO's power benefit that it gets to overpass. Like by Vertigo,
Mm,
if ISO power they want to secure the tournament, it stops maximum at Vertigo. Like we've seen their performance yesterday. We've seen them play very poorly. Like we did not, especially that they were the ones that picked overpass, right? We expected a
indeed.
lot of lineups. We expected a lot of team plays. Like we expected a lot of things, but they couldn't do anything. They literally couldn't do anything yesterday. So I feel like it's not for their own sake that it would reach the overpass. At least, like I hope that if it did, that they will be able to put up a show. But Vertigo, I honestly want to see this. Like I really hope that it was the third map, so we make sure that we see it. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you expected the first two picks. You expected the Inferno and
Like, yeah, we were
Dust
already
2, right?
expecting Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage. Like, we
Yeah.
knew that these
Mm-hmm.
three maps would come in. Also, I thought
Mm-hmm.
Valor would be the ones picking Vertigo, but instead, ISOL Power picked Vertigo. And ISOL Power have
Mm-hmm.
banned trains, so I'm assuming that ISOL Power don't really know, like, their train isn't the best. If they have a good enough excuse for their train to be
Mm-hmm.
worse than their overpass, so they actually have to
Mm-hmm.
ban it, like, that'll be fair
Mm-hmm.
enough. But for me, like predictions of this best of three series, I think ISIL Power are a really good team. But in the larger like scale of things, I think Valor are the better lineup here. They're the better team, the better
Mm-hmm.
composition, and I think they have a larger map pool than ISIL Power.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting to see like intense games throughout Mirage and Inferno, at least for me. I'm not really sure about
Mm-hmm.
Vertigo since we've not seen any of these teams on Vertigo, but hopefully ISL Power
Mm-hmm.
do put on a really good performance on it as it was their map pick. Valor, we know exactly
Mm-hmm.
what to expect from them on Dust 2. We expect high impact plays, high impact frags, hype executions, and fast plays, and this is the first map that we're going to get into, but we currently have a technical timeout, so hopefully they'll be fixed very soon. So yeah, for me, I expect. I predict that Valor are gonna win the series 3-1. I'm not ruling out ISIL Power completely. I think they're at least gonna take a map away from Valor, but overall, I think Valor just have the upper hand on ISIL Power in this series due to the variety of maps that they can play and perform on. What do you think, though, Isham?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you
I
predict?
mean,
Like, what do you think?
it does seem it does seem like Valor, yani they've been doing their homework way before this tournament started. It's not like they knew that this tournament is going on, they started studying the players and everything. No, they are ready for this tournament, they are ready for their next tournament, and they just keep on going. Like they are the unbeatable team right now. They are the team that to be feared. Like I am pretty sure that this is them just doing them. They know this is they're like killing machines at this point, especially Impera. He's just a killing machine right now. He's just he's thirsty just to go into a tournament and taking it back home. Like it shows from the way they play that they are well trained. Like they're doing their practices right. They're like I honestly, especially right now, I want to see KD because you can see right now that ISIL Power they have their full lineup. Like they have Caboose playing. Yesterday it was Parda. And today they lost spawns, and KD is playing. Like, I want to see if it's gonna make a difference. I want to see if it's gonna be harder for Valor, and I want to see if Caboose will make the difference as well for ISO Power.
But looking at this, it's an immediate contact to the players from lower tunnel through mid. Jazzo does get the trade on Pera. Jazzo gets the second, and Vital is suddenly left alone on Catwalk. 2 players on B, but Jabs immediately gets it doubled in on Rangy. Caboose!
Wow,
Instant 2 headshots
Caboose.
already putting an impact. And now
Seems like it was a
Caboose,
good
he does
choice.
have a chance.
Seems like he's gonna be the talisman. He's doing the
So
work.
yeah, now we've got KD and spawns. Like, we've got KD and spawn, we've got enemy planning safe on site, so KD will not really be able to play on the bomb. Really playing to help his teammate. A flash to blind Caboose from enemy gives KD some time to come up through elevator. He's slowly coming up. He does spot Caboose. Caboose attempting to go for the retake, attempting to go for the shot on KD, but KD wins the duel, and 1-0 to Valor. It actually was
It was
closer
hard
than we
for
expected.
him.
Like,
Yes.
yeah, we saw early in the round, we saw ISIL Power actually going for a really nice play. They had 2 people pushing mid, they had a player catwalk, but the player catwalk was immediately smoked off. The players from lower tunnel were able to win their duels against the players pushing mid, who were stuck on their own, being pincered by the Valor players. So that was really well thought and really well executed by Valor. Eventually they did hit their shot. Caboose did almost give them a chance into the round, but he was really like eventually stopped by KD. Looking at this, we got a full equal. More waiting for the flash from Vital. Looks like getting flashed in, but just losing the duels, and the players are just cleaning up the unarmored CTs. And Lumdakor is just left on his own in CT spawn with Eagle. Is he gonna be able to do any damage? He does get his first shot on jab, but eventually enemy does take him down.
He could have had like two exit kills at this point, but sadly he did not. It seems like Valor, they are proving dominance at this point. Like, they're getting inside every site really easily. Like, okay, maybe they are the first 2 rounds on the on this match, but you don't see much casualties except for the first round. Caboose did show that he will make a difference, but Impera straight up with the off. You can't just give him an off. Oh my god, more with the double kill. Takes down KD and Impera, the star of their team, that also had an op. Like, I honestly did not expect Impera would lose the second shot. Like, he wouldn't. It's not easy. He showed previously that it's not easy to trade with Impera. Like, that was actually surprisingly good from Mo.
Yeah, but to be fair, yesterday, the last semifinal, we only saw Impera on the rifle. Like, he was taking the entry fragger roll and was actually hitting all of his shots on the rifle. So we don't really know what exactly to expect on the up, but Jabs is in a really good position. And oh god, and now player on side, enemy taking the duel, missed a couple of shots on Lumdakor, eventually capitalizes, takes the kill, but Jazzo trades, and Moore's already ready with an ult and pulling the corner, and Moore, with his first 4K of the match, secures the round for ISL Power, and I think Moore is ready to show us yesterday's performance. I think Moore wants to actually have like a really good showing in this series and wants to help his team gain confidence and actually put on a really decent show and maybe win the series against Valor.
He's stealing the spotlight, honestly. He is stealing the spotlight.
Yeah, Valor do force buy this round. They go for the force with 2 pistols, a scout, 2 AKs, Jazzo and Impera. The Blues does spot jabs through the smoke as it blooms, and he does spray him down eventually. Now we've got 4 players stuck in tunnels, but we don't really still see any aggression from the ISO Power side, and with the flash, suddenly the frags go the way of Valor, and they eventually do get the site. Players are rotating, but they did lose the defenders. Rangy is trying to do anything, but he's just not able to put any pressure, and I think they're gonna go for the save. Hisham. I think they've just decided that they've lost the site in such a quick fashion. Yeah, they lost the site in
I'm
such quick fashion, and they weren't able to
the
even get in
Impera just
the
went
site.
in. Impera just went in. Like, yes, he is the opera of the team, but as you said, he did prove so much in the past days. Like, he did show us a very nice performance when it comes to the rifle, and honestly impressive. He just rushed B, flicked him with a shot, and just continued. Like it didn't seem like he would need one bullet when it comes to the op, and he would need only one bullet when it comes to the rifle. Like it's just a faster way for him to take a kill, basically. Like it's always a good show when it comes to Impera.
So yeah, looking at this now, ISIL Power do save the AWP and the rifle that they have from last round, so I'm assuming they go for another buy this round. But now Valor have full equipment to counter the same force buy. Still see the AWP more, but actually we see a Deagle and Caboose. And Moore is going for aggression. I think Moore has already established the main AWP role in this tournament, or at least from this series, like from the last series so far. Has been performing so well on it. I think this is kind of more than AJ. And the flash counter, Caboose does hit a really nice shot. Jobs immediately trades it, but Moore is still alive. He does drop without being able to get another frag. Looking at this now, the CT defense is kind of split up with two players on each side. Vital is trying to beat the smoke, thinking that there's an execution. He actually gets a lot of important information for his team, knowing that no one's out B, so Lambda needs to be careful. He's gonna get in contact with four players. Hits the first shot, hits the second, he sprays it, almost gets the third, but Vital's there for the cleanup, and a second round for ISIL Power. That was really nice from Lambda 4. That was exactly what I expected from him.
That was a very close spray for him to take the whole team down. That would have been the most satisfying spray ever. He could have gotten 4 kills in less than 3 seconds.
Yeah, he eventually does help his team secure the round with the damage dealt in it. We're seeing pistols dueling, and now we're seeing more just aggressing with the AWP as much as he can. Peeks top mid and takes down jabs. We're seeing the Valor players actually forcing into this round as well. We see a scout, a Deagle, and 2 AKs. I think KD already had an AK, but I'm assuming that he picked up the scout for higher range. Not really sure. We're gonna see eventually. Yeah, he does eventually. Yeah, he actually has a scout and a Deagle. So we're just seeing them trying to get picks, and Impera gets the first pick on ARAM, but instead decides to fall back and eventually like takes it back to a 4-on-4 as it was before. Moore goes in for another frag on enemy, and this round like Valor are just getting distorted. Like they're going in for a frag, but we did mention the last time we saw Valor play Dust that Dust is a map heavily reliant or like able to be manipulated by player picks. Now Caboose taking the duel with Impera actually has the advantage, but Impera hits his shot on the rifle. Again, 2 kills in the round for Impera so far. Vital is in Goose. Does he get spotted? He does get spotted by the player alone. He takes the duel, but Jazo immediately trades him, and it's suddenly a 2-on-2. Bomb is kind of far, but Moore was ready to spot hold the cross, and now Impera is left on a 1-on-2. He has a really good position on both players. He's fast forward. Impera almost picked onto Rain J, but no, Rain eventually
was so close.
connects his bullets and gets the round for ISIL Power, actually tied. And Valor don't have any economy to support a buy this round. Looking at the kills from Rain J and Moore, actually from Moore, looking at Moore dragging so far this round. Moore just holds the cross, holds the frag, and eventually does secure the round for his team. Now we're just seeing an eco round. They're trying to just like run into sight. I'm assuming they're trying to just force frag. They're just grouped up outside of A, all 5 players. And I think they're just gonna flash through this one. They do, but the SMG is there to clean up.
The spray.
2 quick kills for Lambda. Moore is there to support him. Eventually does leg him. Caboose gets there. The SMGs will get rolling, and the round is immediately cleaned up by the ISIL Power lineup. 4-3, we're seeing ISL Power on the offensive side, on the having the advantage so far this map. We're still gonna see
Do you
what
think they're going to be
wanna see.
able to keep up the momentum when it comes to the second half? Because it seems like ISL Power are really, like they are ready for what's going on. Like they know what type of challenge that we're walking into, and it seems like they are doing a really great job. Look at Lumbercore.
London
He's
on
just
his own with
aiming,
SMG
picking up
actually gets
2
2 kills.
kills. Caboose with the
And look at
flank.
Caboose!
Very smart walking back there.
Smoke. And takes the duel with the MP9, almost wins it, gets taken down
Will he
to
be able
1
to
HP,
pick a
kills him,
kill?
but he will be traded by the nade.
Oh my god.
Now we've got Vital on the shotgun. Actually gets the planter traded by enemy, and enemy is left in a 1-on-2. Range just walks in and cleans up the round. Another really nice round from ISL Power. We're just seeing no respect gameplay. We're seeing Caboose already in lower tunnel. Like, I still don't know how was Lambdacore able to get 2 frags with only an MP7 on site against 4, actually 5 full-armed players with AKs. Maybe it's just the decision for them to
round,
beat the molly.
if you haven't realized, we've seen 4 different types of, like, we've seen variety types of weapons. Like they're just doing everything at this point. They're holding everything. Like when it comes to the submachine guns, to the rifles, to even the shotguns, Vital did manage to pick a kill right before he was taken down. It was really impressive.
Now looking at this eco
Sadly,
round
More
again from
misses the
Valor.
shot. It's taken down by Jazzo.
And Ranger gets
Oh.
caught out with a flash in his hand. The round could actually be doable. I think enemy... No, he didn't really retrieve the rifle, so I think they're just gonna boost window, try to do something. Maybe catch a player off guard, they do dink Vital, they hit him twice down to 57 HP, but the flashes come in, the riflers come in, Lambdacore goes in, cleans up the round for his team, 6-3 for ISL Power. This is some really good gameplay from ISL Power. This is a slightly different Valor, like we still see some of the players hitting their shots, but I think they're just not as orientated as ISL Power so far. I think ISL Power are just carrying the momentum from yesterday into this series, and they're putting on the CT side. My only fear for ISL Power, Hisham, is that this is all they have. Like, if it's like yesterday, and only the CT side of theirs is this good, then Valor are doing a pretty good job, because Valor's CT side is also as strong as ISL Power, if not stronger. Jazzo does get more, but it was too late. His teammates were there. Caboose and Vital were already on site, and now Range is close mid in CT spawn with a flash. Jabs just win a duel against Vital. From mid, Jabs get the second
Look
on
at
Range,
Jab.
and now Impera's in the really good position. Look at this, you could actually...
Look at Jobs.
Okay,
He just
the
makes
smoke
it
is
really
bad.
easy. Like he makes it really like easy to look at. Sadly, he does get taken down by Caboose, but he still managed to pick 2 fast, efficient kills, which did put his team in an advantage. But sadly, he does get taken down. The plan goes straight to long. Enemy with an op goes to pit. He's just waiting there. As an Impera versus 2 guys on the side, though.
Yeah, he's leaving
See,
Impera
will
on his
Lambdacore
own.
be
I think
taken
he's
down?
going to help them. They spot Impera, I think, and Lambdacore is gonna take the duel. Actually,
with the
Impera
first
does
kill.
beat them in it. And now Caboose is left in a 1v2, and I think it's really difficult for him. He's just gonna try to save. There's no time. He drops Impera just as a consolation frag, but the round's already gone. He knows it. He goes the risk it. And we finally see another round from Valor. But looking at it, it's another heroic play from their players. Like, it's Jabs giving them a chance in that round again. And then eventually, Impera just clutching it up. Like, look at the frags that Moore got early in the round. Then Jab just walks through spawn, gets the first kill, wins his first duel, and suddenly puts his chance to win the round, and eventually they do secure it. looking at now, we've got already a fast long take. We've got 2 players versus 3. Jazz already takes the first kill. Caboose trades, but Impera's already there to trade him again. And now it's a man advantage for the Valor side. We've got a player in CT spawn, only 1 player in A side and Vital. Now more tends his attention to the long cross. The smoke goes in. It's bad. It does have a gap. They're gonna have to re-smoke it. I think they failed. More does let KD because of the gap in the smoke. He flashes for his teammate Vital, trying to spam through the smoke again. Moore throws the nade and he gets the kill. Lumdekor gets another kill and Vital is already there on site, stops the plant. This is an abysmal round for Valor. They miss their utility. They get damaged, but Impera's still alive. Impera can still do it. They're gonna try and play the crossfire, play the time. Impera trying to separate both of the players, take 2 separate one-on-one duels. Impera does drop into CT spawn, expecting for the other player to be already rotating. He doesn't know that Lumdekor is already on catwalk. Maybe Impera already has the bomb though. Like he retrieved the bomb, he could go to.
Yeah, he does. He's going to be.
Lumdekor.
He's actually going to be. Will he be able?
And he does
Lumdekor does see him.
But Impera can get the plan.
What a smart way to get out of that position.
And look at this. Wait, could he get out by Lambda? No. It's not caught by Lambda. Impera's dead. Expect the Lambda. But no, he actually doesn't expect Lambda eventually and loses the duel.
And that was a really smart way. Like, he was actually inside the site. He did try to plant at some point. But they were just like, they were both just, you know, peeking him, knowing that they shouldn't peek for more than 1 second, and he took that advantage. Like, he actually used it in a very smart way, to the point that he just went down, walked to mid, eventually gets spotted by Lumdekor, but he did know that this is a time where I should just run to B and plant it there. That was really smart from Lumdekor, and very well played by Impera, knowing that he needs to go, especially at that time. But yet, Lumdekor's consistency is still, you know, outshining Impera. See a kill here from Moore. Takes down Jabs. Takes the duo. That's the duo fight right there. That's when we said Lumdekor and Moore versus Impera and Jabs. Moore takes down Jabs. Like, this is, and the previous round, Lumdekor takes down Impera. Honestly, it seems like the ISL Power duo is outshining the Valor duo.
But
like, they're
so
doing
like,
a lot of work.
Only seen Impera though. Like, Jabs only made one play, right? Like, he only made that CT play that actually helped the team win the round. But for now, I'm only seeing Impera. Like, I haven't seen Jabs in full action yet. But now Jabs will just go in immediately against Vital. Caboose trying to abuse the timing. But Impera, what? Deletes Caboose from the server. And more. Lumdekor and Rangy trying to retake the site now. Moore trying to walk through elevator with the op. Lambda trying to retake the fort, but gets smoked down by enemy. KD wins the duel into Rangy, and I think that's the round for Valor. Moore does eventually drop. Jacko hits another shot onto KD. He's not letting them save. Like, the round's already over, but he does drop some really valuable equipment from the ISL Power side. They're currently stuck in catwalk, so Lumdekor really has a chance to even waste some more of their utility, and he does! And the whole Valor lineup goes down!
Taking down their economy with it. The only person who actually has a full buying while being comfortable is Impera. Like, that was, like, we always see them going for these exit kills. Like, on several occasions, we've seen them being successful when it comes to exit kills. And right now, they're just forcing Valor to go for the weak guns. They're forcing them to go for the weaker guns.
Valor,
but still, the round does count for Valor. Like, we've mentioned it before, it's smart to damage their economy, but still, you need to secure more rounds, and that's the only way that you would win the tournament. And that's. But it seems like the advantage to this point is still to ISL Power, but you don't know. Valor might be able to do it in the second half, but till now, ISIL Power is outshining Valor, and they are handling the spotlight pretty good.
Look at enemy slowly faking a B rush, maybe causing players to rotate, and it does, like, they do take front control. We've got 2 players in CT, and actually, ISIL Power also are relegated on the equipment, like, looking at this, Valor actually has more rifles than the ISIL Power lineup. Range is already left on his own in ramp. Impera gets the first kill on Caboose, who was by car, and now they're actually planting. We're just from side Impera offers himself to Range. They're trying to hit their shots. Players are just stuck on site. And enemy actually needs his teammate down, putting his team in a 3-on-3. Jabs does get the duel against Moore, but Vital does trade him. HP favors the ISIL Power lineup, but the positions of their players are really far. One player's already trying to go to Catwalk now on Lundakor. He has to rush it. He doesn't have time. If he loses this duel to enemy, the round's almost over. And I think this just secures the round. Enemy taking down Lundakor forces Vital to try and save Moore's up for the next round. Vital trying to save it as much as he can. I think enemy is also trying to survive, knowing that he does need the economy, but Agatol misses the shot, and enemy takes down the op, and they're gonna have to be on an equal round. ISIL Power, we're coming into it. But Valor, with the quick reply, really nice round from enemy, securing the important frags at the end of the round for his team after the entries from Impera and Jazzo. Hopefully this is the Valor that we wanted to see, right? Like this game is closer than we expected. If you ask me, had Valor, like, they took the risk early on, right? Like they forced 2 times in a row. They forced after they won the pistol, they lost it. Like they bought after they won the pistol, they lost it, and eventually, instead of deciding to go for a save and work their economy and trust in their buy rounds like they done last round, they took the force, and instead of just ecoing. By going with the force, they had to double eco for 2 rounds in a row, giving ISIL Power a lead on them. But now we're actually seeing Valor come back into their own map pick. ISIL Power have put on a really good show so far, but eventually they do get broken. Their economy gets broken by Valor, and yeah, I'm honestly,
they lose a very
really
important round.
Yeah,
that was a
excited to
very
see this
important
team.
round. Yeah.
Like, although, like, this half is really close. Like, we've already seen ISIL Power's best selling point is their CT side. Having it this close with Valor and risking it all on their own T side that hasn't been impressive so far this tournament, I'm worried for ISIL Power. Like, they needed to be more dominant on the CT side to give themselves, like, the leeway when it comes to the T side. Like, their T side, we know that, like, it's not the best, so they needed to have as big of an advantage as they can during their CT side. And yeah, they're trying their best, but Valor not giving them a chance to breathe. But now we're in a technical timeout. I'm assuming one of the players timed out, and as that gets fixed, we'll just be talking with you guys. And actually, it does immediately get fixed, lucky enough for us. 10 seconds into this round, ISIL Power are gonna have to be relegated to the eco round. They do go for 2 smokes and 2 flashes, so I'm assuming they're gonna try to, like, smoke mid and flash long, take a fight against the players, and I think that's what they're going for. I think it is. They boost a player, I think, on Catwalk, if I'm not mistaken. No, they don't. So we've got a player in CT. They're just defaulting their positions. So yeah, we have 3 players long. We've got a player spotting mid, and we've got a player in CT spawn. Valor is slowly taking Catwalk, but they actually have the perfect position to counter this. They're gonna face 4 players. The fight goes long, but the Valor players were ready for it. Like, they only sent 1 player long, and enemy Jazzo instead of clean up. Jabs dropping from CT spawn takes the last 2 frags, and that's a really clean execution from Valor, dismantling the ISIL Power eco setup. 7-7.
They
I
did
think
not
Valor
see them
might
coming.
actually,
Like,
Valor might
they
actually
knew
take the lead.
they were coming A. They knew that they were coming A, yet they were all just aiming at long for some good reason. Like, that was actually a very close call. They did call it right that they have to stack at this point. But yeah, that was a very close call for them.
Look at this. Impera really quick duel onto more. Wins his duel this time. The entry. They're trying to get the second player, and Jabs immediately gets vital. And I think these players are finally fired up. These players are finally showing us what they're made of. These players are going to be the talisman for Valor, and they immediately open up A side for business. Vital's the only player ready to immediately defend the side, but he's already relegated to CD spawn. Lambda coach trying to clear any lurkers that could be around in lower tunnel. They have two players trying to retake from Catwalk, and Caboose is in CT spawn. He might just spawn one player. Ranger actually wins his duel against Jazzo. The enemy trades the frag onto him. Impera expects Caboose, and enemy beats Lambda Core on Catwalk. And Valor actually take the lead this half on ISO Power, who were showing us some really good dominance at the start of the half, and immediately switching to the second half.
They got too comfortable. Like this, the round that we saw Vital just rushing from the under tunnel and seeing him just flanking, which was a very good call. Don't get me wrong, it was a very good call, but it shows how comfortable that we're getting. It shows that they had no respect paid to Valor. It showed that they thought that they just easily had this, but they had to play very smart. We take a full push here on B side. Wow, enemy manages to take down more, but Caboose does take a kill, does get the entry kill, which leaves them exactly 4v4. Will they be able to actually take this? Vital with the headshot. Wow. They can't breathe.
Okay, and
they are not allowed. It seems like they're not allowed to play the game, honestly, Fitz. Like, I mean, they are just showing dominance over and over again. Although, yes, it is close, but every first round, they're securing it. They're honestly securing it every first round. We're not seeing much, honestly, from Team Valor, but I really hope that, because they always do the same thing. They dominate, and then they get too comfortable, and then Valor manages to take that for their advantage. I really hope that they put that under consideration.
Look at that, like Valor have decided to force. They have 3 scouts trying to win duels, and we're seeing the really intense duel in the middle.
What are we looking at here?
He's already tagged Jazzo with an HP, enemy 12, so I think Moore's already winning his duel. He's done way more damage than their scouts have done. They're just spamming through the doors, trying to do any damage as they can, I'm assuming. I don't really see... I think, yeah, he did hit Caboose. Not sure if he hit him again now, but like, yeah, they're just trying their luck at this point. Like, Valor are just going for these force buys. The bomb is in lower tunnel, and they're still kind of stuck. Like, bombs in lower tunnel, they're still deciding, I think, to go Catwalk, where most of the Valor players are. Caboose does drop down. I think he's just gonna go Catwalk again with the rest of his team, but there are 3 players, and I think the 3 players with scouts on the A side of the map. Jabs is Goose, you've got a player Elevator, and you've got a player on Car. They actually have a chance to do way more damage. And look at this damage! Like, enemy hits a frag, but look at the damage on the players. They're trying to smoke site, they don't know if the player is Goose. Lambda does hit his entry. Really nice shots from Lambda. KD walks through elevator, hits the frag, but Caboose immediately trades him, and Valor lose the force buy to ISO Power's T side. Like, I think Valor are just not giving much credit to ISO Power. They're kind of like not expecting much out of them. They're always going for the force buys, even if if the better and smarter choice is to go for the eco. They're just going for the force buys. They're just trying their luck, and honestly, they haven't been lucky at all this half.
We're looking at a stack B, Fitz. What do you think is up with that? We're looking at 4 people inside B sides.
But look, one player's already trying to gather information through the B side. Like, it's pistols, right? Like, we expect nothing other than pistols. But I think ISO Power read it, right? Like, you've got a player in lower tunnel, you've got 2 in lower tunnel. I think, yeah, Ranger does win his duel. He spots the rest of the people. He gets raided, and Jabs hits a really nice shot on one of the players among, and Impera only gets another frag. Jabs has a chance in this round if he kills.
Oh my god,
nice shot, Jabs! Lundakor is suddenly left in a 1v3, and Jabs could win this round on his own, shutting down the A side execution with the bomb from the players from Eiffel Power. Jabs doesn't care, he already has his teammates, he wants to go for the frag. This is really difficult for Lundakor, he gets stacked down to 29 HP. Jabs is still there. Eventually, Lundakor hits his shots on Jabs, but you've got two players with guns on them. Lundakor is 29 HP. He takes the bomb. KD gets baited by the B-Hop, but Impera does trade the frag, and suddenly we're seeing the eco round victories again from Valor instead of the force buys. Like, if you can win your ecos, if you can get the frags when there is no pressure on you to win the round, I think you just go for it at this point, Valor. Like,
I'll
going for the
have to
force
stop
buys
you
is
there.
honestly a
I
pro.
actually have to stop you there, Fitz. It's not them winning the eco round. It's literally Jabs. Like, Jabs single-handedly held A alone, and he managed to put them back until the backup was there. He hit two really nice headshots with the deagle that actually forced them back. Like, what was he doing? Like, how like, that was actually surprising. I did not expect that. We've seen him hitting shots, but being eco and actually having the confidence and staying A alone, holding both short and long with a deagle, and still managing to hold it and closing the whole side is actually really impressive. Crazy play from Jobs, honestly.
So yeah, he really gives his team a chance around. They do eventually win it. Now we're seeing a slow mid take, like at least more playing close angles and then slowly peeking. He's already in the mid cubby, so he's waiting for any push, but I'm assuming they predict someone is there. Jabs does fall back. He nades Vital, which does a little bit of small damage. He does 30 damage to him. He's expecting more middle. He wins his duel.
He does
But
get
Caboose
tagged.
just walk long to kill KD, and Range kills the player in Goose who was tagged by Vital, and suddenly you've got the Valor players getting stuck and getting dissected by the ISO Power team. The duels go in the way of ISO Power, like damage is done, but kills are on the side of ISO Power. And suddenly A side has been taken away. Impera does get his first frag on the player catwalk, and there is no one else on short. So Impera does have the space to work with. Jabs is already in spawn, waiting for both of these players, holding from long. He wins the duel against Vital, and Caboose doesn't capitalize on it. Jabs is peeking. Caboose does trade him, but it does put Impera in a really difficult spot in a 1v2. Caboose is just holding it onto him, and Caboose sprays him down and takes him down for ISO Power's 10th round. Really nice play from Caboose. Almost messed it up when he didn't really get the immediate trade, but he was already good for 2 more kills on the last living players in Impera and Jazo. And the round goes for the way of ISO Power again. Like, we're seeing the Valor CT side just getting dismantled so far. Like, we haven't just seen a full shutdown, we're just seeing frags going the way of Valor, but ISO Power are just doing their best to get the advantage, to get the lead in this best of 5 series on their opponent's map pick. Look at this now. As we've mentioned, again, Valor have gone for the force buy. KD doesn't hit a shot, and Caboose capitalizes on it. Enemies on the op on his own. Like, I know Enemy is a good opper, but I don't think he can do what Moore has been doing so far in the CT side and in yesterday's series. I don't think Enemy.
And it's surprising. It's actually surprising that he's not the offer of the team, and like, they get it. They understand that they have to throw on the ult. Look at that B-Rush. Range takes down Era that easily, takes down the other double kill to Range. Wow, B-side just easily gets open. They just get in. They go like, yes, we do respect you guys when you guys are holding your sides, but it's ours now. Like, it's ours now. Range just goes in, gets the double, and their teammate gets the triple. And that was really quick. That was actually really quick. But do you think we'll be able to? Oh, Jab was really low, sadly. I was hoping we'd see more shots from Jabs. Like I do expect him that he's gonna, especially in this series, I do expect him that he's gonna hit a lot of spicy shots. Like we've seen him do this on several occasions. Maybe he's not performing like he used to. Maybe like the other players. We even see Jazzo outshining Jabs. Let's be honest. Like we we do have like a lot of expectations, and he's doing his job, but not that much. Jazzo, hello. Like,
Trying to get a frag.
do you
with
think he's gonna be
Zeus.
able
Maybe some
to get a frag with his Zeus?
But yeah, they're just getting dismantled. Like, honestly, them going for the force buy was like, I'm not really sure about them having to go for the force buy. Like, they haven't won single force buy. They're just damaging their economy. They're dropping their lead and having to go for other ecos to ISL power. And look at this, they've already lost 3 of their players. 3 of their defenders, and ISL Power haven't even had a sight yet. Like, they're just picking them apart one by one. Maybe Jazzo does get offered a kill on Caboose. Caboose does expect something to be going on, and Jazzo eventually just gives up and gets spotted by Spawn. And Caboose just catches him off, kills him down, and he trolls him with a Zeus. And he's like, "Nope, you're not gonna electrocute me, dude. Sit down." And yeah, Jabs just left him pit. Trying, I don't know, just to stay alive, save the scout maybe, get any more frags, try to buy for his teammates. I think he spots the first player, almost connect a shot, he does connect a body shot on him, has a chance to kill him, but he's just gonna hide and wait for his teammates who are just gathering, swarming up on Jabs. He tags another player. They're having some trouble trying to get rid of him, and Jabs actually takes down a frag. Almost takes down a second, but Lambda's finally there and shuts him down. With the op,
Do we see
12-9
double
to
ops,
ISL
or
Power.
was more? Do we see double
No,
ops
no,
there,
the op
or
was
is it
dropped.
only?
No, the op was dropped from Lambda to more, I'm assuming.
No, I think they're both holding double ops, if I'm not wrong.
Honestly, that's a really nice shot. From the CT side, and yeah, that's just about it, really. Like, now we're
Yeah, look at Lambda Core and more. The duo are both holding ops. Like we're seeing some double sniper action over there.
No, yeah, looking at this, honestly, like, this is a different T site from ISL Power than we've seen yesterday. Maybe it's because of Caboose's presence. Like, we cannot really take that away from them. Like, Caboose, their main player, was absent yesterday due to internet issues, so they did have to play with their stand-in. Now Caboose is back, and they're looking rejuvenated, revitalized. They're just looking like a different version from themselves. And Valor, I'm actually like, I don't know, like, they've been making some weird decisions. Like, they forced way too many times when they shouldn't have, and they've given ISL Power the lead. And now, looking at their economy, this is the only buy round that they're gonna have for the next 2 rounds. If they lose it, or if they lose too much economy, they're just gonna lose way too much equipment, and they won't be able to do a lot. So they're taking a huge gamble here. They need to win this round as cleanly as possible. And look at this, players are contacting through tunnel. Enemy doesn't win his duel, and Vital is stuck with the bomb, and Vital dies. Now you've got 3 players dropping an enemy with a really nice shot on more. They're actually cleaning it up, and players are rotating, and they're making it work. They're making their only buy round work. Hisham, and now Caboose is left on his own in a 1v5, 10 seconds left. He's just gonna have to try and save this
Yeah,
gun.
he's just gonna have to
Valor,
save that. Yeah, he can't do anything there. Valor, they're getting angry. It seems like they're getting pissed, honestly. Like, they don't like the situation that they're in right now. They don't like the fact that ISL Power are proving dominance in one of the maps that they always win. Like, they are the unbeatable, right? But whenever they play Dust 2, it's always a huge lead for them, and they're not comfortable with it. They don't like it. They don't like the situation that they're in right now. Seems like they are getting, they are slowly unleashing the beasts that they have, and let's see if ISL Power will be able to, cage in the performance that Valor is showing.
Now they're slowly just taking long. Enemy just secures long control. His teammate leaves him. You've got two players already defaulting from lower tunnels, trying to get a pick mid, trying to get a big catwalk. But we see the bomb orientated towards the B side, so I'm assuming it'll be another B hit, having them give this much map control to Valor. Valor are not predicting it though. Like they do have like two players on B side who were there from the start of the round. They only just had like a player rotate. Now we see Impera on the op. We haven't seen Impera on the op in a long time. Is he gonna be able
Yeah,
to
it's
hold
been a
this back?
minute.
The smoke comes out, but Impera slowly checking mid, even though he does have a teammate. The flash comes out. B. The players are jumping
the
out.
first
Impera's his
kill.
first shot. He gets the kill,
Fix the
but Impera.
second.
Impera.
Really
missing a
close
couple
for the
shots,
third
but
one.
He does volley him out of the car, and now they're left in a 2-on-4. Lumdacore's trying to force the frag, misses the shot, and Jabs immediately gets him, leaving Rangy on his own, and Jabs and Impera finally showing up when it's most needed. 12-11. You see, Valor can only
Closed up.
afford a single buy now, and you've got, ISL Power can only afford a single buy round, and now it's a tactical timeout from them, deciding what they want to do. Valor are getting back into this. Like, yeah, they did take the risks before, they did make it closer than when it needed to be, but going back to their normal setups, putting Impera again on the op instead of enemy having the op, I think it's actually turning out to be pretty difficult for ISL Power to deal with, and I think we also see, look at this, we see Jazzo on the secondary op, so enemy has completely dropped the op. I guess Impera was like, okay, I'm not feeling it with the rifle, I'm the main operator of this lineup, I'm the highest ranking player in this tournament, let me be unleashed. Let me do my thing.
If you haven't realized, I think Valor are countering the fact that Lumdacore and More both had ops there. They both got ops on the CT side as well. Jazzo did get an op, Impera did get an op, the same way that More and Lumdacore both had ops there. But it seems like it wasn't the healthy decision from ISL Power, because More enough. Oh, as I said, More enough is he's enough on the sniper. He's enough on the op. They don't need anything more. He's just doing his job. He's just doing it perfectly. They just need more rifle power, especially when it comes to a player like Lumdacore, because we've seen him hit his shots. We've seen him even hit his sprays, and they just don't need anything more. He would be able to. He took Impera. Like, Impera was this close to start popping off. He did pop off and close B side last round. And More just stops him. More just stops him. He just goes like, yes, you did have the spotlight for a really long time, but I think I'm going to have it from now on. Like, I think I'm just gonna handle it. It looks good on me. He just drops. It's like he's dropping his lurk role. He's dropping his support role. And he's just like, you know what, team? I'm the upper now. Just handle it from here.
And they're actually gonna hit a side that only has two defenders, like they've already sliced the defense. You've got 4 players on catwalk. Jazzo misses a shot and gets punished for it. KD tries to make a play, he just dies. Jabs is trying to save something for his team. Lumdacore just immediately gets him, and Valor just gets shut down from the round. Sites get taken from them, and yeah, enemy's just gonna save Impera's op at this point, moment of time. And he's just gonna try to take it to next round. They already have a buy round next round, but ISL Power really needed this round, as their economy was gonna get broken. Like, they were this close. Like, look at them. Lumdacore has 1,000, Yabus has 400, Vile has 700. Had they lost this round, they wouldn't have had any money to buy into the next round, and Valor would have actually had a chance. Really nice call from ISL Power. A really nice shot from More, getting that early fix. Actually slices the defense and lessens like the power of Valor, and we see ISL Power convert a 13th round because of it. I'm not really seeing a tactical timeout from Valor yet, which where I'm actually surprised about it. Like, I think Valor need to start talking about certain things but we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna keep going. I think that tactical timing for ISL Power was really good. But looking at the run now, you've got a smoke from Vital, and I'm assuming it's an Xbox smoke. We're just seeing 3 players around the tunnel, 2 of them going more trying to go for his pick again, but this time
Oh.
KD's on the op instead of Jazzo, and he instead goes and wins the duel against Lambda Core. Excuse me, instead of more. He was like, okay, I'm not an opper, but I have an op. I'm feeling it. I'm hitting my shots. And actually, look at this Jabs. What? Jabs just pushes Catwalk, gets 2 sudden frags and pushes mid. And now they finally have kills through the tunnel. And look at what's happening. ISL Power just get dismantled. Like the Valor players,
Wow.
like ISL Power, yes, they have some really nice setups, but the moment that they change their T-sided approach to the map, just I don't know, like Valor just aggress and be like, okay, aren't you taking fights here, here, and here? I'm just gonna come and take the same fights and I'm gonna win all of them. KD wins the first shot. Jabs just pushes mid, gets 2 frags. Empire gets another frag on long, and suddenly the round just ends. It's 13-12,
Honestly,
and look at this. ISL Power.
honestly,
They're gonna go for a force fly.
We've seen Valor do wonders when it comes to wait a second, do we see a kill here? No, Lambdakor goes back. We've seen Valor put wonders when it comes to individual gameplay, and we have seen ISL Power as well. But Valor, like we've seen them do it all. But as soon as they realize that they're getting outshined by ISL Power when it comes to them playing slow, for an example, when it comes to putting sit-ups and everything, it seems like ISL Power do have the advantage there. Like they're doing their homework better. But the second when you see that Valor are playing aggressive, they're going for the confident plays, Jabs is doing his work. All of a sudden, you just see Jabs killing 2 or 3 people because he is abusing the time. He is abusing the fact that he would come out of the blue when nobody would realize that anyone would come out from that like specific part, and he would take 2 easy kills really quick. Like I feel like that's what's gonna win them the tournament. Them going for risky plays. Like they have to go for risky plays.
Well, trying to get the shot with the scout, but Jabs was already ready for him through the one way. They're trying to. He does flash for his teammate KD, and enemy are ready with the setup on B side, and they're just gonna peek it. KD gets another frag, and Jabs just cleans up the round. 13-13, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the series. Valor are back into the game, and now ISL Power have to go for the eco round. Hisham,
Oh,
ISL
wow.
Power have finally been broken. Valor have won enough
Doesn't
rounds.
seem
And
like
look at
it's
their
good for
economy.
them.
Like Valor can honestly just keep buying for the rest of the regulation time. Like ISL Power, you need to do something now. It's now or never. Valor are this close to match point. Looking at this now, they're just faking a long take,
Seems
trying
like
to
they're
get
doing it.
a lot of players to it. But they're just rushing Catwalk. You've got 2 players holding it, and you've got only 1 player on long. Now, are they gonna actually get the plant? Are they gonna get more damage? They do take down Jabs. They get an AK on Vital, and Impera misses a couple of shots. Gets
Oh
another
my
one.
God.
Enemy gets another frag from Ramp. They actually got the bomb plant, but they're gonna get taken down. So they did get what they came for. They lose the frags expectedly, but they actually get the bomb plant. They get the bomb. Now they have the chance. Valor only lose 1 player, which is really good for their economy. But ISL Power get the plan, which is more than enough to supply them with another full buy round. It's now or never for ISL Power. And Moore pulls out the op again. Moore's trying to do something special, something magical. He's trying to do what he's done yesterday, and he wants to do today. And looking at this, I think Valor are really close to match point, so they had to do something. But look at this, like Valor, you've got 2 players being boosted. You've got Jabs and Impera boosted Catwalk, and Impera's posted on lower tunnel. You could actually get offered a frag if the player does peek. Jabs is watching top mid, Impera is watching lower tunnel. You've got 2 men set up on Catwalk. They do eventually
see the
fall
Wonder
back. They're
Duo,
not
man.
given.
We see the Wonder Duo. Like the communicate. You do feel the synergy just by watching them play. Like if only these two players they start playing more aggressive, like I'm pretty sure that they can secure the tournament pretty easily. Like as much as ISIL Power, like they keep on stealing the show from Team Valor, but still like abuse the fact that Impera and Jabs have great synergy together. Abuse the fact that these two players in specific can actually start doing wonders. Like it doesn't look pretty
Look at
good
this.
anymore for ISIL Power. Like let's be honest.
50
Like
seconds
if
on the
if
clock.
more
And
if
40
more does
seconds
not
to ship.
clutch,
They're beating the smoke, but no, Impera gets the first frag. Jabs immediately drops, and they can't get the trade, but they have to commit. 4 players on catwalk, they're coming in. Jabs is the shots, but really nice from Jabs with the third. And 25 seconds left. The bomb is being planted. Moore is just holding the cross, but look at their HPs. You've got 3 players on the Valor side. Enemy just loses the duel to Lambda-Core. Lambda-Core is down to 9 HP, but Lambda's doing heroic. And more! Lambda-Core and More are the ones actually victorious. The better duo, the stronger duo. Jabs and Impera had an impact at the start of the round, but Lambda-Core and More ended with a victory to their side. 14-14. This is probably one of the best games of the tournament so far. Like, look at this. Jabs, Impera does take the first frag on Job, and Job eventually cleans up with 2 more frags, but we're suddenly just looking at the spawn. And just looking at this. More trying
Let's
to
see
go
the kill.
again for the duel against KD.
Very
He
smart
opts
from
to
Moore.
smoke away. Yeah, he just opts to
Very
not walk
smart.
into the.
He knows he does not have
smoke.
the advantage when it comes to the timing because he knows he was like late just by the spawn. That was really smart from Moore. Like you would know an experienced player just by such movement. He usually peaks. This time he decided not to.
Now looking at this, Jabs is left to hold mid on his own. Impera, I'm assuming, is still around the A side, holding the long corner, baiting for his teammate who is close to blue, but we're seeing the bomb rotating to the tunnel. A smoke and a nade tunnel doesn't really connect on anyone. And yeah, I think we're gonna see a B split here from ISIL Power. That molly is like, it was kind of a waste, as the B hit's gonna come now. It's gonna come down to KD to hit a shot. Jabs is a really good timing. He gets the frag, and he gets the second on Lambda-Core. Now the players are stuck in tunnels. They have to commit. Enemy and KD are ready, and the round vital. But no, KD finishes it, and the round gets taken away from ISIL Power, and they do not have the money to buy. They're gonna have to force with Eagles, SMGs, and anything they can manifest. But Valor, with a really strong showing, again, Jabs showing us that yes, he wasn't present in the first half, and Impera was, but Jabs is there now. Jabs is first, Jabs is the second, and eventually the cleanup from enemy and KD. Caboose is left, he's left no chance. I mean, Vital left no chance. He does get 2 really nice time. But we're looking at a really fast rush on Catwalk. He does miss his first shot. Impera makes a really nice flip on Lambda-Core. But now the players are stuck. Molotov and nades, they're just trying to do anything. They're just trying to salvage the round. They're trying to abuse the SMGs, the fast duels, the close quarter duels. But Jazzer wins another duel in middle, and they're just stuck in Catwalk. This was just a desperate call for ISIL Power, but I honestly think it's really difficult for them. It's even more difficult for them with Jabs hitting shots like this. And I think we're just gonna go the second map. I don't want to beat it, but I think Valor have finally almost secured map 1. ISIL Power are just prolonging it, but I don't really think they have a chance. They've just got a Tech 9 and a Eagle on Range A and Vital. And they're just gonna try to contact B. Diazo's ready for it. Diazo flashes again, and Diazo just cleans up the round. Enemy eventually gonna win with the Molotov. And that's the first map. Okay, so
What did I just
going in
watch?
the way of Valor. honestly,
What
Hisham, like
did
we
I
didn't
just
expect this game to be this.
watch? Fitz,
We didn't
wow.
expect it to be this
Valor
close
with the comeback.
whatsoever.
Yeah. Honestly,
Like,
like
mhm,
we did call at the beginning, like we've seen for like the difference when it comes to the players. We've seen like we've seen KD go in. We've seen Caboose coming in as well. Like we've seen the substitute players and we've seen the main players, and we thought that maybe ISIL Power will have um uh, more like a better chance. But we still hyped up Valor so much, like we know what they're made of. We know that they are ready no matter what. But that was actually really close. Like ISIL Power actually, Core proved his consistency. Like he's been consistent, and even in this game, although it was really hard, of course, I don't have to talk about more. I don't have to say anything about more. Like he's proving it every round. He's proving it every game. I want to talk about jabs though. As you said, he wasn't that present, but on every round when he kills at least two players. Like that's what I want to talk about. Every time when we look at jabs, he's going for a multiple kill. He doesn't kill only one player. He goes for a duo. He goes for two players. He goes for the advantage for the team. Like that's what you need. He comes up with the clutch. He comes up when the
yeah.
team needs him.
Look at
It's
the
really
scoreboard.
amazing.
It's
Lambda
again
core
like look
with
at
the
Lumbercode.
highest
Actually,
kills.
like yeah, Moore was doing his thing, but look at Caboose. Like Caboose is putting in a shift. Like Caboose
Mm-hmm.
came
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
instead of Sparta, and he's still like he's actually managed to make a huge difference in the T side of ISL
Mm-hmm.
Power. But like looking at Valor, when we look at the scoreboard, we honestly just expect Jabs and Impera to be on the top. Jabs wasn't really present when it came to the start, like the first half, but once
Mm-hmm.
we switched to the CT side, Jabs just took over. Impera just hit the shots that he needed to, but Jabs stole the show.
Mm-hmm.
For me, MVP of this map has to be Jabs, due to the
Mm-hmm.
fact that he was honestly the best player on their CD side and actually
Mm-hmm.
really helped them secure this win on their map pick. Like we didn't really
Mm-hmm.
expect this map to be this close. Like I personally didn't expect it. I thought like a 16-10, maybe a 16-7,
Mhm,
16-8,
mhm,
around that. But ISO Power really showed us what they're made of. Lambda Core actually showed us what he's made of finally. Like yesterday, Moore was doing everything that he could, and Lambda was just being consistent. Now we're seeing the true
mhm,
Lambda Core. Lambda Core is being unleashed, and he still has a chance, him and his team, to go for the win on their next map pick of Inferno. So yeah, looking at that, I think that ISL Power really can like come back in this series. They can do a reverse sweep, but Valor. Let's talk about Valor. Like they picked Dust. They've been dominant on Dust, right?
mhm,
It was a little bit ropey. Like it was really ropey. Like let's also talk about their decisions. Like they just instead kept on forcing every round. Like instead of just going for ecos, just waiting for it, they instead
mhm,
opted to go for the force buy. They opted to go for like hitting flashy shots with the scouts, with the deals. They did
mhm,
hit some shots, but
mhm,
like they ruined their economy. And the only rounds that they actually converted were eco rounds. Like they haven't converted a single force buy in the whole game
mhm,
last, and that was like really honestly worrying. Like we called Fowler for having one of the best IGLs in the whole tournament, alongside
yep,
ISL Power's IGL and alongside V Slash's IGL, who was like having
mhm,
some really good calls, some really good reads. But we
mhm,
honestly saw some like really weird decisions that almost uh, helped ISL Power get back into the game due to the fact that they were just giving away their lead. Like we saw
mhm,
Valor getting a lead in the first half, 10-7, right? They just,
mhm,
as you can tell, like we're comparing supports here. Like honestly, like Lambda Core isn't really a support. Like I don't know
mhm.
what do you think
He's the
support is.
fragger. He's
Yeah,
he's
he's not
he's
a
the
support.
fragger.
Like
Maybe he's
maybe
a
he
support
supports whatever he can.
for the entry. Maybe he's a support
Yeah,
for the
maybe he's a
entry
second
fragger.
entry.
As you
So yeah,
mentioned,
like
exactly. Maybe the entry support is the second entry. Maybe he's the one that goes in after the first entry, obviously, and he starts picking up the kills because he does have the aim for it. Like he
mhm.
hits his shots. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like looking at this, Jazzo, yes, he's got a negative KD, right? But Jazzo was there when he was needed. Yeah, maybe he wasn't
Mm-hmm.
there 100% on the T side, but on the CT side, Jazzo was actually really strong when it came to holding middle, when it came to holding long and catwalk with his teammates. Like Jazzo still his shots.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jabs did steal the show. He did take the limelight. He did hit some insane shots with the rifle. In the CT side, but like Jazzo still did his thing. What I really want to see, like the person that I really see want to see more from is more. Yeah, he played a good game, but he
Mm-hmm.
wasn't as impactful as he was yesterday. Like Lambda was like the a really like he showed us what he showed us yesterday, maybe even more. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Caboose also was really good, but I'm really expecting more from Range. He wasn't present yesterday. He's not present today. He was the bottom fragging player in the whole series, like the whole map today. Yesterday, he wasn't really there. And honestly, I just expect him to step up when his team needs him to start like getting the frags that he's needed to get. Like I know that his uh, duels are pretty difficult. Like his role is a difficult role, but I really want to see more from him if we expect ISIL power to show up
Mm-hmm.
in the next couple of
It's
maps.
I feel like one of the main reasons why he's not performing as good is because it seems like Moore is taking his role when it comes to the Opera. But like it's Moore is feeling himself. Hopefully he will be able to pop off more in the next match. But for now, don't forget that the more you watch, the more that you get qualified to win the giveaway. So
And
make sure
interact
to
as well.
tune in. Yes, interact, watch and interact, and you have a better chance to win in the giveaway. For now, we're going to be taking a break, and hopefully we'll see you guys soon in the next map.
Hi, this is Andrew from ASUS. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up an AI mesh system using the ASUS Router app. For hard bundles such as this, the settings are pre-configured. If you're creating a configuration customized to your needs, make sure to update the firmware first. In this setup, you need 2 ASUS routers with AI mesh support and your phone with ASUS Router app installed. First, set up your primary router by connecting it to the modem and establishing an internet connection. Use the ASUS Router app to find it, then connect to it once it's found. Click on Start, then create unique SSIDs so that your AI mesh network can be found using Wi-Fi. A different login and password will be needed for when you need to access the router. Now place your extending node in close proximity and click on Add another node to find it. The pairing process won't take very long, but let's jump ahead anyway. After the pairing is complete, you're ready to place the node in an ideal place to extend your coverage. It's best to provide a line of sight between the 2 routers if possible. Not hard, is it? Now that AI mesh is set up, you can connect your Wi-Fi devices to either the primary router or the extending node. Seamless roaming switches you to the appropriate router automatically without disconnections. One of the best things about ASUS routers with AI mesh is that the main router is able to lend all connected nodes access to the advanced features such as parental control, prioritized gaming, and AI protection. This is not something that you can do by simply adding access points. For more info, visit our website. This is Andrew from ASUS. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the finals. We've been watching a lot of nice games. We've seen ISIL Power pop off. We've seen Valor proving dominance. But last game was something to talk about. Last game was really impressive, especially that we saw ISIL Power dominating in the first half. We saw them proving that it's their time right now to outshine the unbeatable team. It's their time to outshine Team Valor. But at the end of the day, Valor is Valor. Jabs is Jabs. Impera is Impera. The dominant duo is the dominant duo. And they still managed to hang on and make it a very close game. 16-14 eventually for Team Valor, although they did Isopower did prove dominance at the beginning of the game. That was a very nice comeback from Valor to watch. And there's like so many things to talk about, Fitz. We want to talk about Jabs. We want to talk about Impera. We want to talk about KD. Even KD popped off. Even KD showed that he is one of the main you can say manpower on the team, and it was really nice. It was really nice seeing KD the substitute putting in very good effort. What do you think about this match, Fitz? What do you think is gonna happen? Who do you think is gonna dominate more?
Honestly, like, we've seen ISL Power already dominate on Inferno. We've seen Valor dominate on Inferno too, but that wasn't like the qualifiers or the early stages. Look at this. ISL Power have already played Inferno in the semifinals, right? Like, they played against V-Slash on Inferno. V-Slash, like a team that was really known for their tactics instead of their immense firepower. We've seen them, like, yeah, they struggled a little bit, but they eventually do get the win. Like, I think the win was 16-8, 16-9. Like, it wasn't really that far, neither was it that close. But it was an average win, right? Like, this time, let's see them. What are they going to be able to do against a team as powerful and as explosive as Valor? We're seeing actual 2 nades, so I think they did their studies. They know that players are there, but they lose their duels and more.
Oh my god. Valor.
Like, I
Team
think they
Valor gets
did the
taken
research.
down
They
really
predicted
fast.
this. But they did lose the duels. Like, they predicted this. They knew that this play was gonna happen. But Impera's trying to salvage anything. He does a little bit of damage to more, but he gets smoked off eventually. And he's left in a really difficult situation. 3 players facing him at the same time. Actually takes
He is
more
connecting
to
all
10
of his shots
HP.
though.
Look at this, he's trying to do something, but he's kind of stuck. If he wins this duel against Vital, but no, Vital eventually does win the duel, and the round goes to the way of ISIL Power. So I think what we saw here was Valor actually doing like study against ISIL Power, but still ISIL Power do win the duels. Like, they win the fights. Like, there were 2 versus 2, and they still win their duels. More comes out victorious, and they also win the duels on the second mid side of the map around apartment. So like, it was a really good read by Valor, but ISIL Power come out in success, and that was a really well played and well deserved round by ISIL Power. So yeah, so far I'm just seeing a better T side, like, just from that pistol round, seeing how they already like were set up and expected something like this was really nice from both sides. But eventually ISIL Power come out victorious. And again, we've talked about this. I've talked about this in the first map. They're force buying again. They're risking their economy again. And the thing is here, with
Every half,
Inferno,
if you
like,
haven't realized, every half, ISL Power manages to secure the first round, and straight away, they go to the second round. Valor they force. They always force.
yeah,
You
the
always
thing
see jabs with the Deagle, and they're not scared. Like that, it doesn't matter. They have guns. They have upgraded pistols, and they're both in the same levels.
honestly, the thing here is like Dust is a map that is slightly forgiving when it comes to like forcing. Why? Because like as I've mentioned before, Dust 2 is known for letting explosive players shine through and carry their sides. And now they're going in with the B fake, and they're actually walking with 5 players. They're gonna win the duels, but A side's open for business. Like, they do gather 2 guns. They have armor. They still have a chance in this round, but the players are slowly working their way around A side. Rain J's smoking library slowly working his way through. They probably are not sure if there were 5 players or 4, so yeah, Ranger is just clearing everything, eventually takes a position in the pit. They do not have a kit, but they have a Galil and a Backhand in the retake. They have some low players, Impera and Jabs still on the Deagle. Surprised that they actually don't have any of the rifles. KD loses his tool to Ranger in pit. They're trying to work some fight, but yeah, the duels just sway in the favor of ISIL Power. And looking at this, like, yeah, they do come with the first frag, but forcing again, like here, they're just postponing what's inevitable. Like, they're just forcing. They didn't even do much damage. And on a map like Inferno, like Dust 2, as I was about to say, is a map forgiving. Like, it allows players that are explosive to frag and eventually like carry the round. But on Inferno, the map is really economy based. Like, the map requires a lot of utility. It's not just duels like Dust 2. Like, requires a lot of utility to gain map control and start executing. But we see Impera trying to go for a cheeky duel. He doesn't connect the shot, but KD does take a little bit of damage. I'm pretty sure that from Banana. Enemy gets flied by Caboose, and Mord eventually trades KD, and I think that's a mouse win from Caboose, but Lamdakur gets another frag pushing from mid, and Jared is going to try to salvage anything. Lamdakur does take him down with him, and now they just leave Jabs on his own with a CZ and armor. So yeah, that was a really an unsuccessful round. Wait, Jabs actually does take down AJ. Really nice double thing. He might try to save the Khalil, but I don't think he will. He's just gonna try to take more guns down with him, but no, Lamdakor's ready, and I think Lamdakor's fired up this round with 3 kills in mid, cleaning up the side of Valor. 3-0, a really early lead from ISIL Power on the T side, nonetheless, of Inferno. So, like, Valor here, like I told you, like these force buys are gonna come back to haunt them. Like they need to establish a proper economy on the CT side of Inferno in order to put on the as much rounds as possible. They need the utility, they need everything. But looking at this, like we have a full buy round now. Viral is just rushing. It's just the B rush at this point. Viral's already through. He kills Impera. He's still not ready. He gets through. What just happened? And Viral gets the third. What
Vital
just
with the
happened?
triple kill. Oh my god.
Did they really not
He
see
just
him coming
walks
through the smoke?
in. Wow, Jazzo with
just
the
happened
shot
with
through the
communication?
smoke takes down more. They
what
didn't see him
happened? How
going
did
in.
they
It was
not
the
know that he
smoke.
came
He
in?
just Vital just walks in like a ninja, going straight up to their back and manages to take 3 kills. It was all through the smoke. He had the confidence to just simply walk in. They had other people to focus on. They were just shooting right in front of them. And yeah, Vital managed to just simply take these kills. He took these kills. It's like taking candy from a little kid. Like he just walks in, takes all these kills, and made it look easy. Really smart, really like he knew what he was doing, and he did manage to get like an upgraded weapon from that. Like that was really good call from him.
So yeah, really well played from Vital, but I honestly want to know what happened on the Valor side. This round had to be great. I'm assuming that a timeout has to come next round, because this round is like really a tilter. I'm surprised that I don't see a tactical timeout from Valor. Like I think they're still gonna buy into it. Like I think Jazzo and Jabs can just like drop guns and eventually, actually it's a
There it
technical
is.
timeout. I'm not sure if
uh,
it's technical or tactical, but like I don't know which side it is, but whatever it is, if they're allowed to speak in this timeout, if it's actually tactical and not technical, they have to talk about last round. Like they have to address what
mhm,
happened. Like they need to untilt themselves because this round is a tilter. Like if I was playing in
mhm,
that hold and I was one of the 3 players and suddenly some guy just jumps in the smoke, I don't even communicate it. Something happens. He's literally behind me and kills me. I'd honestly lose my mind. Honestly, like
mhm, mhm,
we saw almost the same thing from Valor on Dust 2. It was slightly more back and forth, but they've lost the economy lead. They've lost already 4 rounds to ISIL Power. And just a
mhm,
reminder, last round was technically a bonus round for ISIL Power. They still had 2
mhm,
SMGs and they made it work. Like, look at their economy. The lowest player with money on their team is more, and he has 3,000. Like they already have at least a buy or 2 in the bank going on. But Valor losing this round means they lose another round at least, if not 2, if they go for the force buy.
Look at Lambda. Like, look at Lambda and look at Vital. They both have 6 and 7.6k. Like, they are full chilling for now. Even if they lost the next 2 rounds, they will still be able to fully buy more.
But look at this
We see more
distribution
on the
from
op.
Valor, and Ranger
Oh,
catches him.
Rain J, finally. We're seeing really nice shots from Rain J.
Just got out trying to make a play and puts his team in a disadvantage already. They bait the smoke from Jazzo. Has a small gap, but he's waiting for it. He's holding it. I think KD has a flash in hand for his teammate, so Jazzo's just holding it, and KD's gonna flash him if needed. Yeah, Jazzo just opts to hide on site. You've got 2 players grouping up Banana, and I'm assuming the bomb's gonna hit Banana. You've got a player lurking in apartments, and I think loses the duel to Impera. Impera's gonna call out for his team that it's not A. A is clear, and the B hit's coming. The flash goes in from KD. Jazzo has to point, but right where's the shot? Jazzo has an opportunity, connects a kill, but doesn't get the second, and more kills enemy and Jazzo on site, and Sully just puts Impera with the Famous in a 1v3. Although look at their HPs, Moore's on 37, Rain is on 12, and Vilo's on 37 as well. Impera does have a chance in this round if he hits the shots, but no, Rain was ready with the op, and another round goes to the way of ISIL Power. I'm honestly like, I think
Dominating.
looking at this,
They
I
are
think Valor
dominating.
just gonna force again. Yep, exactly. Valor just gonna force again. They actually dropped the op, I think, to Impera, if I'm not mistaken. So they're gonna go for a slightly weaker buy, I'm assuming, this round. And yeah, KD has the Deagle, as we expect. Like, they have an SMG, they have a Deagle. They're just gonna force into this round again. But looking at ISOL power, they're just dominating this T side so far. This is not looking good for Valor whatsoever. And this
Seems
Jazzo does
like
get
it's
flashed off
either
the
that
angle.
Valor will be forced to do the same exact performance when it comes to ISIL power on the T side, or it's just done. It's just going to be another fast map. We're not going to see the same thing that we saw in Duster. It's not going to be close. This is going to be really, really fast. But ISIL power need to keep up the momentum. They need to keep up the performance. They need to keep up and keep on going with the shots that they're hitting. Every single one of them is being fatal. Like Vital is getting shots, Caboose is getting shots, Rain J is getting shots, Moore is just killing everybody, Lumdakor is just confident, and we just see them shining. Like we actually see them shining. We're supposed to be seeing a lot from look at Caboose on the other side, picking a kill. Maybe Vital gets taken down, goes for like it's still a 4v4, but still nobody's going in. They're still playing around B. Like they're just figuring out what's the plan now. Like what's the plan now? They're just trying to buy as much time.
Jazzo misses a shot that was given to him. Is it the opportunity to get another frag? And you see most of the players around Banana, but yeah, now they're deciding to get the bomb. And I'm not sure if they still want to hit B. Like, actually, they're not causing any rotations on the CT side of Valor. And KD is stuck and immediately gets spotted by Ranger. And Jazzo's left on his own. In fact, can he do anything to help his team get back into the game? And oh, he doesn't hit the shot. Enemy's just running and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna try and do anything. I think it's just the tilt getting into them. And Jabs now is forced to try and save his M4. And I think they're gonna have to go for an eco round now. Unless it's like, otherwise it's probably just game over for this round.
Feel like
It's
fits
6-0.
the fact that they managed to fake the second round, if I'm not wrong, when they faked B and everybody rotated. Like we've seen Team Valor play, right? We've seen them rotate quickly. We've seen them go for backup extremely quick. We've seen like movement from both sides. Oh, Jabs gets taken down by Moore here. Sadly, he does not manage to save his weapon there. I feel like the fake kind of played. Oh, we see. Hold on, we see Impera being disconnected here. There's a technical timeout for now. Impera gets disconnected. For now, we're just going to be talking about the fact that the fake that worked when they went to A kind of affected the players in a way that, like, have you seen Jabs? They're just going in. I'm pretty sure they are giving info. And B, they are telling them that, yes, we hear people in Banana, we hear smokes, they're doing this, they're doing that. But Jabs was still holding A. He was still holding literally on the other side of the map in hopes that this could be a fake. There's only 20 seconds left. I'm pretty sure somebody's going to come and start planting the bomb. Like, he went for the very risky play, which eventually got him really late to for the backup. Like, don't forget Jabs. They need you. Jabs, you are one of the strong players here. They've seen you dominate. They always see you not only picking up one kill, they see you always picking up 2 kills at least. They need your help. And he's just being like exactly where he was standing, the same place that he saved at. He was just being there covering in hopes that it's a fake. It's just another fake. So it kind of played in their mental. Like that specific round is actually affecting their performance in other rounds. Like that's one of the things that I realized.
We see that they're back. Looking at this, Impera and Jabs have no money and they're going for the force again. If they don't win this round, I see ISL Power getting to 9-0 at this point. Like, I don't know what else am I gonna say about this. But yeah, we see just Valor trying to go for it. Enemies just calling that, yeah, they can hit their shots. Maybe they can get lucky. I don't know what is Jazzo doing. Honestly, just jumping around. They're just going to push their luck. see if they can, like, I don't know, steal around from Eiffel Tower. Enemies are already close with the Max 7, so he's just holding a really difficult position for Eiffel Tower to check. Slowly getting spammed, but he doesn't get damaged whatsoever. Just waiting for anyone to walk into his crosshair. Moore is gonna flash. He does flash for him, but enemy's still there, and Moore might flash first, or I think Moore is gonna get flashed. And if enemy, okay, the flash is gonna come in supposedly now. And enemy, I think, is hold back. Enemy just wipes them. Get the frag. Impera's dead. Impera does trade another frag. He does kill his teammate, but they still have a man advantage. So the force bite is working in the favor of Valor so far. They've hit their shots. Enemy was really good bait when he came close to the wall. He didn't get any frags. Impera was there to save the day. He got 2 frags and halted Icel Power's attempt at taking Banana, but still don't rule Icel Power out. They've already clutched rounds like this. Ranger and Caboose are still up, and as you can see, Lambdakor opts for the AK, gets rid of the op just in case they wanted to save it, and now you still see like the CT side of Valor hasn't even moved.
Oh
from
wow,
A side, and Impera gets put out.
Lambdakor takes
And
down
B5
Impera with a
open
very
again.
nice headshot. Wow.
And Valor are gonna have to go for another retake. They don't have kits. They only have 2 smokes and 2 flashes. This is gonna be so difficult, but look at the damage! Look at the damage done to Caboose! Through the smoke, he's 2 HP at new box. Now Ranger has a position. One gets boosted and Jabs eventually does take Caboose. So actually now Icel Power are in a really difficult position. Unless Ranger wins this duel and kills the rest of the other players, he knows they're coming in. He gets tanked down. Jabs wins the duel,
Wow,
but no
love
Lambdakor
the
has the
core with the
response.
flank.
Lambdakor was holding it from Banana, gets both players, and that's 7-0 for Icel Power. And I really hope Valor do go for an eco. Really well played from Lambda on the entry, hitting the shot on Vital Impera, I mean, that was already on site on his own. And yes, we finally see Valor go for the eco round. I honestly think their T side isn't bad. Their T side's pretty good, but they need to put more rounds on the board. Finally, and Jab hits the shot on the eco round, and Jab's getting another D on the eco round and still holding second mid. Gets thrown by Ranger, but what the hell was that from Jabs? Just pushes in. Like, this guy doesn't care when it comes to the eco rounds. He's just gonna push in. He's just gonna hit his shots as long as there isn't pressure on him to win the round. He does his impact, and now looking at Icel Power trying to recover from this man disadvantage. Impera still only has a D2 and no armor. The other 3 players are armored. They weren't able to retrieve any of the rifles. Icel Power still have that in control. They're slowly working through Mellow Ranger and Caboose. So I'm assuming the bomb is gonna come up to A. I'm assuming they're gonna opt to lurk from long and wrap onto site, is what I'm thinking. So yeah, bomb is being obtained. A smoke's being thrown. I'm assuming, yeah, that smoke is gonna go Banana. They're trying to fake, is what I think. And yeah, both players on B do fall back to site after they hear the smoke. And KD is slowly trying to work apartments after he does get the info, but now I think they're actually gonna, this is gonna be really good if they don't get caught out. They're too far to be caught out by KD. They're just gonna smoke it, but yeah, they've known it's a fake. Valor players are rotating. Enemies going through library. He's been smoked. There are 2, 1 player on side and 1 player coming to the store. Yako immediately gets takedown, but no, enemy goes through the smoke right atop the plant. Hits the kill on Ranger. There's still a 2-on-2, like, they still have a chance in this. More is 50 HP, and we just walked in and Caboose crosshair, and Caboose plays down Impera for an 8th round on the board for Icel Tower. I honestly don't know what to say about this side of Valor, but
No way.
Look at this
Look at
play
Jab.
from Jab.
Beautiful. Oh my god. What have I told you before? Like, whenever I speak about Jabs, what do I say about Jabs? Maybe he does not win the 1v1, but he 100% wins the 2v1s. Like, it feels like he has higher power when he's playing against 2 players. Like, whenever we see him shine versus 2 players, whether it's a save round, force buy, or a full buy round. He always manages to shine versus 2 players. Like it is really amazing. Sadly, like seeing that flank in the last round, KD could have gotten kills out of that, but Caboose, like everyone is doing their job. ISIL Power, every single player, they are doing their job. They feel way too hyped. They know that this tournament is not as hard as everybody. Oh, Rangy does push and takes a kill on Jabs. Lumbercore takes another kill on KD.
But John was hitting
Jago.
some nice shots on side, but immediately traded, and I think this buy round is gone again. I don't think like they can retake it, but retake on the op unless Impera hits the shot. He does hit the shot on
And he
Caboose, so
does.
actually they're putting a 2-on-2 now. Impera has a kill. Enemies walking it, gets got out of the
Range.
range. And puts Impera on the zone.
Wow.
And Moore is just closing the smoke, and it's 9-0. Okay.
Really smart
Yeah, well,
from
I saw
Range
Power
there.
like picked this map for a reason, right? Like I saw Power picked this map for a reason. Now we see different. I saw Power Inferno and the team of Valor. Like Valor just not finding a way to stop the T side of ISIL Power. It shouldn't be going like this. It should be closer, or if not even favored for Valor. But we're just gonna keep on going so far, and yeah, you just see Valor just gonna force buy until this half ends. I think it's already over for them. I think their mental's been ruined. I hope it's only been like, I hope they can come back from this mentally, because if they don't come back mentally from this, I think they might actually just lose the whole series. They might just tell themselves off of the earth. And maybe not even just have like, at least if they can untilt themselves for the next half, they could have a chance to at least like attempt a comeback on the T side, right? But so far we're just not seeing anything from Valor. We've only seen like Jabs hitting some nice shots, Impera getting a couple of frags, but I haven't seen anything that would tell me that Valor have a chance in this map still. Looking at this now, it's already been 50 seconds. ISIL Power still have 5 smokes on them and a couple of flashes. They make Valor burn one of their only smokes, and now they're only left with a smoke on Jabs. The smoke from Vital goes coffins, and Vital's just like faking around B, and it's kind of working because you can see 3 players oriented around B. Like you've got 1 rotating around Arch, but they're ready for the execute. They have all of the smokes needed for them. They have A side, and they're walking into catwalk. But Jabs gets 2 frags from the entry. Jabs gets 3 on the hole. But the frags are being traded. Jabs gets the first. Jabs goes for the ace.
Jabs with the ace.
Jabs
Oh
showed
my
at one
god.
Jabs is continuing from the momentum from the other map. Jabs is trying his best to carry his team to victory, and the first round on the board is a heroic play from Jabs with 5 frags on the whole from this impressive play from Jabs, and I honestly hope he just keeps it up, and I hope that his team comes back into this map just for his own sake. ISIL Power
It's impossible.
completely
It's
bothered
impossible
by
that-
the loss.
Like the only way that they would have to win a round is for Jabs to actually ace and kill all 5 players. Like we need to see more. We need to see more from his teammates. Like he's trying his best here. Enemy just simply dies without. I'm not gonna say that without even trading, but he barely dealt any damage. Like he needs to, like his teammates really need to step up their game. And Pella always goes for the nice shots, but sometimes it's not good enough because you can still see Lumbercore alive. You can still see More alive. Range A, even Caboose is hitting very nice shots. Like you need to go for the important shots. You need to do what Jabs just did. You need to almost solo carry this this game. Jazzo picks up a kill on Range A, still like coping around the sniper. They have to go
It's
for these
actually only-
solo kills.
It's actually a 2v3 if you look at this, because Lumbercore timed out. Like, it's a 2v3 at this moment. Like, it's
Oh,
only More and Caboose.
That is unfortunate.
Lumbercore eventually disconnects, but More and Caboose decide to hit the B side, which has only 1 player. It's Impera though. He's on the FAMAS. If he can at least get the first guy more, I think the second guy is too far, but more beats him on the entry, gets the bomb planted. And it's a 2v2 retake with the deep CT smoke from the T side of ISOL Power. They're just gonna play for the bomb at this point. They still have 2 flashes on Caboose. I think Valor, they have 2 kits. Jabs is still alive. Jazzo's been hitting some shots on the op. Jazzo just
Oh my god, Cowboys.
Caboose and Jazz was just on his own. It's almost impossible at this point for him to win the round. They're just, he fought the first place. He shot him more, but Caboose is there to trade him. And that's a 10th round for ISOL Power. Now looking
Valor
at this,
needs to step up. They need to step
Valor
up.
has
Looking at this,
connected this
enemy
now.
only has 1 kill. Like, Jabs is struggling right now with his teammates. He is struggling right now. He needs their help. Like, he actually needs help at this point. It's 10-1. It's still the first half, and the only time that they lost a round is when Jabs actually came out and got a whole ace. He got 5 kills, and that was the only way for them to actually win a round. Like, we actually need to see the Valor that we always talk about. We actually need to see the Valor that we always hype up. Impera needs to start getting more kills. Enemy needs to start stepping up his game. KD needs to start stepping up his game. Like, it feels like there's no team. It feels like solo queue, honestly. Like, at this point, it just feels like 2 friends queuing up in an online game, and then Pera and Jabs found each other in a solo queue, and right now they're just, enjoying their 3 a.m. gameplay. Impera
The flash
peaks
comes in,
more,
though,
takes
Moore
him
was
straight
looking for
away.
it, but Impera does win the duel. I think one of them spotted and he does get the AK. His columns are probably not trying running down. Level just jumps into any damage. Think if they fall back, Impera does come out victorious. Eventually takes no points of damage whatsoever and does escape with the AK. Looking at this, I honestly look at the utility on the Valor side and look at the utility on ISOL Power. ISOL Power still have 4 smokes and flashes, but look at this. Enemy tries to abuse the lane. Lumbo is expecting it. Impera drops down and Caboose is successful on the lurk. KD and Jazzo do respond with 2 frags. And Jabs is still in pit, and I think Jabs can still shut down this round unless Valor spot him. And Jabs is there. 6 seconds, 5 seconds left. He can get the bomb planted. KD is trying to run and stop it. KD does have it, but no! Lambda Core does it again and again and again. Very nice shots from the entry on Vital, but Lambda Core is there to clean it up, and I'm assuming this is a tactical timeout. I don't really think it's technical. I think everyone's connected, unless Lambda Core timed out again. I think it's a tactical timeout. I don't know. I don't know what enemy is supposed to do at this point. I haven't really seen any setups. They've only tried to contest banana and they haven't even contested it properly. The only time they actually almost contested it properly was on the pistol round, but eventually they were just outgunned by the players from
Outsmarted. They basically got outsmarted.
They lost the duels. They read the play, but they lost the duels. So yeah, honestly, I just don't know.
This is really this is, I don't know about you, Fitz, but this is a surprise for me, honestly. The more that we speak highly of the players, of course, we've seen Valor do wonders. We've seen every single one of them do wonders, but ISL Power is most definitely outshining Valor. Lambda Code is most definitely proving dominance to the whole team. Maybe we're not seeing more as much as we used to, but we are seeing him when the team needs him. Caboose is hitting all of his shots. Caboose is doing I honestly, how we were talking about how we didn't see Caboose yesterday. Honestly, he was taking a break. He was charging up for today's game because he's been doing his job. He's been hitting his shots, taking his frags. Vital is doing his entry frags. Like we're seeing everything played perfectly by ISIL Power, and it seems like Valor can't do anything about it. Like I feel like they try to do several plans. They try to go for a tactical timeout to see what's going on, to understand what are the mistakes that they're making. But it seems like it doesn't matter anymore. ISIL Power just really want to take this game home. They picked it. They picked Inferno so they would win this match. So it seems like Valor is just gonna struggle for this one, and we're just gonna have to see the next map. That means we're gonna finally see Vertigo. That's the three man
More
on
just goes
B
down.
side.
It's a really nice shot, and Lumda's almost there to trade. Eventually, the kills are spread out evenly throughout both sides, and yeah, like I honestly I didn't expect this performance from Valor whatsoever. Like I don't know, if something went wrong, if they're just not hitting their shots. Even though like we see Jabs is still on the side. Like I don't know if it's just like you see like here Jabs does get a kill. He doesn't get traded. So 2-on-2 though. Both players here. Jazzo does get a kill. Vital is only in a 1v2 against KD and Jazzo. Honestly, with the way Vital has been playing so far, I wouldn't count him out whatsoever. But KD does shut him down, and Valor pick up another round. Well, so far, like they like we know that Valor hasn't played a really they haven't played a really good CT side whatsoever. Like their CT side was as bad as ISL Power's T side on Overpass yesterday. But I honestly think they still have a chance. Like we cannot just sit on Impera and Jabs. We cannot sit on the unbeatable streak. Look at this, they're just pushing mid. Lumdacore gets the first frag on Jabs, which is really, really, really disappointing for the Valor side. He does get traded by enemy, but they do lose Jabs, their best performer so far. Lilo's just in pit. I think he's only on a Tech 9. I'm not sure. Like, they did force into this round. KD is in an aggressive position in Banana. They might actually check him, but he's actually the only player in B, and they're not hitting B so far. The bomb is still left in spawn. They're slowly trying to take. And Fada picks in a really good time and catches out a frag, but he's gonna probably get traded by Vital. He does trade things with him, but no, enemy tries to abuse it, and Caboose is there, but suddenly just KD gets another frag on the side. Jazzu does as well, and they've left Caboose in a 1v2. Like, these rounds are not clean whatsoever. Like, I don't know, ISL Power have I don't know if ISL Power have lost their mojo. They're slowly losing their momentum. Like they're not playing as fast paced as they were. They're slowly depending on the frags. But this time, like Valor are hitting the shots on this occasion, and instead of splitting one on each side, they're actually Valor are gambling on having both players on the same side on the map, and they're probably either gonna gamble defending it together or retaking the other side. And I think the gamble's worth it. KD is already long. He does win the duel. Lose the duel against Caboose. Jazzo knows he's planting, and I don't think Caboose expects him to be here. And no,
Oh my
KD
god,
gets
Caboose
the
with the
chance, and
clutch.
Caboose
Oh,
with the
do we see
teabag. Well,
I mean, he deserved it. Like he won the round. We see some excitement over there. We're not gonna call it disrespect. We're gonna call it excitement. I'm pretty sure there will, there is sportsman like spirit between each other. We're not gonna take it as anything more than that. Caboose did manage to clutch that. They were both at the site. They were both at the site. We see a rush here from Vera going ham. Gets full flash, but taken down by Moore. Gets traded. KD does take down Moore. He goes for the other kill. Take down another kill. Lumdacore, such an expensive pick. Vital goes down as well. They're unleashing their inner beasts, honestly. They know that they have to play aggressive. They know that this is the last round. It's either they win it or lose it. And this is the only way that they're going to keep the momentum up, is that they need to be excited. They need to be confident. Like, they all need to be confident. Like, yes, rush if you had to. Even if you're defending, rush if you had to, catch them off guard, take the kills that you deserve, and win the round. But they played it differently. And oh, do we see a nice flank here from Rain J? He does stop with the timing. Such an amazing timing from Rain J. Do you think he's going to be able to clutch this?
I think it probably does. Like, he catches the enemy off guard,
Oh.
and now they just give KD 10 HP there, and he knows that he's there. And yeah, he just dies directly through the
Rain
logs, and 13-2. That's just like,
Wow.
I honestly don't know what, like, this is definitely not what I was
being
expecting.
left
for.
speechless, honestly, by ISL Power. Like, this is not. We've seen them play good, but I think this is by far the best performance that we've seen from them. Honestly, like the guys are on fire right now. Like, they know that they're doing good and they're looking good doing it. You know, they know that the only way that they would be able to take down the unbeatable Valor is for them to actually start flexing and showing an extreme gap of skill. We see a full
Valor
5-man rush here in mid. Impera
Valor
takes the kill on Rain J.
Lumdakor is hiding in balcony. Like, you've got player already pushed up in city spawn. Impera wins the duel. Impera's just not respecting anyone, but more shuts him down. Lumdakor is still in a really good position. He can still get at least another frag, but no, KD is ready for it. Enemies already in boiler, waiting for Vital. Vital turns around right when enemy spots him, and they suddenly leave more in a 1v4. Honestly, if he does it, like, I don't know. I think he's just gonna try to save. And all four of them are going for more. More wins the first duel, though. This could be really bad.
Oh.
Valor! But KD saves the day and does shut down more. They needed this round. Like, look at the way Impera played it. Impera played it immediately. Like, Impera just ran in, immediately got the entry. He didn't give a damn about his team. He just ran into CT spawn immediately, went for another kill, went for the third. More to shut him down eventually. But yeah, they really needed that round. They needed a morale booster, at least for them. They needed to know that they can still hit their shots. So yeah, I honestly,
That's the only way for them. That's the only way for Valor to actually prove dominance when it comes to confidence. Like, we've seen Impera previously. We've seen him put in action a lot of confident plays. Like, the only reason that he went to CT there and he kept on going is because he knows that he shouldn't stop. He knows that he needs to catch people off guard. He knows that if he started dueling, he will start taking shots. And he will when it. Do you see a forward stack here in B?
Well, kind of flash banana, but Impera is ready for it. It was behind the wall. He got hurt by more, but enemy's still there. And honestly, I think they shouldn't commit to this. Are they gonna commit to this? Like, they already saw 2 players, and they were rushed, so they know there's at least 3. Do they not expect the stack? Like, I'm waiting to see something different. An enemy gets dinked, and I think they're just gonna fall back at this point. They have the bomb, they have the man advantage, they have the equipment, but no, Jabs doesn't give a damn. Jabs doesn't want to take kills. Jabs doesn't care about the round. He just cares about his kills. He wants to stay fired up. He wants to fire up his team. He wants to take the matter into his own hands and finish this round as soon as possible. Jabs is at least holding Lumdakor hostage here. Like, the other player is able to rotate the bomb.
Not only Lumdakor, but he's holding the 2 players. Vital is there as well. It's not only Lumdakor.
But
he does get
shot
taken down.
And now they have 2 guns. They can just save these guns. Like, this is honestly, like, yeah, Valor get the bomb, get the run, but this is just like, it's not a small loss. And Lumdakor not being friendly to animals. Lump is just going for blood, animals and chickens, humans and chickens. And yeah, we see a round for Valor now. Like, they won the pistol. They were probably gonna win this round. But honestly, they lost a couple of guns. Like, they lost a couple of guns. They're gonna have to drop. They're making it closer than it has to be.
Do you think?
But yeah,
I have to ask you. Do you think that Valor will be able to do exactly what ISO Power did the first half? Like, do you think they will be able to outshine them? Do you think they're gonna dominate? And because it seems like Impera's back on the game, it seems like Impera's not scared of anyone anymore, and he just it looks like he's thirsty for kills. You know? Do you think that they're gonna stop him? Do you think they're gonna be able to stop him where he is?
Wait, look at the damage they took from the early utility from ISL Power. Like,
Oh.
you've got players on at least half HP now. Really bad for the pistols. Caboose hits his first shot on KD, and that was only one of the
Nice.
players that were fully. Now Jabs is just scared at this point. He's scared for his life. He's the only player on his team that's still full HP. You've got 2 players on the A side of the map. There are 4 players on the defending side. Impera, but he's caught out by Range, and now Range just get a gun. The players with the bomb have to hit B side now. And Core gets taken down by enemy, so they actually have B side. Jabs is in a really good position to backstab. He could get a kill.
Nice.
Lord, and now push
shot.
the 2v2. Range does still have a kit and has an AK. Like, it's still doable for ISO Power, but it's a really expensive round for Valor. Valor's the first to respond on site, and I think Rangers didn't save the AK at this point. He knows he's done enough damage to the economy of Valor. Vival's just gonna try to take as much as he can with them. He doesn't really care. He's gonna buy next round anyways. He's just gonna go for some deagle shots, and I think might be successful in catching out someone, but no. Jazzo responds,
Jazzo
taking him
stops
down
him.
immediately.
Mhm.
And yeah, Rangers just gonna find this again. And 5th round for Valor.
Like, I honestly feel like no matter how low his teammates are, Jabs is still there with full HP for him to be able to secure the round. Like, even if they win for that, they want to have outshined Jabs. We've seen him clutch multi kills on several occasions, and he does not mind on doing it again. But honestly, I believe in the comeback. I don't know about you. We've seen ISL Power prove dominance in Dust 2 at the beginning. Maybe this time they did prove dominance in a full half. But it seems like
Meta picked up the offense.
Valor will be able to do it. They will be able to do it. Look at Impera. Like, look at Jab. Look at the boys.
Well.
Wow.
Ranger
He does
great
manage to
jabs.
get taken down, though. Mm-hmm.
This Range is just expecting someone to jump from apartments, but he's only 1 player. And Caboose is gonna face 3 players on B. Ranger hits another shot. He does get the lurker. Vitals already up apartments. They have to go to this B. Caboose is on his own. He spots the players, he spots the smokes. He's gonna try and stop them with the utility. He's actually going in. Caboose to Madman gets shut down by enemy. And they actually have the side. But look at this! Vital has a really good timing, really fast timing. Immediately takes down Impera. They actually have a chance. The bomb's gonna slowly go down now. Vital has made. Gonna try to do some damage with it. Molotov thrown into new box. Range is pre-firing, but look at enemy's HP. Enemy's 2 HP. He barely survived. Enemy doesn't use the time and gets the shot.
Wow.
Immediately goes on to Vital. It's 13-6. Valor is slowly coming into this. They're making it closer than it's supposed to be, but they're slowly getting back. Very nice shot from Jabs, honestly, on Core. Very nice entry from Impera, but Jazzo abused the timing and almost won the round for his team, but unfortunately, he does get taken down. Looking at this,
We see amazing energy coming out from Valor. What do you think, Fitz? Like,
Valor-
I honestly
Yeah,
thought
Valor
that this is
coming
gonna be a
back.
really fast game. Yeah. It seems like
Yeah,
they're not gonna go down without a fight.
Morale coming back. They're slowly hitting their shots. Jazzo gets flashed in. And Jabs again with another entry on the A side. That's 3 entries. And KD, and they're suddenly just dismantling the defense of A side. KD with the second frag, and A side's
3
open for business.
people
Jazzo's
go
just
down.
doing any beat rotation from the players with the business. Caboose does take down Jazzo. He's gonna have an AK to play with. Jabs is on 4 HP, but there's a player coming mid to hunt him down. Eventually, he does tend to go to apartments, and then Pera's already pushing through B, trying to hunt down the players, trying to save. More does hit another shot.
Moro.
Okay? That's another gun available. More is there, but no Jabs is ready for him. Caboose is ready, and KD is ready for more. And yeah, that's 13-7. Like, yes, they're losing money, but they're actually slowly building their economy. But look at ISL Power's economy. They can buy now into this buy round. 13-7 for Valor. Valor are making it closer. Like, they're making it really close now. ISL Power haven't got a single round so far on their CT side. This is slowly worrying. Like, ISL Power are usually known for their good CT sides, but right now we're not even seeing anything from them. Like, we've completely seen the opposite. Like, we've seen their T side. We're not seeing anything on the CT side so far. And the players from Valor have been hitting their shots. I honestly expect them to keep hitting their
If
shots.
you
If they
realize,
still wanna
like,
have a chance.
especially one of their main consistent players is Lumdakor, and he gets taken down. The last the last 3 rounds, Lumdakor dies on first blood. The first blood straight away goes to Lumdakor. Like, I can't believe that. As much as we talk about Lumdakor's consistency, let me tell you, the last 3 rounds he did not play more than a minute. Like, he's not playing the game. Every round, the last 3 rounds, he dies the first person in the game, and it's honestly surprising being like the man in the team, like being the main carry in the team, and just dying this quick is really sad.
They do lose B side, though. They're gonna go for a boost. Might actually catch that more proper frag in the round. They do get damage to the smoke, but it's a 2v4. It's really good from the Valor side. Jobs does get a frag.
Jobs.
1v4. No, he doesn't.
That was really close for Jobs. ISL Power do manage to secure this round, finally, their first round in the second half. They're close. Like, they know that they just need to get everything together. They just need to get their mental together. They need to, just get it along. They know how to play, focus, and just simply secure the win against Valor. But it seems like Valor are hyped up. I don't know how will the mental be after losing the first round in the second half, because I'm pretty sure they had it in mind. 16-13, guys. It's doable. 16-13. We can stop them. And they were doing a great job, honestly, but ISL Power do come back. Like, they have to stop them. They have to eventually stop them. Let's see if we're going to be able to see a very close game here.
And they're still in the server. The rounds aren't over. The time's not up. They're still trying their best. Moore does get chunked down by a nade. Moore has the op. Moore actually fragged multiple times on the rifle last round. A Molotov goes to sandbags, but I think Jazz was waiting for the flash to be flashed in, if I'm not mistaken, or at least waiting for any play from the CT side. Jazz was on his own. He actually takes down Moore. Really nice pick from Jazzo, but KD's actually being held by Lumdakor, a really tight angle on the op. If he peeks, it's probably his death. There's a player in mid just jiggling, and Lumda has Boiler and hit the shot on KD. Impera does immediately on long. And Impera's going to be, I think they should call it B. Like, there are 2 players. Jazz actually kills the player on balcony. Like, there's only 1 player on Lumdakor. He's actually in the cup trying to get any big shot. He misses his first shot, and I think it's his doom. And Jabs cleans up the round. Jabs is still on fire. He's still hitting shots, but Caboose is still on, and he's still alive. And 1v3, really, really bad situation for him. I think he's just gonna try to survive with his M4 since their economy has already been dismantled. Valor come back again with an immediate reply, 14-8. It's still doable for Valor, but I think ISL Power need to close this game as soon as possible, or they're just gonna run away with it.
They're gonna be forced to go for upgraded pistols, or maybe at least force. Oh, I guess they're just gonna go for the upgraded pistols for now, in hopes that would be able to pick up kills to damage Valor's economy here. But it seems like for now, Valor is on the lead. It seems like Valor, as the team that has 14 kills, 14 rounds, it seems like Valor are the ones who really want to end this game really quick. Like, they know that it's doable. Even if they don't have the advantage when it comes to the rounds, they know that it's still doable no matter what happens.
And
Oh,
KD
KD does
a
take
very
down Lumdacore. Lumdacore is dying really quick, Fitz. What do you think about that?
And Ranger does get a pick though, but he's the only one on the A side. He does have a rifle.
Oh,
Ranger with 3 kills on A side. An instant 2-man spray down through the edge of the smoke puts Valor in a really terrible situation now. You've got Jazzo and enemy on their own in mid, and they're actually opting to go to B side where there is 3 players. From the ISL power side, they might actually just lose to the eco. Caboose does get full blinded, and he walks into the smoke. How before get the frag? Jazzo's on his own against 2 players on
wow.
the B side of Inferno, and ISL power steal the round with some amazing shots from Range in middle. It's 15-8 match point ISL power.
They managed to win it.
Yeah, I'm
We
pretty
are
sure,
seeing a
yeah.
lot of eco rounds winning a lot of buy rounds, like as I mentioned before. Like the players know how to use their deagles. They know how to use their upgraded pistols. They know how to play against rifles here. Oh, enemy takes down Range. Also, he was fully flashed and in the mid lane here. Really impressive shot. Does get hit, and like his HP is really low at this point, but still puts his team on man advantage.
Now looking at this, Bruce Ford trying to do something. At least it confirms that there are at least 2 players on B, so I think they're just gonna go through the mill smoke, obtain a rifle, try to win duels, and Lumdacore gets caught out while trying to sneak from Art by Impera. Impera's just running through, he's just going in, and now Vital is left on his own. He needs to hold it down until his team arrives, but no, he's surrounded from every single angle. The other gets stuck, but Caboose is there. Caboose gets 2. Caboose immediately has an impact on the round right when he arrives from the short. Caboose has a whole. His enemy actually gets a kill on his teammate, but no, Jabs is there. Really nice attempt from Caboose, but Jabs ends the round for his team. 15-9. This game is honestly a seesaw at this point. Like, this is really difficult for ISL power, in my opinion, to close this game somehow. Caboose does get the entry on Vital, and then Caboose immediately chimes them. Anything to get with he was 3 kills in the retake. They eventually just lost the 1-on-1 against Jabs, who was playing in pit, and now we're seeing a full buy on the side of Valor. We're seeing the eco again, but this is really dangerous territory for Valor. They can easily get dominated by the pistols. It's already happened once, it could happen again and again, and if they lose this round, it's game over, and we're going to map 3 tied. The series. Morda spot a player, immediately throws out his smoke, gets smoke, he Molotov to stop any rushes, but there are 2 players here on B using their utility really nicely in order to stop any move push from the side of Valor. Mor actually does get a hit on Impera, who just hides on the corner, and Impera catches more of guard, who was trying to get a really nice position on first oranges. Caboose is probably gonna go for a play, and he gets blinded by the flash, but the smoke has a gap in it. He's gonna try to walk through it, but no, Impera catches him. Shuts him down before he does too much damage. Lumdacore can't do anything, and 2 players are just pushing through coffins. And yeah, it's a 10th round for Valor, and it's getting really out of hands for ISL power. Like, they need to start stepping up, and Ranger does hit a shot on the exit. Maybe could hit a second one, but no, immediately traded by enemy, and Vital is trying to, like, I don't know, damage the economy for the sake of it. Even though, like, every kill is worth it at this point, looking at the economy of Valor. They should try to survive. I think he did lose the economy. Unless he goes against Vital, I think it's just better for KD to just survive at this point. And yeah, they've got the better economy now. They have, like, they're coming back into this. ISL Power do have max loss bonus, so their economy isn't that terrible either. So they're gonna go for a full buy now. and it's honestly getting out of ISO Power's hands, Hisham. They cannot be giving this
I
much leeway to
honestly
Valor.
I do not like. I wouldn't be surprised if Valor actually managed to pull this through until it's a if it's a draw. Like I do expect the next 5 rounds to be in the favor of Valor because if they win this round, ISL Power will be put in a very difficult situation. They're going to be forced to go for a save. They're gonna have to go for an echo because look at their economy. Look at their economy. 0 on Lambda Core and more. Literally. But you see a push
Oh,
here
Kaboom
from
actually
Valor.
tried to play, but it's
Taken down and
entry on site.
opens the
Really
site
nice for Impera.
as
He does
quick
get
as
traded by
possible.
Lumberport. Now it's suddenly. Actually, look at enemies HP. What did Vital? Are they saving? I think
Vital?
they're saving. I think
Why
they're
is
saving.
Vital
I think
just
they've
standing
already
there?
called for the. I think they've already called for the save. I think they're just gonna save their guns, try
It
to
kind
damage
of
their guns. I
makes
think they're
sense.
just. Yeah, they don't want to go into an eco again. They want to buy again. So the immediate save call after Lambda Core gets a frag on Impera, he's gonna try to save. Actually, damages
Oh,
some of Valor's economy. Gets another kill
Lambda
on
Core.
KD. Now Jab and Jazz on their own. And right, they're actually taking down every single Valor player. They've done it. They've brought some equipment to work with. They're actually damaging the economy of Valor. Like they're still gonna be able to buy, but it's not gonna be as comfortable as it was before. Like some nice entries from Antera and Gab. Lambda could eventually just slowly create the frag with a 3K on the exit.
honestly, that was really smart from ISL Power, knowingly that the only way for them to actually win is to slowly take down Valor.
Looking at this.
They do have 3
It's only on a
strong
Deagle.
weapons.
Like Vital's only on a deal.
Yep.
They've got 4 rifles and an op on the T side of Valor.
No, Vital does have a gun. Vital does have a gun.
Yeah, it does have a gun. Never mind. Okay, so now Impera again with the entries. It's always
Impera?
Impera and Jabs on the entries, and we're seeing the execute now on A side. Moore is on his own on side. Actually, there's a 3-man setup on side. 4 people in total. Vital gets the first strike. One of Vital gets ready, and enemies there. Enemy and
Enemy
Jabs
and
immediately.
Jabs.
saved, and now he's grabbing
Wow.
Vital. Vital save this, but no Jabs again and again and again with the 3rd frag on site. Immediately clears out A side for his team, and Lambda Core is put in a 1v3. I don't think he spotted him. He does a very nice shot from Lambda Core.
with the
Now in a
flick.
1v2, but he's 10 HP. He has the
He does
Molotov,
not
he
want
has
to
the flash,
take.
he has the hit, but no enemies there. And Jabs bails them out from another round. Very clean entries from Impera, but it's always Jabs saving the rounds, cleaning it up, helping Valor reach the finish line. We
They can
might
still
just
buy.
be approaching overtime.
I really hope
might
that I
just
see
get-
overtime. Honestly, it will be the closest round for Valor to ever. It will be the only game that any team ever gotten to overtime against Valor. Like we've seen 16-14, we've seen 16-13, and that's the closest thing that would ever get to Valor. But it seems like Valor will have to pull off with some magical plays. They're gonna have to pull off with something right now. Enemy
again, the
takes
first
down Lambda
to
Core,
Valor.
and again, first blood goes on the price of Lambda Core's head. Range though takes down KB. Moore takes down Jazzo, but it still manages to be traded here. Impera goes in. Range is really low, 19 HP. Will they be able to secure this round? Or it
They
seems
do have a
like
kit.
it's,
Like they have 2 guns. They have a kit. They're gonna go for this. Like they're not gonna save.
they have to.
They give
They
the
have to.
option as he's the lowest HP, and now they're gonna go for a 3-man retake from short. Does Impera check it now? If Impera peeks, he's gonna face 3 enemy, gets the first frag. Impera knows that there are other 2 players on short. Impera's just waiting for them to cross side. And Impera and Jabs
Nice.
with the perfect crossfire. Our old dynamic duo is slowly firing up again. They're slowly winning rounds together. And it's 13-15. ISO Power have been on match point for 4 rounds in a row. ISO Power are in a really tight
They're
position right now.
rising up, Fitz. Rising up from 13-2, right? It was 13-2. Was it 13-2 first? The first 13,
Like, yeah, exactly.
13
Only
to
2 rounds
15,
after
13. Wow. Rain J going for a very dangerous pick over there. I think Lumdakor needs to get everything together and he needs to back off. Like, he's trying to be the man of the man. He's trying to be the superhero here. Like, he's trying to make the plays for his team. Instead, he should take a chill pill, back off a little bit. Maybe Moore should try his luck. Maybe Caboose should try his luck because he has been hitting his shots, you know, let Rain J aim. And he should just back off for a little bit. Like, we did call him the star of the game on several occasions. He needs to take care. He needs to stop going in the first. He needs to stop being the like the front pillow. He's just dying straight away. A kill gets picked up though on KD. He does get taken down here.
There are only 2 players on the ace side of the CT defense. They know ace clear. They're just gonna risk 4 players. I'm assuming. No, he falls back again, slowly aggressing around. Valor just playing time, but I don't think any of the CT players of Isolpower are gonna rotate. Actually, yes, as I expected before the guy just comes in. And this is gonna be a really difficult round for Valor. Rangy with 1, Rangy with 2, almost 4 jobs. The starting. There's a player already on spawn jobs against another frag, but enemies in a
1v3 situation.
I think this map's over.
Wouldn't
I
he
honestly
be
think
able to
this
get
map's over.
taken down?
Finally,
6
London shuts them
HP.
down.
Impera
Really nice.
does not call it. He does not call it. He gets taken down. Does not. Maybe he did. Maybe there was a miscommunication there. Maybe he did call it for his teammate, and he did not get a response. But 2 free kills there. Like, they put on a very good show, honestly, from 13-2 to put it up to 16-13. Honestly, it seems like they were struggling. Like, they had to put on a very good show to show them, like, they had to do the impossible here. Like, they actually had to do the impossible here. They had to stop them for so long. They had to force them for so many times. And actually, I'm surprised they lost this. Like, they were on a very good momentum. They were picking kills left and right. They killed Lumdakor for like what, 5 rounds? Like, he didn't play for like 5 to 4 rounds. He would be like the first the first blood would be straight up on the price of his body. But all of a sudden they were like, you know what? Let's take it easy. Let's play it slow. Let's try to go for kills. And that was where they were wrong because they were doing so good. Like, why not keep on going? Doesn't, even if they predict what you guys are gonna do, you guys are getting the kills. You guys are doing everything right. Just keep on going. Was a fun game though. Was a really nice game to watch. Was nice seeing Valor not giving up.
Okay, now looking at this, like, comparing this to Dust 2. Dust 2 was way closer when it came to the first half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was really close. Like, it was back and forth. Isolpower did gain an early lead, but then eventually Valor do end up winning the first half. They started losing again in the second, and slowly Jabs is pulling them through. Right now, Jabs is the only one that's actually doing miracles for his team. Like, Impera is only doing like stuff that you expect Impera to do, but he's not performing on the same level that we saw him in the first semifinals. It's only Jabs. Like Jabs is the only one that's actually pulling his team through rounds and rounds and rounds. He keeps on saving them. They cannot keep
Mm-hmm.
relying on Jabs. Like enemy needs to step up. The other players need to step up. Enemy hasn't been performing in the last two maps so far. Like it's only been Jabs and Impera. Like they can't keep relying on Jabs and Impera right now. Like look at this. Look at the scoreboards right now in front of you. Moore has had a really nice impact. Like look, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
ISL Power, everyone on the team had their impact. Like they played a team game. They all played really good. But then look on the
Mm-hmm.
side of Valor. Jabs with 30 frags and Impera is trailing by them with
Mm-hmm.
an 8 kill difference. Like honestly, this is not the
Mm-hmm.
Impera that we know. But this is the Jabs that we expected. The Jabs that pulled through in the last map. Like really, like I'm not gonna lie, it was a really disappointing CT side from Valor. Like Valor won 2 rounds on their CT side, but on the
Yep. Yep.
contrary, ISO Power do win only 2 rounds on the CT. Like they only win 3 rounds on the CT side, and that's exactly what they
Mm-hmm.
needed. Like in my opinion, Valor played a perfect T side. They played really good. Like I don't want to keep hyping up the team because as a team, I don't think Valor were that present. But as
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
players, Jabs and Impera were always there, were always getting the frags needed. But yeah, I'm honestly like I'm disappointed at the first half from Valor. Really
Mm-hmm.
surprised by ISL Power. Really surprised by how Lambda and Moore were just murdering everyone, like in every part of the map. But we
Mm-hmm.
should like be expecting more from Valor. Like Valor came in unbeaten. They've lost the first map so far in the tournament. This is their first loss on record in the tournament. They have 5 map wins and a single loss so far. Look at the total scoreboard. Impera and Jabs are just carrying through, top fragging on the side. But then looking on ISL Power, it's actually quite balanced. Like there isn't a huge difference. Like it's a team game. Like
Mm-hmm.
Caboose is having a
Mm-hmm.
huge impact. Like Sparta wasn't having the same impact yesterday. So yeah, Caboose coming
True.
in does help the ISL Power side so much in this series. Helps them on both maps. He was performing well on Dust. He played really good on Inferno. Lambda Core is just honestly like he's on another level so far. He's on the same level that Jabs is on right now, and for that, yeah, I'm honestly expecting to see more from Valor. But we'll be moving on to the next map eventually, which I'm assuming is
Expect more
Vertigo.
from more. Like it is.
Uh,
Like we've seen him perform way better, and I honestly still do expect him to like pop off sooner or later. You know, Lambda Core. I was surprised that Lambda Core was literally held hostage in mid. Like he was held hostage. As soon as he picks, he dies. He peaks, he dies. He peaks, he dies. Every single one, Jazu killed him, KD killed him, Impera killed him, Jabs killed him, and they were just he was the first blood for like 4 rounds straight. But as soon as he backed off, as soon as he realized that the game could be won slowly, he doesn't have to do anything heroic. They just need him to be chill, like chill out for a little bit, and he will like he's gonna find his job in front of him. Like he will eventually find his job in front of him, and that basically just him being there in the round got them the last round. Jabs on the other side, Jabs is just he's been popping off a lot. Like even when we think that he's not that present, as I always say, his kills doesn't go he doesn't kill one, he doesn't kill two, in a matter of fact that they're losing half when they lost so many rounds in the first half. Their first round, Jabs had to pull off an ace for them to actually secure their first win. Like he's he's basically just he has a bag on his back. Like he's walking with a bag, asking everybody to just hop on. Uh, Impera is just helping him throughout, and he's just carrying. He's just basically carrying. Like yes, everyone is doing their job, but I must say he's even carrying Impera at this moment. Like he's even
We
they have
haven't
this
seen the
amazing
Impera that was
synergy between them.
the first sim.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly.
Like we haven't seen Impera yet.
Exactly.
Like we've seen Impera before. Like Impera was the highest performing player in the last semifinal. Jabs was still
Hmm.
performing on a high level, but this is completely different. Like
Hmm.
we're actually seeing, like, dare I say it, Impera underperforming. Like he's not even performing at his normal level. Like he's just performing at an average level compared to his own standards. So honestly, for me to give like the total win to Valor, Impera needs to come
Hmm.
back into this game, come back into his own senses,
Hmm.
and start hitting his shots and doing what he is supposed to do, that he's done already and needs to do again alongside Jabs. Like, at least I'm happy to see that Jabs is fired up. I'm happy to see the Lambda core is still consistent, like, is still ever so consistent. I'm happy to see that Moore is still playing well. I'm happy to see Caboose.
Hmm.
Like, I didn't expect Caboose's impact to be that large. So yeah, we have a lot to expect for the next map so far, Hisham.
Hmm. Caboose did really prove his worth. He did make a huge impact on the game. He did show him that he is different than Sparta. He did show that he does go for the picks and he does get the kills. And as much as he's doing a great job, uh, they just still need to keep the momentum up. They need to keep the mental up. They need to believe that the only way to take down Team Valor is for them to keep on playing how they are playing. Smart, fast, efficient, and precise, especially when it comes to aiming. For now, don't forget, the only way for you to join the giveaway, you have to watch and you need to interact on the stream. Yeah, that's pretty much it for now. We're gonna call for an ad break, and we'll see you guys hopefully in the next map.
Hi, this is Andrew from ASUS. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up an AI mesh system using the ASUS Router app. For hard bundles such as this, the settings are pre-configured. If you're creating a configuration customized to your needs, make sure to update the firmware first. In this setup, you need two ASUS routers with AI mesh support and your phone with ASUS Router app installed. First, set up your primary router by connecting it to the modem and establishing an internet connection. Use the ASUS Router app to find it, then connect to it once it's found. Click on Start, then create unique SSIDs so that your AI mesh network can be found using Wi-Fi. A different login and password will be needed for when you need to access the router. Now place your extending node in close proximity and click on Add another node to find it. The pairing process won't take very long, but let's jump ahead anyway. After the pairing is complete, you're ready to place the node in an ideal place to extend your coverage. It's best to provide a line of sight between the two routers if possible. Not hard, is it? Now that AI mesh is set up, you can connect your Wi-Fi devices to either the primary router or the extending node. Seamless roaming switches you to the appropriate router automatically without disconnections. One of the best things about ASUS routers with AI mesh is that the main router is able to lend all connected nodes access to the advanced features such as parental control, prioritized gaming, and AI protection. This is not something that you can do by simply adding access points. For more info, visit our website. This is Andrew from ASUS. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ROG CSGO 2020 Cup. This is the grand final. It's been really, really interesting, to be honest. We've seen comebacks from Team Valor. We've seen Arcel Power proving dominance on several occasions. And we're just jumping to the third map right now. What's your expectations on the third map, Fitz? What do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to pop off?
Yeah, we're going into Vertigo, so we're going into unknown territory for both maps, for both teams. I mean, so we're playing a map that we haven't seen so far in this tournament. We're playing in a map that's actually kind of volatile for both of the teams. I think it's Vertigo, not Mirage. I'm not pretty sure, but anyways, like both maps are.
I think it's
pretty
Mirage,
volatile.
then Vertigo, if I'm not wrong. I think it's going to be Mirage first.
Oh yeah.
I remember Vertigo
Oh,
being the pick that is before last.
It's still the same thing. Like Mirage is still a really volatile
Yeah,
map.
we're going to have to
Like,
see it
before we go-
eventually.
Yeah, like looking at
Go on.
this now before we keep talking about the maps left. Jabs for me is the overall MVP so far. Like this guy carried his team on the first map. Yes, Impera was pretty present in the first half, but Jabs was actually not doing so hot in the first half. Once they switched to that CT side of theirs, Jabs just carries those two on his own. Like, he's always getting 3-4 kills on mid. He's stopping their short rushes. He's pretty much shutting down A site and any attempt of a B split, right? So Jabs was the MVP of Dust, and overall, after his performance on Inferno, trying to actually get his team back into the game, he has to be the overall MVP for me, right? Although Jabs did a really good job so far this series, I still have to like compare him to Lumdacor. Like looking at this, Lumdacor is still the best performing player on his team as expected. Like he's even outperforming yesterday's semifinals. Like yesterday, it was the Moore show. Moore just took over the whole series, and he was honestly just outshining everyone on the server, right? But then Lumdacor steps into this series, revitalized. He's back and he's ready to frag, and he starts to show us what he's made of on both of these maps. Like on Dust 2, he was pretty strong. He was probably the top fragger of his team, alongside Caboose and Moore. And on Inferno here, he was the highest fragger, even though it was like a team play, like team opportunity. But still, Lemdakor showed us his consistency at the highest of levels. Like Moore isn't even getting there yet, and Lemdakor is still firing on all cylinders. Honestly, I'm still like impressed by Caboose, like how high his impact was. Getting back into this lineup, but moving on, like what I expect right now going into Mirage, it's like okay, we know Impera is really good in this map, right? Like Impera,
We've
honestly,
seen him
took a
do
dump
wonders
on the
here.
last. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Impera carried this team on Mirage last time. Yeah, Jabs was present. Jabs was still hitting some really nice shots. But no, Impera was the one that actually got the MVP in the first semifinal, right? So this is what we're gonna expect. Like for me, I expect Impera to start stepping up again on Valor's side, and I honestly hope that instead of us seeing just a single player in Jabs, we start to see Impera. Now we get into the pistol round. We've got 3 players on the A side. We've seen this setup before. We've seen them try debate. We've seen Rock do this before. Caboose is now in Ninja. He's gonna be first contact. Range, Caboose, and more. And what just happened to Valor T side? Enemies left on his own, but he has no chance. He gets shut down by the incredible crossfire setup from Icefall Power. And that's as quick as it gets. That's the first round for Icefall Power.
That's how you close A side. A side's been officially closed for the first round. They're not allowed to breathe. They close it, and the round does not take more than 30 seconds. You cannot rush into A side without your smokes, without your utility, without a plan. You can't just walk into Caboose like that. You can't just walk into range 8 like that. You have to pay.
And look at this, they tend to actually go for the full eco. Now, the first time that we've seen Valor do this in this series so far, they go for the full eco. I think enemy's gonna eat this whole nade. Yeah, he does go down to around half HP. Range does spot a player. I don't know if he knows that enemy's close to him. He tends to smoke balance. Caboose is still in control. I think he spot a player. Yeah, and he does eventually finish off enemy. You've got players in the smoke. Yeah, Moore didn't expect him better, but he does a good shot. Caboose hits a really nice shot, but Jabs again with the deagle. Jabs again, still
Not a
raining
surprise.
headshots. Now Jazoya takes a couple of damage from the nade and the Molotov thrown eventually from Vital. Looking at this, I don't think like Valor are gonna do much in this round, but still they're gonna group up around B-Apps, Jabs and Jazo. They're actually gonna hit the side. If only one player had Jabs hit that, it would have been an open B side. Now he's just gonna scream for help. He's gonna buy some time for his team. He's playing a really nice and defensive position. The bomb is in a really bad place from Jazo. I don't know what was he thinking doing that, but Jabs is now left in a 1v4. 3 players are low HP. Jabs with the first dig on takes him out. Now Jabs is still in a 1v3. Another shot from Jabs on the third kill of the round. Jab almost lands more, but no more takes him down now. And Jabs is still on fire so far in this series. Takes down a couple of guns, but still, they do lose round. Looking back at the shot, Jabs doesn't hit the threat. Vital doesn't hit the threat, and then Jabs just cleans up the left, right, and just takes them one by one.
Amazing.
Now we're gonna see the short
From Jabs, as
early.
expected. His deagle always pops off. His deagle was made.
They're actually fighting mid. They're fighting mid with the SPG that they have. Ranger gets the first strike, but Caboose cannot convert with his MP9. Impera, is he gonna decide to do the smoke? He has a teammate with him, and Jabs that gets another frag. Failed checking underpass for his teammate. And now they're back in a 3v3 with actually an advantage when it comes to the weaponry. They even have an advantage when it comes to utility too. They have an extra nade on Jabs. Both teams have a single smoke and a single flash on different players. Actually, they have 2 flashes on the Icefall Power side. I think Lemdakor picked up a flash somewhere. Looking at this player, they're out. One pulled up mid. Jabs suddenly works his way through short and gets another frag on more. Second of the round. I don't know if he spot Vital or not. He does throw a nade. He does throw a nade at the door, and Jabs has a really good position in E-box, trying to stop any attempts from Vital at stopping the bomb going down. You've got 2 players in kitchen now, and Jabs is ready for that. They're still expecting someone to be coming from somewhere else. As you can see, KD is still checking left and right. Vital spots the first player on side. KD does hit the shot on Lambda, and Impera cleans it up on Vital, and we're back again. First round for Valor, this time way earlier than it took them to get their first on Inferno.
It is their game. You did specifically mention that Mirage is it's Impera's map. Like we've seen him literally walk around Mirage like it's his own house, forcing the players to simply get out. But it seems like here his duo is shining more than him, but it's fine. As long as one of them is shining, as long as one of them is securing the round, it doesn't matter. The other is going to force it. Yep.
Now we see the force by the open. Caboose actually manages to tag Jazzo to 19 HP. Pera slowly working through cut. Pick off a frag on Range that he's given for free. Immediately headshots Range. Slowly working through mid as we expected from Valor to see a way different team on Mirage. We expected Impera to be hitting his shots earlier than expected, and he's doing so good so far. They're leaving Caboose in window now. Impera working his way through stairs. Do they expect that there'll be a player in Tetris? I think they should. Impera checks him, but barely checks him. And no! The AK goes too far. Jazzo does capitalize on more, but now Jabs is stuck on side on his own. Caboose drops him down with Diablo, and this round is actually doable. Caboose is still trying to do more damage. KD eventually does get Lumber, who was stabbing the back. Caboose misses a couple of shots. He does tag Jazzo earlier in the round, but still, he doesn't connect anything else. Vital could have a chance, but no enemy with the single spray down takes down both players and cleans up the round for Valor's side. 2-2 now. We're seeing such a closer half than we're basically seeing Dust on repeat now. Like we're seeing, except like we're seeing Actual Power on the first side of the map. Like instead on Dust 2, Valor could have like equaled and like just went for like the sake of that. But
this is the first time they actually save it. This is literally the first time that I would save it.
Exactly, this is the first time they actually save. And as you can see, it's doing them wonders so far. They pulled out their guns earlier. They're winning rounds earlier. They're having earlier impact. And what's going on now? Like we see, okay,
there's no one in the mid.
Almost a B stack. Yeah, we see almost a B stack from ISO Power, and Valor going through mid this easily just confirms that there's probably a stack on one of the sites. And yes, by them going into A site, it confirms that it is a B stack. And there comes a flash from enemy for Jabs, and I think Jabs is just baiting it, just holding the angle, and players are gonna start to rotate. Impera could be given a free kill here on the core. On the core working, and yes, Impera doesn't get a shot.
Jabs! Oh my god! You cannot stack on Jabs. You cannot stack on what he's known for. You cannot stack on a person that knows perfectly how to take down multi-kills. Like, he just simply wrote, like, he sprayed left to right to left, and he just took everything. Look at that. Jabs, really impressive.
We're getting back into the round. We see the buy round coming out from ISO Power. We see an early ramp smoke. I mean, on a deep nade trying to do some damage. It actually takes enemy and Jabs. Impera worked way through Palace. Lambda does kill him, but Jazzo's immediately behind Impera to trade. It's an even trade for both sides. We see the more now, but Caboose hits a nice shot through the smoke. Range kills one of the players out of ramp, but now Jabs is left on his own in ramp with the bomb dropped. He does get a hold of the bomb, but enemies there. I think he heard him scope. No! The timing! An enemy gets the kill, and Caboose had his back behind turned to him. Now it's suddenly a 2-on-2. Vital trying to do any damage on the bomb. Throws a nade. down to Ram, but it doesn't really do much. Moore might just work through the smoke, but what did he actually do with enemies really close to him? There could be a timing here to be abused, but no. He does actually treat the connector safely, and he misses a shot. Both of the uppers miss their shots. Enemy just falls back, and Jabs is slowly playing time on ramp, trying to play the bomb. Moore is holding enemy and actually frags him. Jabs the stick down the bomb player, but no, Moore is there. But yeah, he does get the frag, but loses the round. Really well played, Valor. That was way close to comfort for their side. Although, fourth round, moving on here to Valor. Really impressive
Managed
play.
to be
Like it
secured.
it almost went bad, but the trades eventually go in the favor of Valor when enemy makes a really nice play from Connector, killing the first player who was Caboose, and then turning into 2v2, buying enough time for Jabs to go back to ramp and play the bomb, and Jabs, by killing the last player, eventually succeeded.
We're gonna see a full.
Now we're seeing a
Hold
really
on,
fast
hold on.
speed rush.
Are we seeing a full rush here? We haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, Jabs immediately takes him, and more
Down,
who had
Jabs
the off,
with the-
immediately gets taken down. And yeah, this round's over at this point. It's just a whitewash turning through. Yeah, they're just closing shop.
Quick as
And,
possible.
yeah, 5-2.
Can't really do anything.
so yeah.
I mean, Team Valor is a team that you would like. I don't think I've seen ISIL Power. Like we've seen Team Valor win a lot of eco rounds. Like they first bought upgraded pistols, and we've seen them win a lot of times. But I think it's gonna be really hard to do it to Team Valor. Like they're not that easy. Look at them; they do have their setups ready for Mirage. They know what to do when it comes to A site. Like it shows how much experience they have for this map and the reason why they've been winning so much and playing this confident when it comes to Mirage, especially in T side.
So looking at this now, more still good, but does he know that there are two players coming up underpass? He doesn't expect it. It eventually turns around, but loses the duel to enemy who's down to 37 HP. Ranger expects a window, which immediately takes down KP. And Caboose does kill another player in Connector. Jab has come out of ramp with an immediate trade on Lumbercore. He's gonna try to probably make a play on stairs. He does have
Wow.
Ranger and kills him!
What a
And
wonderful-
Jab from Caboose again! This guy is unstoppable. Leaves Vital in a 1v3. Jabs down 16 HP, but he's probably still going for the frag. Jabs has a really good position in Connector. Puts Vital in a really bad spot now. He's gonna take his first duel. He doesn't spot the player in CT though. Vital might just, he's just gonna go for the save. But again, we keep talking about Jabs. He's doing the impossible to keep his team in this series and to win them this best of 5. Vital is gonna just try to save his AK.
Oh.
Gets taken down to 20.
He does get
And I think he's
spotted
just-
though. He does get shots. Gets taken down by
Jazzo
Jazzo.
eventually tracks him down.
What a beautiful jump into a double kill when it comes to Jabs. He doesn't stop. Like he doesn't he did not stop. Maybe he stopped a little bit. Maybe he parked when it came to Dust 2, but he knows that the team needs him. He knows that he needs to shine. He knows that he needs to just keep him going non-stop. Killing machine. He's fueling up. He wants to win this tournament. He's taking it back home. He's securing it, and he's going for the risky shots. That's what Team Valor is known about. Enemy just rushes and takes a kill on range A. This is confidence there. Oh, Mo takes down KD. Was that through the
yeah,
smoke,
eventually.
or did he see him? Was that like it did seem like it was random shots from the smoke?
Eventually, the frags are just
And
cleaned up
on
by a quick
Caboose.
mid-rush from Valor.
hmm
Everyone's almost
Let's
low
see if
HP, so yeah,
Lambda
Lambda
Call is
does
gonna
some
take.
damage.
Yeah, they're gonna go what they're known for. He's gonna try to go for some exit kills, maybe try to kill someone and take his gun and save it. But it's pretty much impossible at this point for him. Like, I don't know if he's not gonna be. He's even saving. He doesn't have a kit. He's trying to save his armor. He just wants to live and maybe find a gun at this point. He's up the deagle though.
And he actually went for the bomb. And Wonderful
Picks
only
up a kill
dismisses
and
Jabs,
jabs.
but he does kill him. He doesn't get the gun, but at least damages a little bit of the economy for them. Actually, it doesn't do much as Jabs already got the money from the bomb detonating, so he doesn't really lose anything except the gun that he had in his hand. But so far we're seeing what ISIL Power did to Valor being done by Valor to ISIL Power. Like we're seeing a different T-set. And look at this, they're actually just rushing me like Jabs is
Jabs?
stuff.
Jabs?
This time, where's that with
Oh,
and immediately they
more.
go full line. And Vital expected him with Mamba as well, and more makes the shot on Jabs. So Vital is still on site, he can still do more damage. Gets caught out reloading in the open. AD eventually trades them and makes it an even trade. Round 3. Impera gets dinged and spotted by the player in kitchen door, and now there's 2 of them. Rangers, they're with the job. We've got 3 players from the ISIL Tower side retaking from the kitchen. We've got an op on Range A, we've got 2 rifles, but look at the HPs of the Valor players. Like Impera's already down to 10 HP. He can't really compete or contest in this round. It's probably all on KD and Jazzo. KD has a really nice spot in default. He could get a frag on the third door, but the timing isn't in his favor. And suddenly Impera is on his own. You know what? 3 with 10 HP gets the first. Gets the second Impera!
Really close shot from Impera.
But really nice try from Impera.
He went for it.
Round
He actually went for it. As low as he was on HP, he trusted his aim. He knew that he peeked twice and he got the kills. He trusted that he's gonna go for the third one. Unlucky. He took down Range A there, took down the star of the team straight away from the beginning as the first blood. Like Jabs could have actually secured it there, but you can't really do anything in front of Range A's sniper. We've seen a lot. Oh,
another shot. Okay, whatever just happened, I think Valor are not even playing the game tactically anymore. They're just like, okay, we're hitting our shots. They are not. Just run and win duels. Except this time, Jabs loses the duel, gets overconfident, and puts his team in a really, really, really unfavorable situation. Like, look at KD's HP. Like, he has 3
HP.
Impera has a really nice position. Impera has been hitting his shots so far.
He does have a Molotov. He has a flash. He has a smoke. He is ready here.
And KD does get a frag on his 3 HP. Traded by Vital, but there's almost no time. He has to stick the bomb. He spots that he's up. He takes him down.
Everybody dies. And yep, round goes to Valor. But ISIL Power's economy is still healthy. Like maybe it's not like they can still keep on going. Like maybe Lambda Core doesn't have enough to buy, but others they do have. Like they can buy. I think they're gonna. I mean, weirdly, they are going for the upgraded pistols here, but we do trust in their deagles. Honestly, I honestly believe Caboose will be able to pick up several kills here.
Looking at this, it's just another mid-take. They're just running around everywhere on the map. They're just confident in their aim, they're confident in winning their duels, and they've been winning so far. Like, we see a window smoke being filled on the Valor side. They're getting their frag. Jabs is spotted. Takes a couple of shots and then falls back. Range A decides to fall back as well. Impera's already close. Surprises Range A by being this close. Slowly working around the A side of the map. We've got a player on ticket, and he's the only player there in London. Immediately spotted by Jazzo, immediately removed from the site, and then Jabs already is in a really good position to stop any rotations. More, does he expect it? Yeah, Impera just gets another frag, Jabs does as well. Vital does hit a really nice shot on Impera. Doesn't really retrieve the gun, and eventually falling back to try to save his armor, maybe taking someone else with him. And yeah, eventually gets taken down by
Like
Enemy.
Valor is dominating. Honestly, they just want to get this back home as soon as possible. Like, luckily, we're gonna see Vertigo. I did mention that I really want to see, like a different map. You've been wanting to see Vertigo since the beginning of the tournament, and luckily, we're gonna see it. But it seems like Mirage is in the pocket right now. Maybe it is still the first half. ISO Power did show wonders on several occasions, but I don't think they're gonna be able to outscale Valor. Like, Jabs doing work, Zera's doing work, everyone is doing work. I feel like it's gonna be really hard for ISO Power. More though, take kill on Impera. Jazzo kills Lumbercore. More does not stop and still going. Snipers are stealing the spotlight. Quick round for ISO Power here.
Really well played by the Crossfire. Moore got the frags that he needed to do. He got a frag on Impera, who was like hyperly aggressive, jumping into window. Like the window was mollied and it was smoked, and then he jumped into the smoked molly. Moore heard him, immediately fragged him. Jazzo tries to get a frag from Palace, but then Moore trades him as well. Just shuts down the two-sided attack on this A side. Now looking at this, like, we have a buy, right? But look at this from Caboose. Like, Caboose is in a really nice position to maybe stop this execute. He sees the nades. He's gonna throw the Molotov to try and stop it, but you've still got a player in Palace. So yeah, you've got players on ramp, not being able to exit the site. You have a flanker coming down from underpass. So Caboose is kinda in he's in one of the best positions right now to stop this execute. Jabs is waiting for him. Like he expects someone to peek him from there, and Caboose might actually give him that. We're gonna see now. Not sure if he spotted it, but Caboose is in a really nice spot so far. You've still got a player underpass. Like, you've got 3 players in the CT defense. Caboose close up. You've got a player default, and you've got a player ticket. I think the player ticket is ramp. First contact on ramp. Caboose immediately traded, and I don't know what the player ticket was spotting. They go back and immediately taken down. Lumbercore is now on his own on site. Impera just flips down from the underpass. One more. Rotates a little bit late. Taking down
with the double kill.
Possession. Almost hits the third. Now in a 2-on-2 retake, Bomb's running in a really unfavorable position. And Moore with a really quick enemy. Now the bomb is actually on default. Like, it's a really bad position for them. Is the only gonna reach Vital? It's not, and the round's over.
He's going for it.
That's actually a 5th round for ISO Power. Real nice shots from Moore, allowing for the retake to happen. Now looking at this, so far, I felt like it's going back and forth, right? But Valor have been hitting their shots. The thing is that they're actually getting way too comfortable. Like, I don't want to say this, but they're just look at what's Strange doing? Impera and Kitty need to get some frags. Lumbercore has a rifle though. Trades a frag from A side. And the players spread around the map, so yeah, as I was saying, like, they're just getting comfortable, right? They're just like, look at this. Jazzo's on his own on A side. Bombs already on T, right? Them running mid with the least amount of ability. It's just being played like bugs, and they're just abusing the fact that they're just winning their duels. Enemy and KD are both backside at the moment. Enemy's Vampiller. Moore already is holding a really nice angle on enemy, so it's probably a frag. Could be a frag at least for ISO Power. Instead, enemy does tend to hit the shot. Lambda does trade it on enemy, and now it's a 1v1 retake on KD, who has the HP advantage. Going for him at the KD eventually does hit the shot, and that's the first half going to the side of Valor. 10-5 to Valor.
Was expected. I must say, like, this was cold. It was expected, and like what else? What else more can do? Tell me, like what else that more can do? He's sniping, holding sights. He's doing wonders left and right. And Lamdekor is living up to the expectations of him being consistent. He's not like, yes, he did a lot in Inferno, but he, at least I hope that he's not doing the mistake of, you know, him. Because at this moment, Moore is being the hero. Jazzo takes down Vital really early on the
Leading gets around,
game.
frag.
2 kills
Nice
go
shot
to
from
Valor. Third one, 4 people still alive. Oh my god.
Well, there was an
Demolished
attempt,
by Valor.
there was a
Like,
weak attempt at the A fake. Like, they were trying to fake A with a single jungle smoke and a P250. The P250 loses his duo. And unlucky, like, for ISIL Power, they do lose a player once KD starts pushing the apartment.
mhm.
But, like, it was kind of expected. Like, only one player came out, A, died, was communicated to the rest of his teammates. Everyone rotated to B, and yeah, that B hit was just unsuccessful. Jabs beats the smoke, beats the flash, he's just pushing in, he's going for blood, he spots no one. So at least he knows that mid is clear. Now most of the players are rotating around the A side, as we can say. Enemy and Jazzo getting fragged respectively. Jazzo is spotting another player instead of
Oh
missing
my
a
god,
shot. Kabu
these
actually getting a
things.
frag. Enemy finally getting a frag. Enemy getting 2 in succession. And Jabs finishing off Caboose. It was a really well fought eco by ISIL Power, but Valor do manage to clean it up. Yeah, so far,
I think
as
Moore
long
have
as
done
like
so much damage that round, like especially with the pistol on a very long range. He did manage to dink. I think he dinked enemy or Impera, if I'm not wrong. He dinked him pretty much several times, but still, it's a Glock. Can't really do much about it. But they do fully buy right now. Like, we don't see them doing the same mistake. I'm not gonna call it mistakes because they always pick up kills, even if they force. Um, uh, but we did see them fully save and just run through the round. Like, even if it's just gonna cost them one fast round, it doesn't matter. We won. Oh, Vital gets shot down to 33 HP by
And
KD
Impera pushes
through the
middle.
wall. Oh my god.
Impera pushes middle and
Impera
gets 2
needs to
frags
chill
on.
out. Wow.
Okay, so only the trades go to the side of ISIL Power. They do lose a lot of HP in the process. 98 damage done to Caboose and around 60. Impera gets fragged. They actually have a really good chance in redeeming this round. Valor, both players are on this side of the map, and both of the ISIL Power players have a total combined HP of 35. Caboose is slowly trying to work a frag somewhere from Tetris. They spot the player on default, I'm assuming. Impera's actually falling back like he's spotting mid. Enemy's on his own. He knows that a player dropped into side though. He's assuming there's someone else. After the utility is being thrown, he knows that there's someone else. Enemy just pops out now, gets the frag on Vital, and yeah, Impera just cleans up Caboose. So after a couple of hectic like frags everywhere on the map, like we saw Impera pushing mid, getting a couple of frags, gets started by Lamdekor. The A lurker beats the A defender. Same for the B player, and eventually Valor are put in a really bad spot. Impera does succeed in killing the only full HP player in that round in Lamdekor, which really gives him a really good spot, and we had a really good position on triple, which eventually did stop the bomb plant, and Impera cleaned up the last frag of Caboose, who had 2 HP. Looking now at this, like, ISIL Power are just in a really difficult situation. Like, they're not hitting the frags, they're not really... they, like we've mentioned it before, their T side is not impressive. Hence why I was really impressed with the T side on Inferno. So yeah, maybe Inferno was different. Or maybe not. Maybe just Valor played a bad game. Like, I don't really know. Okay, now
True.
Lamdekor hits a really nice jabs. Almost hits the second on enemy, but frag. KD spots Ranger, but Vital with another deep shot, and suddenly a 2-on-3. Enemy spots 2 player. He's waiting for them to drop out. He drops. I think, yeah, they're gonna secure the bomb and trees. No, the molly prevents him. Really nice usage of
They're
utility
not
from
able
Jazzo.
to breathe. They can't actually
Yeah,
do
that's
anything there. Like they tried their best to at least go for the plant, but they couldn't even plant. See, this is what I was talking about in the previous game when they were playing in Inferno. Have you realized how fast were they till they got to be? Like they would call it before they would even be there. That would be really fast when it comes to the rotations. But like at some point, Jabs decided to park, and now I feel like he realized it. He would just go left and right. He has the mobility for it. He would go and fight anyone anywhere, and that's what's keeping Valor, as healthy as possible. Not only that they can keep them away, not that only that they can stall as much as possible, but they can deal damage until their teammates arrive. That is really impressive.
Look at him, Pat.
Oh,
Look
do
at
we
his
see
position.
a flag
And
here?
it's not by Range.
Ooh,
No,
Rain J.
Diamond doesn't go for his favor. Jazzo is still on triple with the op. At least it's been called that they're gonna hit A with the information spot. Jazzo gets the
Jazzo
first
picks
frag.
up a kill.
Lumbakor does trade Jazzo eventually. Enemy's on Insters is not trying to do his best. He does get his frag, but Kabu trades them, and he puts KD in the 1v2 retake for the first time in a long time. You see
Ooh,
ISO Power in a favorable position, but KD double dings Caboose. Eventually makes it a 1v1 again. KD against Rain J. We haven't seen Rain J so far this series, but we've seen KD. We know what KD can do, but no, Rain J
he's
says
proving
no
it.
and hits the shot
Mhm.
and wins the round for his team. The first round in a long time for ISO Power.
Mhm,
14-6. It's on like at this point, like from watching every single game since the semifinals started, anything's possible at this point. Like any stupid comeback is possible. Anything is really doable. Like I don't want to roll them out.
You feel like
far.
Valor would have less mistakes than ISIL Power. Like they are
Yeah,
machines
that's
at
what
this.
I.
They are machines at this point. Maybe like the fuel was down when it came to the Inferno game, but they got it back. They got the hype back. Like there's a specific thing that keeps them going, and I guess it's challenge. Like when they see there's challenge, they don't really expect it. Maybe catches them off guard in the first half, but they always manage to come back eventually. And we did mention Mirage is their map. Like we did mention that we've seen them on Mirage on several occasions, popping off, especially when it comes to Jabs and Pera. Oh,
Shot.
Jazzo
Enemy hits
and
another
enemy
D.
with the Deagle shot.
Enemy's on his
Oh,
own, but
London needs to chill
saves
out.
the round. Imperial's slowly trying to do anything, but he's kinda stuck right now. KD does deke someone. Impera can get a free frag on
Oh
Ranger,
my
and he's suddenly
god.
a 2-on-2. And Impera has a rifle, he spots the player in default. Moore does kill KD, and he does throw a flash for him, but Lumdakor hits the nice shot on Impera, and it's 14-7. Although like Valor were on the eco, they were like they made the round really expensive, really close for ISO Power. Looking at the shot from Lumdakor immediately gets that, and then just played enemy who he knew was on default. Then yeah, more Jab almost gets like Impera almost gets a good frag. Then yeah, Lumdakor just saves the day with the last frag on Impera. Now we see Valor like they've actually learned their lesson. Right? They stopped for actual eco and they needed the double eco, so they went for another eco. They're playing it slow, using their economy. I'm happy that they're actually doing that. A really nice flash from KD allows Jazzo to get a frag on Caboose. And actually
Oh
get on a
my
nice
god,
deagle shot from Jabs. Lumnagor slowly trying to work through short again, as both of the other players on his team are working through the apps. Lumnagor slowly working through short, making sure everything close to him is clear. Most of the CT players are in kitchen though, and then KD offers a frag, but no, Jazzo immediately gets another trade with the AK. Jazzo still on first, so far, Vital does trade. Jazzo with the
nice
third of the
Jazzo with the
round!
trade.
Jazzo has 10 HP, he's trying to buy time for enemy to flank from the apartments. If he can buy enough time for his teammate, the round might be theirs. Range really nice situation here against Jazzo, gets the flag, and almost flicks on
Valor
enemy
manages.
with his
That was
HP.
so close.
And Matt
That was
points
really
out-
close. They did manage to secure Jazz. That was very nice kiting and changing. Like he kept on changing targets on several occasions. I mean, come on, Jazz playing Deagle and not getting a kill. Like we have to see something. We have to see some actions. Although, as you realize, he was really low, but he's still confident. Like he's not gonna go down without a fight. He's not gonna go down without him at least taking one player with him. But Jazzo kiting around that site, that was really, really nice to see.
So yeah, this round is being played slow by ISL Power. Like looking at their equipment, they're just trying to force some frags on the map. You've got two players on the B side this time. Bomb is still in spawn. And actually, they opt for more a frag with the Deagle into it. And Caboose also does kill Jab, so suddenly two frags in the middle have been offered to ISL Power. He is the solo the anchor, does spot the first there. He hears that there's more, he hears the utility. A Molotov is failed. Vital is there. But Vital actually pulls him, doesn't finish his frag. Eventually takes him down, but Caboose has the chance to trade. Now Impera and Jazz are both on op. Impera almost hits a quick scope on more, doesn't really succeed. Jazzo's, like, I think this round's honestly just in the favor of ISL Power, just by how the frags went in the early round. Jazzo's just trying to do as much damage as possible. Impera eventually does take down more, but Impera is the last man alive, and he's just gonna save his op with his remaining 16 points of health. So yeah, so that was well played by ISL Power. They
I was
played it
surprised
slow,
that
like, Valor
Jazzo
were
didn't
starting
go and
to-
save as well. Like I was
Yeah, well,
surprised it was
Valor,
actually
like,
in
were
the
doing comfortable.
site.
Yeah.
I mean, they
yeah, he tried.
you do feel like they do have that in them. They do get comfortable on several occasions. They did get that feeling that they were like, you know what, meh, we just need one round. Rushes underpass with an op. Like I do expect Impera to do it like at some point in the game, but you know they are like paying attention as much as possible. They just want to get it done with. Like they actually just want to get it done with.
Indeed they do, and now looking at this, they're gonna have to pull off an eco round. They did win the last eco round, Power. Maybe they could end this game on an eco. Now we're seeing Jabs pushing underpass. With this easy, you've got three players around top mid, you've got only a single player holding the B apps push. So yeah, they're gonna contact soon. Jabs and Vital, who's gonna win the duel? Jabs does dink him, but Vital wins the duel eventually. Impera does have the op, so they actually forced around Impera's op. They trust in his op. They trust in him taking over the round. They trust in him in securing their map win. Now, looking at this, we still have, like, most of the players orientated around the A side of the map. Like, you've got a single player holding top mid in range. Impera's trying to maybe get the pick. He does miss the flick, and now they know that there's an op on the CT side around the A side. Jazzo is still there. KD is slowly rotating. More could be even caught off guard now. Like, Jazzo has a really nice position, but now he decides to fall back. And KD is holding the angle. He falls back from there. Jazzo gets the frag full blind, but he is immediately defeated by more. Impera's there. First hope shot of the round. Almost hits the second. He has to go for it again, but Vital's ready for it. and it's now enemy left on his own with an M4 against 3 players. You've got 2 players down on the side. Enemy's taking a
Oh
save.
my
He's
god,
actually
that
taking a
nade.
save, but no more to spot him. More spots him and takes him down. And it's 15-9. ISO Power slowly coming back, and I think Valor have
Are
to
we
go for
seeing Inverno all over again? But in this position, that's Eiffel Power that is trying to get the comeback here. Like we've seen Valor trying to get a win when they had only 3 rounds in favor, and ISL Power they basically stopped ISL Power on 15 rounds, and they got so close. They were 2 rounds away from getting an overtime, but it seems like ISL Power, they're going for it as well. ISL Power, Vital takes a kill on KD. They're just popping off. Caboose takes a kill on enemy. They really want this one. They really want it. Like they're actually trying so hard.
It's still an eco round, so we're just seeing like they're just winning some sort of individual duels on the unarmored pistol players. Like everyone's just relegated to like a normal pistol. Like the only one that goes for the deagle is Jabs. Although like you'd excuse him, you know what Jabs does with his deagle. A molly does get failed, so they still suspect Under Palace. I think this get given from the USP and Caboose is now spinning around. And Jabs hits the first shot, but no immediate clear by Vital. Actually, Impera gets another frag. This is looking a little bit dangerous. Impera with another USP
Oh
shot.
my
And
god.
Jazzo shows up, and it's only Lambda Code. Are they gonna win it with USPs? He thinks him.
Lum.
Impera
Oh
finishes the
my
round and
god,
finishes the game
Impera.
with a USP. They actually lost to the
What
pistols.
did I just watch? Impera.
Um,
Impera,
Impera
what
hit a
did
couple of
I
things.
just watch?
Well,
He hits
like
his shots. Like we were expecting a full eco there, maybe damaging their economy a little bit. But with honestly, Impera with the clutch. Like Impera with the clutch. Like he pops off out of nowhere. Like how will we expect this guy to just simply come out of nowhere like with an eco round with a USP just dinking everybody left and right and securing the win. That was really close for ISL Power. I must say that was really close for ISL Power. Like they were all doing such a great job, but even when they're eco, even when Team Valor is on their eco, every single one of them, they always do their job perfectly. What do you think of that game? That was really good. I honestly enjoyed it.
okay, so yeah, this game like it showed us how the Valor players can be really strong, like when they're on point and
Mm-hmm.
when they're playing maps they're comfortable on. It's showing us that Valor isn't really like I don't want to like I don't want it to sound this bad, but Valor is just relying on their players to carry them through
Mm-hmm.
difficult times, and ISOL Power is actually a better unit. Like, let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Rangy still isn't really showing up whatsoever. Like, I haven't seen anything from Rangy so far. Like, maybe the first and second map were good, but yeah, Rangy doesn't really have a good performance this map. But yeah, what I said was correct. Impera steps up in Mirage. Impera top frags in Mirage with 24 frags or 25 if I'm not mistaken. And Jabs was hitting on all cylinders so early. He eventually took a step down, and Impera just took over the map. He just took over the game. I'm really happy to see enemy actually fragging now. I'm happy to see Jazzo hitting his shots, and
Mm-hmm.
KD is doing a decent job so far. And I hope that, like for ISL Power, it's really unlucky for them to lose the game in such fashion to like full pistols. Like everyone was unarmored. They literally just lost to USPs and a single deagle. I just hope
Mm-hmm.
that they don't carry on like this tilt and this bad mentality onto the second and onto the fourth map of this series. Because if they're still tilted, if they're still feeling bad and stupid about how they lost a round like this, if they're just annoyed, if they're just not focused, not in the mood because of a round like this, they might just lose the whole series. Like they need to
Mm-hmm.
win this map in order to take it to a fifth one. But if they do not put up at least the same performance they put up in Inferno on Vertigo, it'll
Mm-hmm.
probably just be the victory for Valor, as I predicted earlier. But still, Vertigo, it's really fast paced. It really relies on your players fragging. Yet, after a couple of changes, the map became a little bit more team based. Like the map
Mm-hmm.
before, like you could have basically had a player just swarm through the A side on their own. And eventually, as the map has been played multiple times and it has been changed multiple times just to help the CT side defend, it's been like what do you say? Like it's been way more balanced. Like look at this enemy actually putting in a really good performance. Like Jabs was going
Mm-hmm.
on really good early on, but eventually enemy still stepped up, and Impera finally showed us why he was the second highest ranking player in the tournament before the semifinal stage. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Lambda Core still stable, still consistent. I cannot take anything away from him. Caboose, same thing. More, same thing. But yeah, Vital, comparing his performance here to the other maps, probably could have played like a little bit better. But it's fine. It's a really long series. They still have another chance in the next map, and hopefully they'll get their stuff together and they'll put on a really good performance like they did on Inferno. uh
Mm-hmm.
like just my tip, like just my 2 cents to ISOL Power, if they can regroup like mentally, and they can like just take a breather, relax in this break, just take their time and see how everything goes. If their players can restore their confidence, if you restore Vital's confidence to himself, if you help Ranger step up, if you take it slow and just not be annoyed and just forget what's already happened and focus on what's gonna happen, they can still
Mm-hmm.
pull off Vertigo. So yeah, so far this game's MVP is like this match's MVP is Impera. He played really well, as I have mentioned before. Like look at his headshot ratio. Like he still has a 67 headshot ratio, and he was actually opping. Like we haven't seen a lot of
Yep.
opping from Impera, but we actually saw him opping now. We saw him hitting some really nice shots.
Finally,
We saw him,
we've seen him open.
yeah, we saw him.
Finally.
So yeah, it was a really good game from Valor. We saw them just rely on their individuals, so that's a really like volatile experience. Like that's a really volatile setup. If you're gonna just only rely on your heavy fragging players to carry you to the end, it's not gonna go well for you once you go into a map that actually like let's not talk about that. Let's say like if you walk into a team, like all of the players are hitting their shots and they're playing together, like Inferno. ISL Power were really
Mm-hmm.
strong Inferno. Yes, Jabs saving them left, right, and center, but still, Jabs wasn't enough, and eventually they did lose the map. But yeah, comparing Lambda Core to Impera, Lambda still like honestly he's my favorite player on his consistency is nothing to be messed around with. This guy hasn't had a bad game so far in the tournament itself, and Impera has been having a real.
Sadly, I think Fitz connection is cutting off for now. Everybody, please don't forget: the more that you interact and the more that you watch, the more chances you get to enter the giveaway. Welcome back, Fitz.
Hi, this is Andrew from ASUS. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up an AI mesh system using the ASUS Router app. For hard bundles such as this, the settings are pre-configured. If you're creating a configuration customized to your needs, make sure to update the firmware first. In this setup, you need two ASUS routers with AI mesh support and your phone with ASUS Router app installed. First, set up your primary router by connecting it to the modem and establishing an internet connection. Use the ASUS Router app to find it, then connect to it once it's found. Click on Start, then create unique SSIDs so that your AI mesh network can be found using Wi-Fi. A different login and password will be needed for when you need to access the router. Now place your extending node in close proximity and click on Add another node to find it. The pairing process won't take very long, but let's jump ahead anyway. After the pairing is complete, you're ready to place the node in an ideal place to extend your coverage. It's best to provide a line of sight between the two routers if possible. Not hard, is it? Now that AI Mesh is set up, you can connect your Wi-Fi devices to either the primary router or the extending node. Seamless roaming switches you to the appropriate router automatically without disconnections. One of the best things about ASUS routers with AI Mesh is that the main router is able to lend all connected nodes access to the advanced features such as parental control, prioritized gaming, and AI protection. This is not something that you can do by simply adding access points. For more info, visit our website. This is Andrew from ASUS. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ROG CSGO Gaming Cup 2020. It's the grand finals night, and we have seen an amazing gameplay from both teams. We've seen clutches, we've seen everything, and it's been an amazing time, honestly. They've both gave the performance that we've been expecting from the people who reached the grand finals. We played 3 games. We are going into the 4th game that will be Vertigo. It's going to be a map that we haven't seen yet on the tournament. It's going to be interesting. I honestly think that it's going to be interesting. What do you think, Fitz?
I think Vertigo is probably a good shout to the Valor players, because Valor are, as we mentioned, they're pretty good at they are utilizing their individual fraggers in a good way, and Impera and Jab, right? As you can see on the scoreboard in front of you. On the other side of ISIL Power, you can see a little bit more balanced gameplay. Like, they're not as separated when it comes to performance as Valor are. You can see Lambda Core. He's putting in a shift. He's been putting in a shift so far in the whole tournament. So we're used to him doing this, right? Caboose' entry. Like, I honestly think if Sparta was was in place of Caboose, I think they would have lost 3-0. Like I think they wouldn't have had a chance on Inferno if Caboose wasn't playing his part. So for that, I honestly like, and Moore's been playing well, right? So far, like
As
I've
always,
been
he,
seeing.
he he always keeps it up. Like maybe he's not doing as good. Like Caboose, yes, did pick up more kills than him, but every time he's there when the team needs him. Like we've seen him in action. Every time the team needs him, he's always there.
And yeah, we're also seeing the difference between like having a substitute and having your main player. Like, I probably would have gone for Valor 3-0 if Spawns was here. Like, Spawns was hitting some really nice shots in his semifinal. But KD's here. Like KD, yeah, he's a stand-in. You don't really expect so much from him, right? So he's doing the best that he could. But yeah, so far,
Mhm.
Jabs is yeah, Jabs is just the best player in the tournament so far for me. The best player this series so far for me. Jabs is unstoppable. Impera's a close second had he not like had a bad showing or like yeah a bad showing on us too like or Inferno like I can say that like he has high standards of himself. Had he hit those usual standards, I would have said that Impera is a really good shout for like a second MVP. But for me, yeah, Jabs has to take the MVP so far. I honestly give core on the other side immediately because
Mhm.
Impera right, but Impera only played well in like one map actually. Like Dust 2, he was playing the first half pretty good. He was on the second half. Like I'm talking about his standards. Like I'm talking about high standards, right? Like we're giving him really high standard. So yeah, for me, it has to be Jabs versus Lomdakor. Lomdakor hasn't stopped ever since the tournament started. He showed
Mhm.
us
Mhm.
yesterday in their semifinal. He's showing us today. Jabs wasn't as this effective as he was before. Maybe Impera was just taking too much space. He was in the show, but
Mhm.
now we can see
Mhm.
the true colors of Jabs. And honestly, like if we just compare the players head to head, Valor kind of had an advantage, but no,
Mhm.
honestly, like it's just uh, the players are just way better organized. They're playing better team Counter Strike, and they could hit a couple of like good rounds on Vertigo. Yet I might just have to stick with my prediction of 3-1 for Valor, and I'd go for Valor taking Vertigo. What do you think?
Like as you said, we haven't seen the map Vertigo yet. We don't know what ISL Power is capable of doing when it comes to a map like Vertigo. You did mention before, I remember yesterday or before yesterday, you did expect that at some point Team Valor will be able to pick Vertigo, and it does seem like Team Valor that they have the more coordinated experience when it comes to teamwork. They do seem like they know what they're doing. So it seems from the way they play, from the way they like, from what they have achieved, and them being one of the teams that are unbeatable. This was their first loss. Like ever since they got into the tournament, this was their first loss. It shows how much practice they've been putting in. It shows how much they're ready for the tournament. And honestly, I do expect them to be more prepared to play Vertigo than ISL Power. So we've seen ISL Power's chance to shine when it came to Inferno. We've seen them play in Mirage. We've seen them play in Dustu. They have to show us a good show right now if they want to at least give it one last try for the fifth map to try to secure the first place. But for now, honestly, it seems like Team Valor they do have the mental up. They do recover. Like we've seen them recover on several occasions. We've seen them like even in the Inferno game from 12-3 when it came to the first half, 12-3 for Team ISIL Power. They still managed to recover, and they were so close 2 rounds away from getting to an overtime. I honestly believe that even if they maybe lost a little bit in the beginning, because we always see ISIL Power winning the pistol rounds. Like we always see ISIL Power winning the first round, pistol rounds. Usually, Team Valor they go for a uh, upgraded pistols. Jobs gets a kill here and there, tries to ruin the economy. But sometimes, yes, they do go like, you know what? We've had our kills. We'll try to take more kills, but we need to save. They pull it together and they still recover and get back to the game. So I do expect Team Valor to be more in control when it comes to Vertigo, but I really hope that ISIL Power also puts up a show. Like they're not gonna go down for free. Like the unique duo of the unique duo of Lambda and more, they've proved their consistency on several occasions, but still, Impera and Jabs, like they are unstoppable. Like we've seen them so many times do magic. They've done wonders. They've done so much together, and right now it's just the final moment. Like I honestly think that this is the final moment. There's so much pressure. Don't forget, there's so much pressure on ISIL Power right now. Like Valor, Team Valor, they just need to win this game. Like all they need to do is just fully focus, win, secure the first place, take the $1,000, and go to sleep happy. Right now, ISIL Power, they're just under pressure. They have to win this game, and they're gonna have to win their second game, the last one, the fifth game. Playing, they've been playing since 8. It's been how many hours? It's been like we're getting into the 5th hour right now. It's just way too long, and the players get tired. They get that mental pressure, which makes them perform less. That's where them being professional players comes in handy. Like Team Valor, I didn't see them lay down. Like they've been playing as if they've been playing for a week now. They're like German machines. They just keep on going and going and going and they don't stop. They're fully practiced. They have practiced for this. They know that it's going to take so long and they are ready for it. Question is, will Team ISIL Power show us that they still have the morals up? They still have the skill gap. They still have their energy up, their momentum up, and that's gonna show in the next map. We're gonna see if Lamdekor is still gonna be hitting shots, if More still trying his best to carry his team. Like Caboose, we've seen Caboose also smurf on so many levels. He's hitting shots as well as much as Jabs. Maybe he did not get a lot of chances to get so many kills as Jabs, but he does seem like he's that type of a player that gets more than one kill. Like he does win trades. Sometimes he gets taken down by big players like Impera, or gets shut down by Jabs, for an example, or like gets killed by an op. But he does get a lot of kills. Like he is a skillful player. So they have so many potential. They can show it, but it all shows in the next map, because I am pretty sure everyone is tired at this point and they just want to get the game going. But for Team Valor, they don't stop. They just keep on going. That's the thing. And I hope I see the momentum going up for our Team ISIL Power. They have so much potential, and I really hope that they put it like they show it in the map Vertigo.
Okay, so yeah, looking at Vertigo, so just a quick explanation of changes that happened to Vertigo as the players are ready. We're waiting for the players to just get ready, get into the server, and everything will be live as soon as possible. So Vertigo, like the recent change that happened, mid was being heavily contested by T side a lot, and it was really difficult for the CT side to hold it. So what happens is they start like a window. They create a window opening that takes you into
Hmm.
B side, directly taking you into B side. They the door completely. They add a window, and then you can go back to CT spawn and rotate back to side. So you actually have 3 angles now where you can fight mid for the CT side, which actually like improved the way that you can defend B side itself has been adjusted into having like multiple levels. Like the site itself is on a lower level, and then the vents are on a higher level. Change the angles, and it's slightly harder for the hit their shots. So maybe that's where we can see the Valgo if they haven't played enough Vertigo. But anyways, yeah, as you have mentioned, ISO Power have to prove. But besides that, as they're getting ready, we're gonna have to call front as until the players get ready, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay, guys, take care. Stay giveaway and stick with us to see the fourth match.
Hi, this is Andrew from ASUS. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up an AI mesh system using the ASUS Router app. For hard bundles such as this, the settings are pre-configured. If you're creating a configuration customized to your needs, make sure to update the firmware first. In this setup, you need two ASUS routers with AI mesh support and your phone with ASUS Router app installed. First, set up your primary router by connecting it to the modem and establishing an internet connection. Use the ASUS Router app to find it, then connect to it once it's found. Click on Start, then create unique SSIDs so that your AI mesh network can be found using Wi-Fi. A different login and password will be needed for when you need to access the router. Now place your extending node in close proximity and click on Add another node to find it. The pairing process won't take very long, but let's jump ahead anyway. After the pairing is complete, you're ready to place the node in an ideal place to extend your coverage. It's best to provide a line of sight between the two routers if possible. Not hard, is it? Now that AI mesh is set up, you can connect your Wi-Fi devices to either the primary router or the extending node. Seamless roaming switches you to the appropriate router automatically without disconnections. One of the best things about ASUS routers with AI mesh is that the main router is able to lend all connected nodes access to the advanced features such as parental control, prioritized gaming, and AI protection. This is not something that you can do by simply adding access points. For more info, visit our website. This is Andrew from ASUS. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everybody. This is supposedly the players are supposed to be ready by now. We did call for a break because the players were they needed more time to get ready. I just wanted to remind you guys the way to join the giveaway is you need to interact and you need to stay more in the chat. The more that you watch, the more that you are qualified to win and join the giveaway of $250 worth of freebies. This is going to be the fourth game for the grand final. The map is going to be Vertigo. The team is going to be Team Valor versus ISL Power, and the expectations is going to be towards the Valor's favor. Let's start getting into the game right now.
Going into the pistol, we see ISL Power go for a couple of utility, but we see Valor actually opt for 4 sets of armor. Vital already lining up a smoke, I'm assuming towards B side. But Jabs already does take the first duel into Lambda Core and eventually falls back from mid. Seeing now Vital and Caboose slowly pushing in and trying to gen it, but he's already long gone, and Moore does get a frag on the A side of the map. Slowly moving in. They're gonna spot him on window. He does take a lot of damage, right? Well, since he also doesn't have any armor, but he does move back to safety. He does give the upgraded pistol to Moore, his other teammate that also doesn't have any armor. So yeah, we saw 2 sets of utility on ISL power. Utility has already been thrown, but no entry to the site has been found. Valor drew first blood on Jabs. They did trade a frag, but right now, like, they're still trying to do something. So Moore gets a frag on A side and actually sells the fake, and they're slowly rotating. Now the players on B ramp are getting access to B site, and a flash into B site confirms that it is the B hit. And Range does take down Jazzo. Jabs rotating from window. Range is still in a really annoying position for Valor, but Jabs does take him down eventually. KD doesn't know that Jabus takes the first frag, but Jabs trades him immediately, and now Jabs on 12 HP against 2 players. Jabs could have a chance at this. He does take the bump, doesn't hit the headshot immediately, doesn't know. Hits a really nice shot on Bell. Jabs could even go for the ace this round. Does he know that Moore is close? He doesn't. And Moore confirms the round for his team. A really nice attempt from Jabs in the first pistol round. 4 kills on the retake, 3 kills on the retake. First kill being the first blood, but sadly the pistol round does go into ISL Power's favor again. I think this is like the fourth. This is like the 6th pistol round to go ISL Power's favor.
To go for ISL Power, yep, that is pretty impressive. But Jabs, like, it seems like the momentum that we were talking about is pretty high. Like, Jabs is still kind of on fire. We see him on the Deagle right now. Sadly, he died straight away by Cabos. Cabos with the triple kill.
And he just murders the unarmored players with pistols. Enemy touches the monster, so they know that he's here. He does drop the dive, but Gazo gets a pack on Range, but Moore eventually trades it. And second round for ISL Power. I'm honestly glad that we see the players like of Valor taking an eco, so they actually tend to go for the force buy now. Like, they actually have they have a chance on the buy now. Like, they have a couple of sets of utility, they have the upgraded guns, they have everything working fine. So hopefully it's all over. Looking at this so far, there's nothing really to judge alongside other than the fact that whoever went the pistol round, like, they automatically win the second. But now looking at this, Jabs is holding from catwalk. KD gets the first frag on Moore, who was trying to aggress on ramp, but he's on his own because Ranger has already been smoked, and he is holding the B push. He's in ladder room trying to do something. Lambda Core is above him, so they probably dropped it to him. The ball has been dropped above, but they're trying to do something around the air ramp. Slowly falling back, Impera slowly working it through. Not sure if he spotted it, but Caboose does catch out enemy in mid on the window, and Jabs is left alone to defend mid on his own. They're still honestly
I must say, it seems like Caboose is putting on a really good show. He is making the difference in the team. ISL Power is on the lead here, especially when it comes to Vital and Lambda Core. They took 2 easy kills there. It seemed like they're not even going in. Like, they're taking all the time they need. They even, like, look at Jazzo. Jazzo managed to rotate, and ISL Power is just playing it very slow. Rain picks an easy kill over there. They're doing it with style. I feel like they're doing it with absolute style. They're taking their time with it. Everyone is still alive. They're not trying to lose any casualties here, you know? Like, they're trying to be as secure as possible, trying to get the wins, and just it seems like the guys, they have their mental straight. The break did a good job. Jabs here though takes down Cabot, goes for the second kill, takes down Lambda Core.
They spot him left. No, immediately peeks him though. He doesn't know that there's a player left. Actually, he's predicting it, so he could probably go for it. Trying to save his gun as much as he can. I don't think Ryan is gonna check him, but he does, and does lose. So Jabs on the save does take down 3 players with him. That's like, I don't think it'll really hurt the ISL Power economy this early, since they've already like won pistol and won the round immediately after. But Valor have a lot like to work for. Unless we're gonna see the same T side from ISL Power that we saw in Inferno, that's unstoppable. At least, in my opinion, I see Valor making better economical decisions this round, and they've already used the Inferno on Jabs to get a frag on Caboose. No, Lambda immediately trades them, and Impera's left on his own on A side, trying to probably work a kill on ramp. There are two players behind the smoke that they've thrown to ramp. Catwalk was smoked by ISL Power, but no one was able to push through. Rain is slowly trying to work mid, but he's opting to fall back instead. Probably grab the bomb and group up with his teammates. Looking at how the players are positioned, I think they're just gonna contact around the A side through ramp. I think that's their final destination. Yeah, players are slowly working through the A ramp now. More on Vital. Vital already up. Catwalk flashes more in. A player sandbags and Impera immediately
Impera.
swings and hits the 1 dig. Vital does fall back and wait for his teammate in range A. Both of them are gonna have to go for this. It's 50 seconds now, and I think they're probably expecting that flying. They're just gonna hit the site. Mid bomb does get smoked. Range A does win a duel on one of the players in Catwalk, I'm assuming. Vital goes in. Does he expect KD to be here? No, he doesn't. And even if he did, he does lose the duel. And now Rain is left on his own in a 1v3. He is standing to go back to the A side. Jazzo was expecting him. He does hit him with a body shot, but doesn't get the frag. Enemies just gonna slowly rotate now. Jazzo, KD is getting closer, but Rain J can get the bomb down. I'm assuming 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and he's just gonna get swarmed by the Valor players. And that's the first win on the board for Team Valor through an eco round. So as we can see, yes, they can kill once they can get their frags, once they can do everything. If they can get a hand on some pistols, they can eventually convert the round into a win. And yeah, that's about it. I think they're just making better economical decisions this game, and we finally see them on the board. Looking at this now, I think ISL Power do have a buy, if I'm not mistaken, and we're seeing a smoke again from Vital. I'm assuming that's the Catwalk smoke, and yeah, we're seeing players walk through the A side of the map. More spots his leg, but fails to connect the shot, and now KD is really close to the smoke. Although I think while we were watching this, Range does get legged by Jazzo's op, and Jabs wins the first duel, and Lambda gets the second on Caboose. Jabs pushing middle and just dragging the team out. Range does trade enemy. KD has a really nice angle on railing. Jabs is slowly starting to aggress again through mid. Range has an inkling that there could be someone pushing around the B ramp. Although looking at the HPs and looking at the number advantage, you can see that Valor do have the advantage when it comes to the manpower, and Jazzo increases it by finally getting rid of Range A that was causing issues for the team on B ramp. And I think they're just gonna have to commit to the A side of the map at this point. Vital's slowly working it while his teammate is working behind them. And yeah, they're just gonna try and go for it. Like Moore's walking through Catwalk now. He's gonna peek the angle. Vital takes first contact. Moore slow peeks into the angle, but eventually doesn't find anyone. He's gonna peek through Catwalk now, takes a kill, but immediately traded by Impera. And a clean round from Valor. Like the Jabs aggressed in the perfect timing, and as you guys can see here, it's already been 5 rounds, and Jabs has 11 frags. And thank you guys.
He's been
for,
popping up. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys everyone for sticking around. Yep, you guys have been like keeping all the morals up, and you guys have been really interacting ever since the tournament started. We would like to thank you guys for sticking around, watching, especially watching. I see a lot of people here that are here to watch and cheer for their friends. It's really amazing for you guys. Again, thank you guys so much, and hopefully, you know, you can get it back with a giveaway. Thank you guys so much, and yeah, best of luck with the giveaways. Get back to
Now,
the game.
moving on again, we saw a fast play from Jabs. He tried to aggress Mint, right? He does get a frag, but he did get immediately traded by Range. Looking at that, they do win another duel on the B ramp and win another frag. KD is hearing everyone above him, so he knows that there's at least 2 people around mid, which calls for his teammates to be there. So Impera is already ready with a flash. They do have an AK on the T side of ISIL Power. So yeah, you've got 2 people here in enemy and Impera. Impera flashes in. Him and enemy are double peeking. They're taking the duel. Both of them win their respective duels,
Nice.
and the last Brill is just gonna peek through mid, and he has the AK more. Enemy does spot him and eventually take him down. And another clean round from Valor, 3-3, and he stole the AK from in front of him. There's probably some arguing going through now in the team speak, but yeah, eventually they do get the upgraded gun. And yeah, we're back to even. And ISIL Power, they had a really good showing early on, but after like when Valor eventually got their buy rounds in, they couldn't really keep up with the Valor momentum. They couldn't really keep up with Jabs just pushing mid and getting his frag. But looking at this, I think it's just a decoy to take stuff around B, and they're just pushing B ramp, and KD gets 2 frags, but Impera accidentally kills his teammate with the nade instead of trying to help him. I don't really think the nade damaged anyone from ISIL Power at this point, except maybe their egos of not getting that frag. But Jabs that already pushed mid on a really quick flank does get 2 kills from Catwalk, and now Impera's already ready with the bomb in sight. Caboose is kinda stuck on top of that. He does expect Impera, but loses the duel to him, and the 4th round goes in the way of Valor. So yeah, we're slowly getting
What an
Valor, like,
amazing- they
we're
are
seeing the
playing.
real signs of Valor right now, Hisham.
Like as I said, confident players. All they need to do is just play more aggressive. They are smart players, though. Like you can't just push in front of like all of them because we have seen ISIL Power on several occasions aim together, ready for the pushes and everything. But like as especially Jabs showed us on several occasions that if you want to push and if you want to flank, if you want to lurk around them, you want to get multi kills, you need to do it smart. You're not gonna aim with 2 people, although he doesn't mind, but you need to still do it smart. KD here manages to take down Caboose. I think this is the first time that we see this. Caboose has been taking kills left and right ever since the grand finals did start. We did see him pop off at the beginning of this match, but it's good to see that KD is still up for the challenge. Enemy here gets taken down by Ryan J. By Deagle. They did force. They did go for the upgraded pistols here.
Yeah, they're kind of like
Are they
taking
going to
a
be
half
able to pull
buy
something? Oh,
to
they
an
are.
extended
Ryan. God,
range.
wow.
Third
Ryan
of the round.
going for the
Impera does trade him
triple kill
eventually.
with the Deagle.
Yeah, he does so much damage. He allows his teammates to get up on the A side of the map, through ramp and more.
Oh,
It's a
do we see
really
a
nice shot on
winning
Impera.
eco here?
So and now we see a gun on Vital, a rifle, and both of them are playing through Catwalk. So if the first player dies, KD won't be expecting the second one to immediately, and I think Moore is gonna go first with the low HP. Allow for his teammate to trade him, which is exactly what happens. Vital gets the needed frag from him, and they do secure the round on a half buy. Technical timeout going on right now. I'm not sure. I think it could be from ISIL Power's side. Maybe Lambda Core is having some more internet issues. Not maybe Caboose. That's why he couldn't participate yesterday, because of some internet issues. So maybe one of them is having an issue, but no, I think Lambda's here. Everyone from the Valor side is here, so I'm assuming Caboose is probably having some issues. So we're just gonna wait it out, guys. So far, this map has been kind of tame. Like, we haven't really, besides Range's attempt last round and that round being won by ISIL Power, we haven't seen anything crazy. Like, we haven't seen an execution yet. We haven't seen anything like done properly by ISIL Power. But like, I think there's like the players themselves are comfortable on the map, but as a team, they can't really do much on the map so far from what I'm seeing. Like they're hitting their shots, right? They're getting the plans. They're playing together, but we're not seeing anything detailed. Like we're not seeing what V Slash did on Overpass. We're not seeing what Isol Power did on Inferno. We're not seeing any of that
Like,
so far. Well, maybe yeah. Like it's probably like yeah, it's a best of 5 finals. Maybe both lineups don't really have such a large map pool. So going
yeah,
for Vertigo,
exactly.
yeah, it was probably just like, okay, I'd rather play Vertigo as a fourth map than play Overpass. That's maybe how it went.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're just like
Mm-hmm.
watching. Like honestly, this game so far is just whoever's gonna outfrag the other team wins. Really, like I'm not seeing anything interesting
Yeah, I
so
mean,
far yet.
the map does. You can't. For an example, Inferno is a map that is more reliable on smokes. You know, I feel like Vertigo is more reliable on flashes. Lambda here picks up a kill on jabs. That's actually a very good and expensive pick, especially that jabs is the highest and the top fragger when it comes to the team. There's a fight over here. Impera does get damaged, but I think he takes down Vital if I'm not wrong. Lambda goes in, takes down Jazzo. ISIL Power are just dominating at this point, but yes, they might have the manpower. Maybe KD is against 4 players, but look at their HPs. They are very low. They are very low.
And he's probably the
Takes the
bomb
first kill.
He has a chance. Okay, maybe he doesn't, but he almost had a chance.
Honestly, yeah, he almost had a chance. That was very
Like,
close.
yeah,
to
he
be
almost
honest.
had a
Because
chance,
all
but
he
he was
needed
facing two
is to take
players.
down Caboose. Yeah, they were both just
Yeah.
aiming there, ready. And like Caboose maybe was full HP, but all the others, every single one of them, one single spray could have taken every single one of them down. But sadly, like I feel like he shouldn't have aimed there. He did have a flash, if I'm not wrong. He could have used his utility first, but. Like this map, I feel like this map is all based on like the right flashes. You need to know where to flash. You need to know how to do it. I feel like it doesn't have much lineups when it comes to smokes, like Inferno and like Mirage, and it's more of a solo game. Like it's more of a map that you would go in just because you want to take kills left and right.
Jabs loses his duel, and
Sadly, mm-hmm.
yeah, Valor are going back to their old ways. They're just forcing. I think Impera timed out, if I'm not mistaken. Is he moving again? I hope he is. Yeah, he is moving. Okay, maybe they were typing, maybe there was something going on. Enemy does hit a shot on Lambda Core, trying to damage the ISIL power economy a little bit. I don't really think they do have a chance in this round. Caboose digs down Impera, and Enemy I think is just gonna try and go for a flag, but no more just spraying that smoke and eventually lands the remaining bullets on the ISIL, lands the remaining bullets on Enemy. And 6-4, Valor almost getting a lead, but instead of taking an eco, they decided to force, since they were like gonna double eco anyways, decided to maybe give themselves a fighting chance the last round. But Jabs is like, yes, he's having his shots, but he's getting way too comfortable. I mean, it's been 3 rounds or 2 rounds in a row. Now that's the third. Like Jabs has always been dying in mid so far. Like, yeah, he did win a round on his own, but you can't really keep doing the same exact thing multiple times. Like they're gonna adapt, Jabs. Well, other than that, I think ISO Power are doing a really nice job at adapting, but Enemy hits an amazing shot and more. Does also take down Vital HP. But Vital does eventually trade, and somehow Impera does come in, take down Rangy from the flank. But yeah, at the end, Vital and Lambda Core do show up and recover the round for ISIL Power side. Now we're actually going to see a full buy from Valor. I think the Valor CT setup hasn't really changed at all. Like, I think we're seeing the exact 2 players in KD and Jazzo around the A ramp. We're seeing Jabs play mid on his own from window, and we're seeing Enemy and Impera play around the ramp. So yeah, maybe like I'm not really sure what's going on. Like, look at this. It's instead it's Savannah now. Jazzo. So maybe that something changes, and Jabs loses the duel again in mid to Londakor, and Caboose gets a kill, and Rangy also gets a kill on B, and the defense is being dismantled. They figured out what Valor have been doing. Like, Valor have been hitting their shots, but we haven't seen anything on the CT side so far. They're just getting dismantled. Impera does get a frag on Vital, who is holding Valor. He's gonna fall back now, go back to mid. Maybe someone's holding him. And I think we're just gonna go for the save. Yeah, Lomdakor just kills Impera, who is holding mid and the ladder. And yeah, KD just has the op and is saving it. This looks like Inferno all over again. Like, this looks like the Valor team is just lost.
I don't have much experience, especially when it comes to map like Vertigo. I don't think I've ever actually played this map in specific, but like, okay, I'll be asking you questions right now. Is the map T-sided, or is actually ISL Power proving dominance in this game? Like, are they actually?
No, honestly, ISL Power playing it really nice. Like, Valor can do so much stuff. They can aggress mid, but properly. Like, Jabs, what he's been doing, he's just been pushing mid dry and forcing duels every time. Like, he won them a couple of times because they didn't expect Jabs to just push, right? Eventually, they adapted. What did they do? They just kept changing the off angles that we're holding him at and winning the duels against him. Like, Jabs isn't really able to do the same impact that he did before. And whenever Jabs dies, the CT side starts to shake, right? It starts to slowly fall down. And the other players from every side of the map start to win their duels against the, like, I don't know, inconfident or unconfident CT players of Valor. Like, everyone's like, I don't know, like, Jabs dies, then the B player enemy, okay, maybe I should rotate, gets caught off by Rangy. The A players, okay, maybe I should like fall back from the smoke, maybe I should just leave the smoke. Someone pushes and kills him. Like, tournaments are happening all over the map, just because Jabs is dying so early in the round. And honestly, I don't really expect to see anything changes unless Jabs' position does get changed, or at least he changes the way that he plays mid. So yeah, we're gonna see now, at least Impera's on the op now. So we're gonna see, yeah, I see Impera holding mid this time. Like, so yeah, they've changed their CT setup. They've left KD around Catwalk. They've got a player in sandbags, and Impera's the one holding mid with the op from CT Link. Looking at that, like, look at this. It's already been like 20-30 seconds in the round, right? No one has died. It's already a huge change other than Jabs dying in mid. So yeah, maybe Impera does win the duel against Caboose. Maybe Caboose does win. But yeah, Impera hits his first shot, and Jabs is already there to help Impera on the window. So yeah, just by changing Jabs' play style of playing mid and rotating Impera, the opponent, in a place where he's really needed, it's already had a huge impact on Valor City side. But the thing is, they left Jazzo on his own on side with an MP9 and a Deagle. And there's too much utility. He does get a frag though. He gets traded by Rangy. But Jabs is there, and Impera as well. And they're not gonna let them get on fight. Jabs might just get a kill through the smoke. He does more the swing on railings and is in the open. He does drop another play, but Impera, he dropped down with the op. Just having Impera on the op and having them move, having him move from one side of the map to the other, having him in part of the action already changed how this city side is being played. Instead of having Jabs just play solo middle, he had a teammate with him instead this time, and he played off of his teammate. He played, instead of playing for the frags himself, he played as a support player, helping Impera and baiting the players for him, and the setup worked perfectly. In the retake, they weren't even able to plant the bomb. Impera just came in, traded every single frag, every single teammate that he lost, and eventually they do win the round. So yeah, looking at that, I'm glad that Valor did change their setup. Now, looking at this, ISL Power are kind of slowly, like, playing it slower now. Like, look at ISL Power setup on middle. They have two people in mid just waiting for Jabs to push. He's pushed so many times, they're just waiting to get their usual free frag. Now they're gonna slowly start to throw utility. Anyone holding an off angle, and he's gonna flash his teammate out. Impera's holding the off angle from CT spawn. He does molly as retaliation, just in case no one just hops in, maybe swings out and catches them off guard, or in case they're boosting on the boxes. But Jabs is still on window, so if Impera needs any help, Jabs will always be there to support him. So yeah, we see finally what I was talking about, the boost on window. Jabs spots it, he dinks a player. Now we see a flash popping off. Jabs does get the frag with the nade. Impera still ready to help, and Jabs does fall back to help Impera from the same angle. Jabs is on 19 HP though. Maybe Impera would rather give the op to Jabs. Maybe he keeps it. Not really sure. But yeah, we see the same thing again. We see them contacting through B ramp. 20 seconds left. If Jazzo drops the bomb, exactly, Jazzo can just be a nuisance and gets the second on Caboose. Maybe could even get the third. You've got a player dropping off, and yeah, that's the round. ISIL Power's victories have been through abusing Jabs' aggression through mid, and ever since that changed, ISIL Power are just trying to force their way through B side, and they keep failing due to Jazzo's impressive holds, waiting for his teammates, buying enough time, or even just finishing the round on his own. So yeah, Valor are slowly starting to adapt, and we may see a closer game than we thought we would, Hisham.
I mean, they did learn from their mistakes. That's when you know that the team is actually improving and they know what's going on. That's when they have an IGL that will analyze and know the mistakes of every player. Yes, Jabs did a lot. Yes, Jabs did take a lot of frags, but yes, Jabs also did a lot of mistakes that costed them several rounds. So they managed to recover. They made Impera hold it with him. They both held the same place from different angles, but they still switched places and held an op there, which was eventually a better idea than just simply having Jabs go and showing the aggression that he showed in the previous rounds. That's really smart and such a fast and a good recover.
So yeah, looking
Like
at that one score,
they didn't wait for that half to end for them to learn from the mistakes. No, but they tried to do it as soon as they can, so it doesn't really cost them more rounds.
so yeah, Hisham can you hear me.
Yes, yes. I
Okay,
did.
so
Were you
yeah, we've
talking?
got
I couldn't
technical
hear.
issue.
Oh,
No,
I think
really.
there was a
I saw, yeah, there's a technical issue going on right now. So yeah, we're just gonna wait until this gets fixed. But so far, like this game honestly is just lackluster. Like you can't really compare this game to the other maps that we've already seen. Like the other three maps
Mhm.
were so good. Like I honestly like nothing can top
It's
it
an
so far.
interesting map. As I told you,
Yeah,
this
it's
is the first time I watched Vertigo. It's an interesting map. It looks like a map that is more reliable on solo carries. Like
mm-hmm.
you need to see the team actually pop off. They're waiting for more to go for more kills. They're waiting for jabs. Like yes, jabs did a lot in the early match. He did pick up a lot of kills, but they managed to counter him. They managed to learn from the mistakes, and then, um, like this game is all about showing aggression, playing defensive, showing aggression, playing defensive, and we see that. I suppose that it's back. We
No, not
reconnected.
really. Not yet. There seems to be a little bit of issues yet. I think the HUD has a couple of issues. So yeah, we're gonna come back to us again. So yeah, so far, the thing here is, like ISL Power putting a good performance, right? ISL Power
Mm-hmm,
do not want this best of five to go to Overpass. We've seen how
mm-hmm,
lackluster their T side on Overpass is, and it was against V
mm-hmm,
Slash, right? Like comparing
mm-hmm.
V Slash to Valor, if you do the exact same thing against Valor, Valor are just gonna demolish you. They're just gonna steal the map away from you, and they're just gonna take the series. So like this is not really the best situation for ISL Power, having lost the last map, but they can like still retaliate. So yeah, we did miss the last round. ISL Power did win it. The HUD, like, yeah, the icons are still having issues, but yeah, ISL Power do win the last round of the first half, and now we're moving on to the pistol round, looking at Valor trying
Do
to
you think we'll
slowly come back
finally
into the game.
see Valor breaking the win streak of ISL Power, winning 6 pistol rounds in a row? Like, until now, they didn't win a single pistol round. Like, we've seen
Yeah.
Caboose going ham on every pistol round. I feel like it's really hard for them to always compete. Caboose gets
Yeah,
taken
shots are
down.
being
Jab does
defended.
manage to take down Rain J. They're going fully ham. More stays alone against 4 players. They take the plat and Jabs eventually takes down more. Finally, breaking down the win streak. ISIL Power 6-1 when it comes to the pistol rounds, but on a very important round.
Yes, indeed. Like once we saw that it was a fast B split execution, and once we saw like the player on B side on default immediately getting dinked, we knew that it was a really ropey situation for them. Lamdakor tried to buy enough time by hiding at the pillar behind backside on railing. He did get a frag, but he wasn't really able to do much than that, as he was getting surrounded from window, surrounded from ramp, was just getting pinched in by from both sides. So he did his best. Eventually, he did get overwhelmed by the players from Valor, and they do secure the pistol round. So I really hope that that like at least like gives them a better chance of coming back into this map. Remember that actually this was Valor's map pick. Since they did pick the first map, they picked the second, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, Jabs gets the first entry on more. And now we're just seeing like they actually forced into the ISL Power thing that they can win this round. And if they actually win it, it'll be really devastating for Valor. And if they don't, Pera does win the duel against Rain J. And
He was really,
yeah, now
that was
everything
almost, he was
was a
almost
really nice
getting
shot,
caught off
bro.
guard here by Rain J, honestly. Like, he was
Look at that.
lurking there in a very sneaky way.
Vodafone hits another
Wonder.
nice shot. GD helps recover, but it's 2-on-1. It's a 1-on-1. Caboose almost wins.
Oh
And
my
Caboose,
god,
what are you doing?
Caboose with the
They
precise
actually
aim,
compared
the
them
last
force
bullet, 12 HP, manages to get the last bullet connected, takes the kill, takes the defuse, and takes the gun with the last bullet to his dead teammate. Though that was Lamdakor. I don't know why did he take it so personal to him, but yeah, that was really good, especially when it was an eco round. I mean, it was a force. They force bought upgraded pistols, but that was really good. Like, I did not expect ISL Power that would be able to pull off that round. It did seem like Valor actually had it in their pockets.
Now looking at this round, Impera tries to go for a frag on the A side, but yeah, they were expecting the force buy. They've seen the SMG, so yeah, Valor tried to do what ISL Power did last round. But I don't really see them trying like doing what they did like with the SMGs. But Jabs does get a frag on Caboose. Moves on site with his teammate. Jabs gets another flag. Does get traded by Ranger, and Vital's on his own. B window. They're actually falling back from ramp. So yeah, enemy does tell them that he has the sight. If they decide to go through mid, it could be an issue, but no, enemy loses his duel, and Moore's already here, and I don't really think they have a chance in this round anymore. Yeah, Moore gets to the first and gets the third kill in the round, and we're seeing 11-7 for ISL Power. They might be taking us to for a fifth map here, Hisham. But so far,
Does seem like it.
like
ISL Power are not going down without a fight. Like, yes, we might have called that it will be a 3-1 to Team Valor, but ISL Power are doing wonders that are proving us wrong the more that we watch.
so yeah, so far we see a full eco round like from Valor. I think like they could have probably managed their economy better, but we see a player creeping through catwalk, and I think they're just gonna try and hit around A. He is through catwalk. They were trying to go into B, but Caboose and Range are there. They find the last player on catwalk working his way onto A's side. But Core hits a shot on enemy, and that's the 12th round for ISL Power. And oh boy, are Valor in a bad spot right now. Like, this is one of the last buy rounds they're gonna have on this map, and they really have to convert. Like, we're not seeing any utility usage. Like, looking at ISL Power, ISL Power have always been executing using their utility, right? Like, they've always tried to get into sites using certain stuff. And look at this, Caboose is just pushing middle, and they've read that it'll be an A rush. So Caboose is gonna have a really good flank on the team. Core is now holding on side. He spots two players on ramp. Core hits the first Jazzo, takes out his teammate and more. Caboose on the flank gets two, and now Core's on his own. Inside, he's trying to buy as much time as he can. For Ranger on the flank, Ranger wins the duel on Impera, and now Jazzo's on his own, and Core finishes it off. 13-7. Valor don't really seem to be as good as they were on Vertigo.
That's
like,
actually
actually prepared.
We've seen dominance from Valor. We have seen them dominate a lot of times, but it seems like ISL Power, they're living up to their logos. They're mad. They're not going down without a fight. They're not gonna let Valor simply. Like, yes, they might be on a winning streak. Yes, they might have done this and that. Good stats, great numbers, great achievements, but hey, we have something to prove here. ISL Power are proving something. It's not only a game, it's not only a tournament win, but they want to show them, yes, we might have lost to Team Iraq and you won against Team Iraq, but we are here to take you down. We learned our mistake and we are here to take you down. Like, they're doing a great job, honestly. Vital goes for 2 kills here, holds the side perfectly, gets taken down, sadly, but he pretty much covered it really good. That was a really push from them, puts them in a 2v2 situation. Both of them have exactly the same weapons. Impera takes down more.
And another equal victory for Valor. Impera hitting some really nice shots on the entry alongside his teammates, Enemy and KB. And they actually convert the full eco round against ISL Power. Look at the ISL Power economy. They can only afford for a single buy. They're gonna go for it, and they will be going for it. Valor actually put themselves in a really decent spot now to eventually come back against ISL Power.
I'm pretty sure if they manage to secure this round, they will be able to.
I think they're just gonna rush ramp. Impera's just going through it. Impera with an explosive entry or more. They're gonna try to help Core with their utility. They do flash ramp. They do molly the ramp as well. But now, after Impera's explosive entry, they make a really good decision by actually falling back. Now, Vital is actually rechecking mid now. He could catch them off guard, but he has 3 people in front of him. Actually, 2 people in front of him. Jazzo's on his own. Now, enemies behind him. If he gets one, no, Jazzo catches him off guard. And now Caboose is on his own in mid. If they overlook Caboose, this round is over for them. They're gonna smoke spawn. They have 3 people going through B ramp. They got 2 people going through window. They overlook Caboose.
Double kill.
Ranger trying to buy as much time, but Caboose, very nice play from Caboose, putting his team back into the round after they were in a 2-man deficit. Now slowly trying to retake. Caboose using his Molotov on side, trying to push anyone out. Is it gonna push Impera out? It doesn't, but KD actually died as he was stuck. And Jabs was the duel to Caboose. Caboose's third frag of the round. Caboose does miss the duel against Impera, and Impera hits the second. Ranger is not on the bomb, he's pushing Impera! Impera with the third!
God,
Impera's
Impera.
like, Caboose, if you can do it, I can do it better!
Wow.
And secures the round for Valor, 13-9.
What an insane outplay by Imperia. He just stood there, took the shots. Yes, he might have taken a couple of shots, but he did take down every single player. And when it came to the last one, he just lurked, stayed exactly in his place. He just ducked there, lurked, waited for the perfect time for him to actually just simply peek, give him a fast, quick headshot, and secure the round. This is what Impera is Impera. Like these are the types of wonders that not every player can actually pull off. This is why Impera is known to be like one of the craziest players, and like this is why him and Jabs are doing one, because like the only person who can actually pull this off is gonna be Jabs. Let's be honest. Like we've seen wonders only by Jabs and Impera when it comes to team battle, and it's really nice to see it happen when it's needed. Jazzo takes down Caboose, and Ranger goes for the triple kill. What's going on? Leaving Lumdacore 1v4.
Yeah, the mid pistol stack just doesn't work. And KD hits a nice shot on Lunda. And yeah, Valor are immediately back into the game after Impera's insane clutch on the ISIL power team. After Caboose's heroics almost won ISIL power the round with a really nice 4K, Impera immediately pays him back with another 3K that secures the round for his team. And now 13-10, Valor are slowly coming back into this. Impera slowly showing us why he's Impera. Jabs has fallen off though. Ever since he was caught out in mid on the CT side, he's fallen off. Now Lumdacore is in a really good spot now, just holding for anyone going through the side. Jazzo does win his first duel against Ranger, who was trying to push mid, I'm assuming. And yeah, now they're already on a men disadvantage, and they're slowly losing their men this early on. Now Lumdacore is still in a really good position. Enemy might not check it, but they should be expecting it, as it is. A normal angle to be taken, an enemy. I would have loved to see that from enemy's perspective, and Impera just goes in, takes down Caboose. Vital does give his team a chance by taking the kill. His teammates are really low HP, and more gets KD, who was flanking. Now Jazzo and enemy who are really low HP are facing against Vital. Enemy with the op, suddenly after hitting his really nice shot against Lumdacore, now he's put in a really difficult 1v2 on 22 points of health. Now he's got 2 players coming from the ramp, but he doesn't really know that. Is he gonna predict it or not? Is he gonna hit his shots first or not? He has a duel against Vital. Vital does spot him, and Vital is just waiting. But enemy hits it. Does he expect him to be this close? More beats him on the timing and wins the round 14-10. This round has to be demoralizing. They had the first entry on mid with a push from Ranger. But instead, Vital pulls out a really nice play on the players from Catwalk, does a lot of damage, takes down 2 frags, immediately turns it into a third, dies to enemy, but Moore was always there. Moore was just ready to refrag, and he does that. Now we're seeing the full ban. They're gonna rush B. Is the op gonna get more than 1? Moore gets 1. Can he get any more? Moore's re-peeking again. He does take a blind shot, falls back into side, waiting for the support of his teammates. Impera does take down Vital with a nade. Ranger gets a frag, but enemy immediately flags him. Moore isn't able to connect another shot, but his teammates are losing the duels. Moore gets 1 more. Moore's still in AC. trying to attempt this retake with Lundakor, who is on the MP7. He does upgrade to an AK. Now you've got one on railing, and you've got his other teammate Rab. The flash doesn't catch anyone off guard, and Lundakor takes down really a shot. Impera again in a 1v1 situation. Really good clutch for his team, but no, it doesn't go the way of Valor. And Lundakor finishes the round with the last frag, taking down Impera and defusing the bomb, putting ISIL Power on match point.
That was a very close round. Like Valor almost secured that, although they had the good push, but more on the op. It's not really it's not easy anymore. Like as long as this guy has an op between his hands, the site should be closed. If he misses, you guys are lucky. But most of the time, he doesn't. So like you always have to look at this. Over here, wonderful. Goes for the first kill. Jobs takes him down though with a fast trade. Vital pushing in, take the kill, takes the other kill, takes the triple kill and closes down the site really quick with the end of the match 16-10 for ISIL Power. Wow. Wow. That push through the smoke? Fitz, talk to me, man.
Honestly, like I'm disappointed to have seen Valor like this. Like I don't know if you've noticed, but a certain man has disappeared ever since the first half, and his name is Jabs. This guy hasn't showed up ever since. Like he got caught out in mid. Like once they started fragging him in mid, it's like Jabs was turned off. It's like Jabs wasn't there. Like it was only Impera. Like we saw Impera doing almost everything that he could. B ramp gets a frag. A ramp gets a frag. Mid gets a couple of frags. Right? But we haven't really seen Jabs. Like where was Jabs? Where was Jabs this map? Like I don't really know. Like I only remember Jabs from the first like couple of
In the
rounds,
first
like,
three rounds,
from the
maybe
first
first
7
4
rounds or
rounds
something.
maximum.
Yeah, and then we
As
haven't
soon
really
as they
seen Jabs.
figured out his trick in the mid, as soon as they figured out, like what happened was that they knew how to counter Jabs, and then they had to, like Team Valor had to think of a way to counter. How they countered Jabs? That's when they put what was his name, Imperia in the mid
Impera
lane,
on the op.
and he Impera on the op, and he did a great job. But that kind of benched Jabs. That kind of it's like, you know what, Jabs, they know your tricks now. You need to come up with something new. Sadly, he didn't, but he was still, doing so much work with Impera. Impera did have 26 kills, and Jabs had only 3 kills less than Impera. Enemy,
Like yes,
where's
Jabs
enemy?
still had a really nice game.
Where's
Yeah, exactly.
where
Enemy.
are they? Where's the
Enemy
team?
was
Like KD is doing work. Like KD, at least he is trying. Like you can see
and
that
then
he is
look at ISIL
actually
Power.
trying.
Every single player is fragging. Everyone is doing everything they can. Like they are clinging to this best of 5, and after their really good performances, ISIL Power will be taking us to a 5th map tonight. As you guys can see here, the scoreboards in front of you, enemies really fallen off, Jazzo's fallen off, and by me saying that I haven't really felt Jabs, it's not like he's not fragging. Like he's still getting trades, right? He's getting the kills that he like. Any player in his position is expected to kill, but we're not seeing the huge impact that he did on the other maps. Like this guy single-handedly almost carried Inferno, carried Dust, and like he was insane. Like we saw Impera. Like this game, we saw the Impera that we've been missing this series, right? Like we saw this guy.
But he needed some backup. He needed some
Exactly,
backup.
like-
It was only Jabs. It was only Jabs trying with him. Like we did not see Jabs fully succeeding. We did not see the Jabs that we know. We usually see Jabs having higher kills than Impera. Impera at this point, yes, he is a confident player. Yes, he goes for the kills, but still, Jabs always manages to go for the multi kills. He always manages to carry the team on his back, but he wasn't as active as he was just because he got countered really early on the game. But it was it was a do queue. They were just playing alone. They did not get that much help. KD did try to, barge in with the team effort, but they needed more manpower. They needed more people, participating in the killing spree that they were on.
But yeah, looking
Caboose
at the
though.
screen in front of us,
Caboose. Let's talk about
exactly, Caboose.
we spoke about all the players, but we're not talking about Caboose. Like this guy is getting all the kills. He is winning the trades. He is proving that he is worth it. He just shows you why he's on the main, he's not benched. He's the main player. Sadly we did not see him yesterday, but we see him today, and he's doing a fascinating job, honestly. And like it's amazing. It's amazing to see the gameplay.
Hmm. So yeah. Anyways, while we wait for the fifth map, hopefully they'll start soon enough. Shout out for everyone that has been watching at the Hey Blast party, watch party, and we're gonna call for an ad break now, and we're gonna see you guys pretty soon. So stay tuned, stick around for the giveaway, keep interacting in the chat, and we'll see you for the final map of the night, and to decide who is gonna be winning the first place of the ASUS ROG Gaming Cup, and we're gonna also be releasing the giveaway winners after the series ends. Okay, guys. So see you guys later.
Hi, this is Andrew from ASUS. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up an AI mesh system using the ASUS Router app. For hard bundles such as this, the settings are pre-configured. If you're creating a configuration customized to your needs, make sure to update the firmware first. In this setup, you need two ASUS routers with AI mesh support and your phone with ASUS Router app installed. First, set up your primary router by connecting it to the modem and establishing an internet connection. Use the ASUS Router app to find it, then connect to it once it's found. Click on Start, then create unique SSIDs so that your AI mesh network can be found using Wi-Fi. A different login and password will be needed for when you need to access the router. Now place your extending node in close proximity and click on Add another node to find it. The pairing process won't take very long, but let's jump ahead anyway. After the pairing is complete, you're ready to place the node in an ideal place to extend your coverage. It's best to provide a line of sight between the two routers if possible. Not hard, is it? Now that AI mesh is set up, you can connect your Wi-Fi devices to either the primary router or the extending node. Seamless roaming switches you to the appropriate router automatically without disconnections. One of the best things about ASUS routers with AI mesh is that the main router is able to lend all connected nodes access to the advanced features such as parental control, prioritized gaming, and AI protection. This is not something that you can do by simply adding access points. For more info, visit our website. This is Andrew from ASUS. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the grand final. The last game of the ROG CSGO 2020 tournament. It's been a long journey. We've seen a lot of plays. We've seen team effort. We've seen the players doing wonders, ups and downs. We've seen players fall off as well. But it's the last game. There's no time right now. You can't. This is the time where all the players are supposed to put their 100% effort into securing the win. Right now, we're looking at the overall scoreboard, and Jabs is in the lead, although we did not see him as much in the last game. Like, we expected more from him. Impera goes like, look at the Fitz, look at the difference. Jabs and Impera on 100 kills, 96 96 kills, and then enemy third fragger 70, 63, 61. Like, look at the huge gap, look at the huge difference. Like, it shows who's basically keeping the team alive and reaching the grand finals. What do you have to say
So
about
yeah,
this,
so
Fitz?
far, as I've mentioned before, like Valor can't just keep relying on Jabs and Impera to win them rounds. Like other players need to step up. I know it's kind of unfortunate that they had to play with their stand-in today in KD, but it's not like everyone else has been stepping up. Like it's been 4 maps so
Mm-hmm.
far. Enemy has only stepped up in one. Him and Jazzo have been performing averagely so far. So has KD. So honestly, it's only been like it's legit been the Jabs and Impera show so far on the Valor side.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as as much as I want to hype up the whole duo story, but Lumdakor and Moore are not the only ones playing. Like Caboose has already joined the lineup again, and he's making such a huge impact. The whole team is having an impact. Like even Rain J, right? Like we can't really say that he's having a terrible game. Like he's having a pretty decent game, right? Like he's doing as fine as it gets, right? But look at the difference between the kills. Like, if we're gonna compare kills, the difference between Ranger and Moore is like 16 kills. It's not even 20 something. Like, on the side of
Mhm.
Valor, it's double that, exactly double that. So it's not that a huge difference. And I did point that out. Like, Valor, they're really good fraggers, they're really good individuals. But ISO
Mhm.
Power are succeeding on the team front so far. Like, they're showing us
Mhm.
that they can play the game together at a high level. But
Mhm.
Valor, I'm honestly like, they have been unbeaten so far. Maybe it's because their opposition wasn't able to really shut down Japs, wasn't really able to shut down Impera. But looking at that, we
Mhm.
still can't take anything away from this guy so far. Even though last map, we didn't feel that he was that impactful because they were still losing the rounds that he even gets kills in. Like, we can feel the impact if they win the rounds that he create for them. But suddenly that wasn't the case. But yeah, so far, Japs for me has to be the MVP so far. And in a
Mhm.
second place, honestly, I'd love to give it to Impera, but I cannot be unfair to Lamdakur. Like, Impera did show up eventually at the end, but Lamdakur is just on another level. This guy has been consistent every single map. Like, imagine being
Mhm.
as
Mhm.
consistent as that. Even Jabs wasn't that consistent. Yes, Jabs did put a monstrous performance on Inferno, trying to keep his team into the game. He did put a huge performance on Dust 2, carrying his team to the finish line. But Lambda Core has been doing that all over since the whole series even began, since we began with the first map, and now we're moving to the fifth. If like I don't know, if Valor, like, we're approaching Overpass, okay? On paper, from what we've seen yesterday,
Mhm.
ISO Power aren't really that decent on Overpass T side. So we can't really expect them to take this map. The issue here is I still can't expect Impera and Japs to single-handedly win Overpass. Like we did mention, the map is slightly difficult when it comes to creating
Mhm.
such opportunities or going for individual plays and carrying the game on your
Mhm.
own. So I'm honestly
Mhm.
like, I really don't know how this game is gonna go, but just for the sake of it, I'm gonna stick with Valor. I'm gonna assume that ISO Power might just play like they did yesterday. Maybe it was just a bad game. Maybe it was just an off day for their players on the T side, but they didn't really show me anything promising on the T side when it came to executes. So yeah, I'm just gonna go for Valor so far, and let's like hope to see a really close match and maybe
Honestly,
the good in
I
3v8.
am looking forward to see what will Caboose do in this matchup. Like we haven't seen Caboose play yesterday. We did not see Sparta do anything in Overpass, but I hope, I really hope that Caboose actually makes the difference and shows that because at this point we think that ISIL Power are not good when it comes. I'm not gonna say they're not good, but they're not decent enough to actually win the tournament when it comes to a map like Overpass, right? From previous from previous matchups, from the game that we watched specifically yesterday, especially that they were the ones who picked Overpass. They were the ones who wanted to play this map. So we thought that we were gonna see a good show, but instead they got dominated. So we did hype up Valor so much, right? We did
Hmm.
hype up their players so much, but they're being proved wrong. Like ISIL Power are dominating. They are proving dominance. They are like we've seen them play, and in the best of five, they actually made Valor lose twice. They ruined their win streak, and they're doing a great job right now. So I have my hopes up in Caboose. Like hopefully Caboose will put up a good show. he will be the one carrying with Lamdakor and more. Hopefully, Rain J is going to be able to pull up some nice op plays, but most likely Mora is going to handle that. But still, like I hope that we see something really nice, the same way we saw Burning Desire holding yesterday on Overpass. Like A was closed basically. They couldn't get into A whatsoever. Currently, there's a technical timeout, as you guys can see. We're just talking about the previous matchups that we've seen and why do we think that ISL Power might not perform as good as like we think they would because of obviously what we've seen. But I still believe. Honestly, I I think I told you this before, but you always see me vouching for the underdogs. You always see me vouching for the people who have something to prove. You always see me vouching for for the team that actually has a purpose. Like, yes, we've seen Valor get on a win streak. I'm sorry for saying this. I'm glad that I see ISL Power dominating and shutting down the win streak that Valor were basically just standing by this whole tournament. It's good to see the players actually getting everything together and working together to actually carry this game to victory. We see, sadly, here Vital is not connected. There will be a technical timeout. It'll go longer until Vital is back. What do you think is gonna happen in this game, Fitz?
Okay, so let's talk facts, right? Caboose is the team's main entry frag. If we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna talk about the T side itself, like we saw a lackluster T side yesterday on what's it called? Yeah, we saw them 13-2 on their T side on Overpass. Their map pick against V slash, right? And okay. Well, we're gonna be coming back to the caster screen, I'm assuming, until the technical
Mm-hmm.
issues be fixed. So yeah, talking facts again. T side overpass yesterday. They were lacking their
Mm-hmm.
main entry fragger in Caboose,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They Caboose wasn't really there, so we were actually like losing one of the key factors of their whole T side. Maybe their whole setups, like maybe they haven't practiced overpass with Sparta. Maybe Sparta was just
Maybe.
mispositioned. Maybe the secondary
Mm-hmm.
entry fragger wasn't having his impact on their T side. So maybe Lambda Core wasn't just as comfortable on the T side of overpass as Caboose is. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
Caboose
Mm-hmm.
actually does make a huge difference and show us what they were lacking yesterday on overpass. So far for me, I'm gonna say that I have no expectations from none of the teams because we've both seen both teams play well, and we've also seen both of them play poorly. Like we've seen ISL
Mm-hmm.
Power almost lose an 11 round lead on Inferno just because Jabs and
Mm-hmm.
Impera were hitting their shots, right? Like they did play it smart. They did take their time. They did eventually like work out the rounds. Yeah, they didn't lose the map, but it was really close to comfort than
Lambda
it should have
Core
been.
died on a first blood for like 4 to 5 rounds in a row. He did not. You need to remember that he did not play. Losing literally the match starts when it came to Inferno. The match starts 10 to 15 seconds into the game, and Lambda Core is already dead for like 4 rounds in a row. When they only needed one single round to win, that was one of the main things. Like, you have a very good point when it came to that. The game is back. Okay, we just started the round. The game is live again. Um, uh, it's good to
And
see.
they
I,
all
I want
take
I want
over
to see what Caboose will do this game. Honestly, I really have hopes in Caboose.
They do start on the CT side though, so we still can't really see what their T side would be like. But Kevin does get the first frag. Moore does tend to push through Monster. They do get the frag. They see the bomb on Jabs. So we're back down to a man disadvantage on the Valor side. Cabos does hit a nice shot on Banana, preventing the fake from
Mm-hmm.
going on. Gladly Jabs does trade the frag on Moore because had he not traded, bomb would have been dropped and there would have been no chance. And yeah, Cabos is already proving his worth on the CT side so far with
Oh
three
my God,
clean
Caboose.
headshots
Wait.
on the P2000.
What is that? He's gonna pick the
He's
triple
going for
kill though.
another on Jabs. But Jabs is still alive. Jabs still has something to say as
In a
long as he's alive.
1v3 situation, the question is, will Jabs? We've seen Jabs hit so many headshots. We always speak highly of Jabs. Him playing and getting multi kills. Question is, will he be able to take this back home? Seems like it's gonna be a really hard round, but
Yeah,
sadly
the Molotov
Caboose
does force
says
both players
no.
swinging on site, and Caboose hits his fourth shot of the round. Really nice round from Caboose. He's already putting an impact on Overpass in the first round of the whole map. But we still like their city side was already good yesterday, right? Like they were making a really big comeback on the CD side, but they did eventually lose. So I'm not really expecting to see their CD side to be weak. I'm actually intrigued to see what Valor have in store for their T side at least. But yeah, looking at this, Caboose is just playing aggressive already, just taking connector control so early in the round, throwing the smoke, and I'm assuming they're gonna get pop flashed into water, or are they just, yeah, they're just probably having a crossfire setup. Caboose might start falling back once the smoke fades, and that's exactly what he does. So yeah, we've got a two-man connector setup, we've got a single man at bank truck, just jump spotting, checking if anyone's going through long. They could probably sneak through short, but Vitals already has that. And they're slowly working water, the Valor side. They've tended to go for 5 deagles instead of full equal, and Caboose does get his first kill on KD. He was trying to push connector,
Oh
and
my
wow,
God,
Impera with a really nice shot on the
you
core.
don't
Vital
peek
immediately trades
Impera.
Kazo.
Peek.
Mode is dead on jab. Impera doesn't can't really do anything to the aim punch from Vital's SMG, and now enemy's been left alone on a 1v4. Excuse me, on a 1v4 with a D. Norman Caboose just running, and oh my god, okay, enemy still has something to say. Caboose was running for the frag, assuming it was the last frag of the round, he's just gonna go and get it. But enemy has 20 seconds left. I don't really think he can win this round. I think he'll just have to go for it. He'll just have to run. And if he hits the shot, I don't really think they'll allow him to get the plant because there's already a player deep long. So he's not gonna get the plant. He's just gonna run in. He's gonna stick it. But I think the player long is just gonna kill him in Vital. And that's exactly what happens. Vital just peeks, doesn't allow him to plant, denies the bomb plant money, and secures a second round for ISO Power. We're gonna see the full buy on the Valor side. Due to them just buying that many deagles last round, just prevents them from having as much utility as they could have right now. So they're probably gonna just have to figure out something with their 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and the single Molotov. Honestly, I'm thinking they're just gonna try and go for frags. That's what they've been doing so far. Like, we haven't seen anything detailed so far, and they prove us right. Denji does trade the player a monster, but enemy and Jabs just walk in. The frags start flying the way of Valor. Jabs trades more again after he does drop one player, and suddenly Lambda Core is left in a 1v3. Heaven does get smoked, so he's left in a pretty tricky situation when it comes to the repick. He does have a kit, he has a flash, and Jazzo's on 4 HP, so he's still not out of it. Lambda Core still to get his first kill of the game. Maybe this is his chance to get his first 3. Looking at the retake now, he's slowly working through spawn. Is he gonna get timing. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get spotted. But yeah, Jabs eventually just peeks him, takes him out, and that's the first round for Valor. Really clean job. Really nice entry on Jazzo. Like they expected ISL Power to maybe try and counter their regression earlier, and Jazzo hits a really nice shot, and eventually they do work their way into the B site with their the trades working in their favor.
Jobs did really do a really great job. Like he's one of the players that we do expect a lot from. So him doing what he's doing right now is actually really nice, especially that we're seeing it being shown in action. We see a like I honestly think that they should be playing more when it comes to the site because like as you said oh, Lambda Core with the shot on Chaps. That
Yeah,
1D. You always see them popping off when it comes to the upgraded pistols. Sadly, I don't know what was that focus on
Lumberger hits
mine.
another shot. Moore gets mollied, but he's on mid side. Impera does get the kill. Jazzo trades Lumberger for the ABC. Impera's still there. Is able to drop the upper, and he does. Around almost went in the favor of ISL Power's force buy, but Valor do eventually recover. They hit their shots, they take their sights, and eventually it goes on to Valor's favor. So they do hit their frags. These were some really nice shots from Jiaozo and Lumnakor. Lumnakor gets the first lead, you guys saw, hit the second, and almost gets the third. But the players do get stuck in front of the players' rifles, and eventually the duels just go in favor of the Valor players. So looking now so far, it's just an eco on this point. Players are just going on left and right. They're trying to do as much damage as possible, but Cabot actually has the rifle. AMJ is trying his best to hold onto the side, but he just fails. Caboose has a rifle, but he's on 22 HP. He has a smoke, he has no Kevlar. I think he's just gonna try and save this rifle. But yeah, we're now slowly seeing the Valor firepower just overwhelming the ISL power defense. It was to be expected, but I'm glad that it's not just Jabs, it's not just Impera, it's Jazzo on enemy also chiming in with some kills, helping their side achieve at least an early lead, knowing that their CT side isn't really bad. Like Overpass is technically a CT-sided map, so them trying to get a nice, decent lead on the T side is pretty beneficial, especially knowing that their players thrive on getting these fast entries, getting the perfect trades, abusing the perfect timings, and eventually clutching rounds if really needed. We can expect that from Impera, we can expect that from Japs, and I hope we can see that till the end of the game. But they're actually gonna force. I thought they were gonna go for. Oh, never mind. They're actually buying. Yeah, they're buying around Caboose's AK, and it'll be a full buy into Valor.
I mean, Caboose is making a difference since yesterday's games when we've seen ISL Power playing Overpass. Like, we, especially maybe, yes, they only won 2 rounds until now, but you can tell that Caboose is trying the most when it comes to his team. We just need to see more being more. We just need to see Lambda putting his skill into like putting his performance into what is happening right now. We just hope that we actually see their IGL just going for the right calls right now because that's what they need right now. It's been a long day for them. Everyone is just tired and like they just need someone that would help them to think straight at this point. Caboose is on fire. Like we're seeing Caboose doing wonders, and we really hope that he'll be able to put on a really good show when it comes to Overpass, at least to prove what happened yesterday wrong. This is their redemption game. It's not only the grand final, it's not only the last game, it's the redemption game that will actually make everyone forget what happened to ISL Power yesterday on Overpass. Impera here takes a kill on more.
Look at that, they're actually slowly coming back, but Lumnacore gets another kill on the A site, slowly disrupting their attack. They don't really have much utility, so they only have like a single Molotov. They're gonna have to take the duel. That's a really quick shot from Ranger. And Flash comes from his teammate, which allows him to get the second. Really nice hold from ISL Power. I'd say that them, like Valor losing the first kill to Lambda Core was really disruptive, as it really disrupted their flow of the round. They wanted the round to go in a certain direction, in a certain manner, in a certain way, and it really didn't just like what's it called? It's not really going their way as they wanted it to, and eventually it did collapse on them. Time was ticking. They had to hit the A side, and sadly for them, ISL Power read that clearly, and they hit their shots. There we're gonna see a water take from Valor now. Two players in KD and Jab slowly working through. We've got a player lurking from Connector as well. So water has been given by ISL Power, but as we see that, we see a single player holding A side aggressing from Banana, so they're confident that it's not going to be A side, and that's why they have 4 players around the B side so far. Vile has a really nice position, but Lumnacore manages to spam a player, and I think he didn't really spam, I think he killed him who was boosted on Sandbag, and they're going for a Sandbag boost again on Impera. Is he going to be able to catch someone off with this boost the second time? I think he spots the player crossing barrels, but I don't think they're going to expect 2 players close monster. Enemy's just going to swing down. He loses to cap boost anyways. Yazu destroyed him, but Vital swings off, and Renji spots the last 2 players from short. And I think Lambda Core timed out, but they still win the round. ISL Power have a really nice CT side by the looks of it, exactly as we expected from yesterday. But honestly, it's kind of lackluster from Valor so far. We're not seeing anything other than the water control. They haven't hit mid whatsoever. They haven't taken mid control. They're only rotating A when their B attempt fails, and they're still getting shut down by the fragging players from ISL Power. So for me to say that I'm actually disappointed by how Valor are playing so far is to be is an understatement. But it's really well played from ISL Power. They're really playing a really nice team game. Everyone's relying on each other. Everyone's doing their part, and everyone's doing a good job for this map so far. So yeah, looking at that, I haven't seen Jabs yet again. Jabs is still
No, we
missing
haven't
from the
seen
team.
anyone. Like we're only looking at 2 players at this point. We're looking like at Impera. We always look at Impera. Like he always manages to present his performance. Like he's always present. He's always there, no matter what happens. Like even if he falls off a little bit, you always manage to see him going back at the game and literally flexing at everyone. But I feel like till until now, I feel like it's Jazzo who's replacing Jabs. Like it feels like at this point Jabs is just way too tired from like playing these solo games with Impera. The past maps that they've played, he's just trying his best. And like we need to say KD and enemy. Like this map, it's a must that we see KD and enemy if they actually want to secure the win and win the grand final tournament. The thing is, we can't just keep on counting on Impera. We can't just keep on counting on Jabs. Like, yes, it is a team game, but don't forget, like, we don't know what's happening right now in their voice call. We don't know. Maybe Jabs is tilted. Maybe KD is too stressed. He is a substitute. Don't forget that. Maybe enemy is too tired. You don't know what's happening, but this is the time where they just need to, like, hopefully in this technical timeout, they just think about what's been happening, talk about what's been happening, try to get their mental straight, put all of their effort into this game, finish the game, and like put on a good show. Because every single one of them has to put on a good show right now. We see that they repeated the round, if I'm not wrong. Fitz, did they repeat the
No, it's
round
the
there
same thing.
when
They just refreshed
the
it.
same
No, they
thing?
just refreshed it.
Oh,
Like
okay,
Valor
okay,
was still
okay.
gonna be put on an eco. They still lost. They're just fixing something with the technical side of the map. So until we it gets fixed, I guess we'll just keep talking. I think it got fixed. Yeah, everything's fine. We're gonna go live in 3 seconds now. And okay, so talking about this, I like Valor, they're still doing a good job. Like Overpass is is a CT sided map. They don't have to run away with it. They already have 3 rounds. Even if they don't look as good as it can be, even if they don't look convincing, a round win's a round win. But more eventually will get rolling with his op. He gets the first pick. He had so many highlights from this position. He does get the second, and he has the support of Lambda core with him. And we've got a player rotating back to A. Lambda speaking, but Jabs
Oh,
takes his head off. And now a frag has been given. Maybe Jabs goes for more. Vital's already down. Moore's still in the bathrooms. And oh my god, Jabs with a really nice shot on Vital. But Moore is ready for them. And Moore finishes the round with another 3K. Moore starting to get fired up with his op. This guy is not even known for his opping on this lineup, but ever since we've seen him in the first semifinal, that guy known to be the support of the and the lurker of the lineup is opping on this side and is doing a really good job at it. This guy is
honestly,
performing incredibly.
he's been doing it for the past 3 days. But he's being unstoppable when it comes to the off. He's just handling it. I told you, he
Now we
decided.
see the
We
Beaver
see a
from
really
Monster.
nice rush.
Range gets a kill, but immediately by an enemy. We've got the ISO power players ready. We've got Caboose traded by Vital somehow does escape. Enemies on 5 HP, and they're actually going for the really nice play of both contacting spawn. They do take down Lambda Core. He does take one with him, but enemies 5 HP. He's just gonna go for the plan on A side, I'm assuming. This round is really difficult, but enemy could really give it a good shot now. His team does need it. They do go down to an eco. If he loses this, enemy's gonna slowly work his way towards the long wall, around long. He's just holding a really risky position. He's invisible to the two angles, but he takes the first shot against Vital, and now he's in a 1v1 against Moore. Bombs planted for him, but enemies in the disadvantage here. Moore does have a kit and a smoke. Enemy's 5 HP. He needs to land the first shot first, and he
Oh my
does!
god, the
Enemy with
clutch.
the 1v2 on 5 HP keeps his team into the half so far. Really well played from enemy, as we wanted to see. We wanted to see enemy put in a shift, put in a really good showing this map to help his team pick it up and pick up the finals, and this is exactly what we get to see. But we're on another technical timeout. And looking at the economy, Team Valor's economy is still pretty weak. Looking at it though, like it's not really the best. Like they're gonna get a couple of weak rifles, they're gonna get a couple of Galils maybe, not really full utility. So yeah, not really sure that
I mean,
was
as
like
long
a
as long as
run
it
for them.
was a very good, it was a very important round there. Like, yes, their econ might not be as good as it seems, but thank God, enemy managed to secure that round because I'm pretty sure if he did not clutch that, Valor would have seen hell for the next few rounds. They would have had to force buy. They would have had to at least go for the upgraded pistols, hoping that their shots would connect at least to get like a weapon or two to be saved for the next round. Like that was really nice to finally see enemy putting in the work and the show that we've been expecting from Team Valor.
So looking back now at the round, as we did mention, yes, it wasn't really the best economy in the economical situation for Valor, but they do succeed in taking water control this time. it's actually uncontested, but ISL Power do go for the double monster setup again, and Jazzo spams through the smoke and actually connects a bullet to Vital's head. That's really unfortunate, but Lambda Core does get a frag in connector. More eventually opts one out from connector. Lambda gets another frag on site, and suddenly that lucky shot given to them from the heaven gets traded. But Impera and Jazzo are slowly bringing it back on the frags, and now it's a 2v2 on both sides of the teams. We're looking at
Look at Ryan J's and Jazzo's HP. Like we see more in Impera, like more is almost full HP, but we see Impera having full HP, but Jazzo is 11 and Ryan is 12. Like now, like as I told you, that Jazzo is handling the show better than Jabs at this point. Like Jabs have proven too much. I feel like there's nothing else that he can do about it, and Jazzo has to take it from here, you know. And it
that
seems like,
could have taken down Jazzo.
that thing was so close to Jazzo.
Yeah, the bomb's being planted. Moore's trying to get a pick before his teammate does arrive. He's trying to buy him some time as he's flanking from connector, but Impera was expecting it. Now it puts Moore in a really difficult situation. The 1v2, Jazzo's ready for him, and he hits his shot first, and we're suddenly back tied 5-on-5. Valor and ISL Power. Valor are slowly coming back into it. Their early round isn't really the best, but their mid-round rotations and calls are proving to be really tiresome and troublesome for the ISL Power defense. We're slowly getting there. We're gonna see how this goes. For the Valor side, they actually put ISL Power on Eco, so they're probably gonna get the lead on their T side of Overpass. We're gonna see how it goes. This Adigo on Caboose, Adigo on Lambda, Adigo
Jabs
on
gets
Vital.
taken
Yeah, Adigo
down.
through the molly. He tried to make a play, but he was spammed the multiple. And there we go. Caboose hits his first shot with the Deagle. They're gonna try and immediately trade him, which they succeed in. Impera immediately goes in for the spray. He had two of his teammates behind him, so he had nothing to worry about. I don't think they're gonna double check for Vital, but the bomb is being like we have a player going to Playground, and we've got 4 players probably thinking about contacting Long, which isn't really a bad idea, considering that the city side could be stacking bathrooms as far as they know, but Vital has a really good position here on him, but no, KD does flex, so Vital had to go for the shot. He wanted to play time, he wanted to hold his trigger, he wanted to play trigger discipline, but look at the pistols! Londor gets a ding, gets a frag, and Ranger does dink him. You've got both players going in through Bang, and Impera's holding for Ranger, but Ranger hits a really nice click on him and puts enemy again in a 1v2 on 2 HP. This is almost impossible, but he's done it on 5. He can do it on 2, unless Ranger can hit a shot first, but no! Enemy hits his first. Vital is now left in a pretty tricky situation against enemy, who still has the bomb and has went for the A side plant. He's gonna go for the plant. I don't think Vital can stop it. If enemy plays this perfectly, he could just clutch the round again for his side. Enemy still has an 8 and has a flash. He has the utility advantage. Probably has the positional advantage to look at enemy's position. I don't think Vital's gonna expect this. But this comes to whoever hits their shot first. Enemy has a chance, and
Oh
enemy
my
clutched
god,
it again.
enemy with this.
Another 1v2. Enemy
Wow.
is actually putting
He
in
is
such a shift this map with 12 frags, top fragging on his team's side. Enemies ISL Power's toughest enemy in the server so far, and he's single-handedly overperforming when it comes to his other teammates and Impera and Jabs. This guy is slowly carrying his side. He's leading them to victory. He's fragging to victory. And now I think we're gonna see for a fast B rush through Monster. And we see 3 flashes coming up. Players just running in through Monster. And now they're getting counter flashed. This is not going their way. Lundakor, Caboose, everyone's hitting their shots. They're down a man already. Lundakor's in a really good position. Look at their HP. Enemy and Jazzo are just 10 HP, but Enemy again keeps on fragging while he's low. Moore has been boosted on the sandbags. Enemy I don't think Enemy's gonna expect that. Enemy could not be prepared for this, but Moore does drop down. Now they're gonna have to play it slow. They don't have any information. Now they know at least one of the players is located in water, and he's slowly making his way to Monster. And I swear, if Enemy clutches another 1v2 on really low HP, this guy's honestly, he probably had some arrow before this game. Like, this wouldn't be realistic so far.
100%.
But
I'm
now
actually
looking at it,
anxious right now. Like, I really want him to be able to clutch this. You have
and
no
he's gonna
idea
get
how
the
anxious
plant
I am.
again. If he gets this round, then Enemy would be the only player that actually clutched 1v2 3 times in a row in the whole tournament. He's positioned around the bank spawn area, but he's really low. Vilo's slowly working. The bomb is planted for him. They're gonna smoke spawn, which is gonna put Enemy in a really difficult situation. They do fail the smoke, which actually lands perfectly on the bomb. And yeah, sadly, Enemy couldn't really replicate what he did the last couple of rounds, and he does lose the 1v2 against Vital and Moore, putting ISO Power tied with Valor's score of 6-6. And looking at Valor's money, they're gonna have to go for the eco. They don't have money. Actually, wait, they're forcing. They are forcing into this round. Some players are gonna have some rifles, the others are probably gonna have pistols, and they're trying to get the best utility that they can. I'm honestly seeing this as a big loss for Valor, losing their economic battle again and going for a buy like this. We've got 3 Deagles and 2 AKs, but the 2 AKs are on Enemy, the guy who's actually so good right now. But wait, KD's already proving me wrong. Hits his first shot on
headshot.
and Jazzo hits Range 8 through the smoke monster again. How lucky can he be? And Jabs catches Moore's aggression over a
Power?
drone. And what's going on?
ISL Power seems like in a very bad situation right now. Like the round just started and they already lost their manpower.
ISL Power suddenly left with 2 players after 30 seconds of the round. Lomnak was on his own on A, and he loses the duel to Ampere, and Vital's just left on his own. And okay, I now see why they go for the forces. They sometimes win it, they sometimes don't. I'm assuming they've already warmed up into this series, so they were just confident about it, and they do prove it right. They don't let enemies' efforts go to waste. They win another round, 7th round for Valor, and ISL Power are gonna have to eco for the last round of this half, unless they decide against it. And indeed, we're seeing a full eco on the side of ISL Power. The Valor T side is strictly improving, and it's only because KD, Jazzo, and Enemy are actually doing such an insane job in this T side so far. Ampera has been hitting some really nice shots. Jabs has been getting his trades too, but I haven't really seen him yet to be as impactful as the other players. But Enemy having an amazing performance so far.
Yep. He is taking his job from now on. He knows that he's been absent, and he knows that this is the time where just Jabs needs to relax right now. Jabs needs to, like, when they need Jabs has to come up with the clutch. Right now, Enemy is handling the team, like, literally single hand. Wow, that really fast headshot. Impera takes it, gets left with 54 HP. That is a very unlucky shot, honestly. Yes, we've been seeing really nice effort from Enemy and Enemy KD and Jazzo, and like the way, oh my God, Jazzo!
And there we go
like
again.
like
Jazzo
look at
takes
that.
down
They're
Moore.
getting this is the redemption game. This is the redemption game, as we said. Like they're trying their best to bring this tournament back home, and they're doing a great job, even when it comes to eco rounds. It's just really amazing.
Jazz with another nice shot. KD trying his best at holding them back, but then Jabs immediately takes them both from the bank area, and now an 8th round, and finally Valor are on the leading side this half so far. ISIL Power are gonna have to go for the 7th round because honestly, if their T side is anything like yesterday's, I think ISIL Power have already lost the map. But so far, Valor are putting on a really good show. ISIL Power put in some really good efforts when it came to their CT side, and I can't wait to see how the T side of ISIL Power is gonna go, if Caboose is gonna have a positive impact on it or not. But we're actually seeing some change from ISIL Power. They're fighting through mid, but they're losing the duels, and they immediately lose 2 players on A, and it's only more on his own in the bathrooms. I'm assuming he's trying his best. It's actually not more, it's actually Lambda-Core, so this time Moore does rotate to the. Moore was one of the players aggressing, my bad, guys. And Lambda-Core is still on toilet. KP is still up banana. Lambda-Core catches him off guard, wins the duel. Lambda-Core is in a really bad position for Valor, and he does fall back to the side, and they smoke long, but he gets caught out while the smoke is in his hand. Impera takes the man advantage and slowly falls back. They still have 55 seconds on the round. Valor can still muster something up. So far within their round, you've got Rainj and Caboose, both of them rotate to the A side, and once Rainj clears out bathrooms, Caboose immediately goes back to B. But still, we see the Valor team slowly grouping up around the connector area. 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm gonna assume they're just gonna full send it B, but they're taking their time. They're making sure Caboose isn't in an aggressive angle, an aggressive position to shut down the round. Instead, he's playing it safe in Graffiti. He's waiting for the players to come in. A smoke goes mid-side, and Rain J doesn't manage to catch them out, but he's gonna work it from short, and they smoke short, smoke mid-side, and the bomb goes down, but Caboose loses his life. Rain J remains his position, trying to go for the smoke, but now they know exactly where he is. They molly him out, and Jallo is already holding for him with his up, but he misses. Rainji is giving an opportunity into this round. He's gonna have to win by elimination or go as fast as possible for it, as he doesn't have a kit. Rainji, enemy's actually baiting perfectly for his teammate. He's swinging from barrels, but he does win the duel, and enemy's having a really good performance so far, helping his team to the lead of the T side on overpass. I honestly don't see this going well for ISIL Power so far. Their T side hasn't been that impressive yesterday. It was actually abysmal. If the same thing happens, I think this map's already Valor's. But let's see what Caboose has to say. Let's see if Valor can shut them down. Let's see if ISIL Power can come back into the game immediately with the second pistol round.
Let's be fair. It's not even close to yesterday's game because ISIL Power did, they didn't appear when they played Overpass. Like it was a fiesta. They were just running everywhere. It didn't seem like they knew that what they were doing. It really seemed like they picked Overpass just so they wouldn't pick, for an example, Train or Nuke or anything like
look
that.
at this. Look at this. You've got a player in Playground, an enemy already aggressed from long. He was behind enemy lines. He gets the frag and he knows what they're up to.
He is taking the spotlight from everyone. Enemy is just, he's everywhere. He is showing everyone that yes, he might have relaxed this whole time, but he wants to secure this one. Like it's time for him to get the MVP.
So enemy starting with the first frag of the round, taking down Lambda-Core, one of the best performing players this series so far for ISIL Power. 45 seconds left on the clock. ISIL Power are deciding to group up around B. They still have a smoke and a flash. I'm assuming this smoke is going to go mid-side, and the flash is going to be outside of Monster. He flashes his teammates out, which blinds Jazzo, and Ranger is able to get the entry, and Vital gets the second. Moore wins the duel against Jabs, and suddenly after enemy's heroics, they're losing all of their teammates. Enemy does take down another player, but immediately loses his life to Caboose, and Moore takes down Impera, and ISIL Power are back onto their pistol round winning streak, winning 7 out of 8 pistol rounds so far. Actually winning 9 pistol rounds. I'm out of 10 so far. The really nice pistol streak from ISIL Power. They know how to take the pistol, they know how to create a lead from there, but they need to keep it up if they want to show up in this final as contenders and shut down Valor. Gladly, Valor do go for the full eco this time, and as I wanted to mention before, there is a bathroom stack now on the A side of the map. Only a single player, an enemy, walking through water. So we've got a bathroom pistol stack, and ISIL Power are handling it pretty good. They're contacting through long. They have a single player in balloons trying to see if anyone is gonna aggress. Impera does get flashed by the players from long, so they're taking their time when it comes to taking long and bathrooms. And we're gonna see first contact here with Impera against the players from long. They're now rushing into the bathrooms. This could either turn out so bad for them or so good for them as they start grabbing the eco non-armored players in the toilet. And now Vile is just gonna rush on site. Jalo does hit a really nice shot on the USP. An enemy takes down another frag with the Deagle. Eventually, he does get traded down by more, making their losses as minimal as possible. And another clean shot on Jazzo from Truck with the 8th round for ISIL Power. That was almost tricky. Caboose almost made so much money with that Mac 10. I mean, Vital by my bad. Almost made so much money with that Mac 10. Was only able to get one with it. Eventually gets taken down, but Moore cleans up the round with the rest of his teammates, and they secure another win on the board. 8-9, and we're slowly tying again together. Looking at this, I think ISIL Power might just go for a B rush. They do have a single player on holding for any pushes, but instead we've seen this before. They're doing what V/Slash has done to them. They're doing exactly what V/Slash did to them. They're taking a page out of their book. They have 3 players on the left side of Monster. They're gonna contact first, and Jazzo's gonna have first contact with Job. He gets flashed. He isn't able to take down anyone, and is immediately taken down by Caboose. But Jabs is there. Jabs gets his second, traded by Rain J. And then KD shows up, and enemy is gonna be infected. Actually, take down Lambda. But Rain J is now left in a tricky situation. 15 HP. He's got a rifle in his hand. He's got the bomb in his bag. And he's got the position disadvantage against Impera, who takes him out. 10-8. ISIL Power lose their first buy round. ISIL Power lose to the first buy round from Valor. Valor are slowly still showing their dominance. Like, I'm really glad ISIL Power did get the pistol round, because yesterday they didn't get the pistol, and they only won 2 rounds out of all of their buy rounds. Is it gonna be the same scenario as yesterday, or are we gonna see another ISIL Power who can convert more than
they
the
are
equals?
at this point, to be honest, they are proving a lot. At this point, I honestly did not expect to see a good show from ISIL Power when it comes to Overpass, and we did expect that. Like, we didn't expect that Caboose playing is gonna make a very great impact. Like, ever since the game started, the rounds that ISIL Power took, Caboose did show a lot of impact. Impera here takes down Caboose though. I don't know what happened to Caboose. It's the same thing that happened to Jabs when they were playing Vertigo. He did pop off at the beginning of the game. He probably took like 11 kills and like several rounds, and all of a sudden he vanished. He stopped popping off. We see here
Taking the blue.
they have an AFK here. Somebody disconnected. I suppose Range. Oh yeah, he's back. Range disconnected and he's back. I suppose he was dead already, or did he just simply disconnect from the game?
I'm not really sure, but as long as ISIL Power don't really argue about it. I don't think this round will be repeated. I think they're still playing it normally. Lumbercore is just walking through long. He loses his duel to enemy, and Vital is left on his own with the bomb outside of Monster with the Tech 9. He does flash him, but loses the duel to KD eventually, and it's 11-8 to Valor, and they're slowly coming through with the rounds again. Isol Power still haven't been able to convert a round after the pistol and the following round to it. So
Mm-hmm.
far, I'm afraid that we could see the same T side from Isol Power. We're not really sure if the round's gonna be replayed or not, but since we're seeing players buy and we're seeing the Isol Power players buy as well, I'm assuming they're just gonna continue with it, and they have no issue with Rain J disconnecting in effectively an equal round. So yeah, we're gonna go back to another buy round. Isol Power need to convert this, or Valor are just gonna run away with the lead. We still don't see. Hold on, is Impera opping? I think Impera's on the op and he's going for the peak. No, he
Oh
is
no,
on
he
the
has.
M4. Impera,
Yep.
yeah, he is on the M4. He dropped the op and he's going for his rifle. And we actually see a pretty aggressive setup from Impera. Like, you've got Impera on his own balloons. His teammate does fall back to long, but Impera's on his own, and you've got multiple players in connector. They could actually catch him off unless he does win the duel. And Caboose with a really
Ooh.
nice shot on Jabs in water. Enemy slowly making his way to the balloons, and Impera does lose the duel to Lambda Code, but enemy sprays down two players from connector, shutting them down. Caboose is still in water with the Deagle, waiting to spot the player in connector, an enemy, who made a really nice play against the Isol Power players. Caboose misses its chance to win the duel against KD, and KD eventually takes him down. Lambda slowly working his way through middle, two bathrooms, enemy slowly clearing his way through bathrooms with the rest of his teammates, closing the door behind them. They're leaving A side open so far. I'm assuming a quick rotation from B to A as we see Lambda and Vital slowly working their way towards A. Lambda creeping through Banana and Vital's taking the risky route of Long, the longer route. He also has the bomb, so he has to cross without being spotted from a player bank or a player on stairs. But we see KD and enemy slowly working their way. Lambda has a really nice position here. 8 seconds, 7 seconds left. He has to plant now. If enemy goes through, if KD goes through, but no, they let them plant, and KD loses to Lambda. But enemy frags KD,
Lambda
frags Vital,
core.
and Lambda's suddenly in a 1v1. He's trying to do his best enemy impression. Jazu has a chance in the round, but does he expect him to be on default? No, he doesn't, and Lambda clutches
Lambda
it for his
core
team.
with the clutch. What an
Lambda
amazing
again
shot.
and again. Lambda still
Finally
keeping
seeing
his team in it.
Lambda, like, finally saw him putting the performance that we expect from him, like, actually in action. Like, we've been waiting. We've seen Caboose shine, and we're just literally waiting for Lambda doing what he's always good at. Like, we've been waiting for this amazing shot, amazing round, and amazing position from Lambda Core. Question is, will that specific round, them winning that specific round, get them in a better position to secure the win
Look at
for
Jabs.
the
Jabs
last
gets
uh,
spammed
for
to
the last match?
HP. Jabs
So
getting
so did
spammed to 80
Caboose, but
HP, isn't
he does get spammed to half HP. How did Jabs get that low?
and KD's failed the jump. They're probably gonna expect the 3-man boost. And they don't! And they're actually up for the kill on
Oh,
Caboose. KD hits the shot needed and takes down Caboose, one of the stronger players of the Isol Power lineup. To be fair, everyone's been stepping up so far. But looking at this, they're down a man. Isol Power, they're lacking map control, but they're slowly trying to work their way through connector again. I think they're gonna hit the B side by the looks of this. Jabs is still 8 HP. Working around Heaven. Now looking at this, We're waiting to see the hit. 30 seconds left on the clock. Molotov barrels. KD with the first shot hit on range gate. KD with the second. Jabs is there, but Lambda for invited immediately trade. But no, Jabs on 8 HP is still lethal, and he takes the last player down. 12-9 for Valor. So far, so good for them. They're showing prominence, but ISIL Power are still not giving up. To be fair to them, I'm not just seeing the best team play from ISIL Power yet. We're still seeing rounds being obtained due to individual prominence from Lambda Core and more. Yes, we're gonna go into a force buy, and Lambda does tag Impera trying to peek through the smoke. He's expecting another player to be on short, but KD and Jazzo immediately frag back, and More and Caboose go in back to back with 2 Eagle headshots, and I think they can get the bomb planted, and Jabs loses an easy duel to More, and suddenly he gives ISIL Power the chance to win the round on Lambda Core double dinks enemy, and suddenly Impera, who was tagged earlier in the round, is left on his own. He did flank Monster, he does get the first kill, but does he have a chance in the retake? He's gonna smoke the bomb, and he's gonna molly Storm. He does kill the first player! He does kill More, who tried to go into the bomb, and Impera is faking the bomb. He's waiting for Lambda to react, and Lambda is spamming from sandbags. He's reloading. Impera pushes him. Now he wins it, but no, Lambda clutches it again on the eco. Lambda with the most he's with the most important frag so far. Lambda's trying his best to take his team through the finish line on this final map. Valor lose an eco round and they immediately go for the force. This is a tilt force. This is a tilter. They're probably gonna lose it. They need to keep their mental strong. They need to stick it together. They need to stay strong. And they need to figure out a way to shut down ISIL Power.
Fitz, this is the first time this whole tournament we see, like, especially in that play, usually Impera is the confident player. This is the first time that we see Impera being stressed. This is the first time we see him being nervous when he could have 100% pulled off the defuse. Instead, he went for the fake just because he thought that he was gonna get overpeaked. Caboose takes down Jabs multiple times. This isn't the first time. This is not his game. Caboose is outshining Jabs in a very amazing way. Vital takes down KD here very easily. Caboose, and they're just walking in. More with a headshot takes down Jazzo. They're just barging in, planting really quick. Even enemy has. I don't think enemy. Do you think enemy has any chance here? Do you think it's just he just has?
Enemy's not gonna even go for the round.
Yeah, he just has to 100% save here. Maybe take a couple of exit rounds here. Maybe that's the only way out. Get a gun, maybe.
At this point, anything's effective. You see Valor opting for the force buy and still losing. They're actually gonna have to go on an eco, and Lambdacore actually predicts it. He does dink enemy, but enemy comes victorious when they eventually does take him down. And now they're just gonna have to take an eco round at this point. Another technical timeout. There's been a lot of these tonight. But there's nothing that we really can do. Everyone's ISP is just not everyone's internet is perfect. It's known for the Middle East and North African players to not have the best internet. So we're doing our best so far. And thank you guys, everyone, for watching today. Thank you for sticking around the stream, sticking around for this best of 5. Hopefully once this map is done, this really exciting map of Counter-Strike between Valor and ISIL Power, the 2 top teams in this tournament, the teams with the most rounds and most maps played in the whole tournament so far, the most dominating teams in their own ways within their own road to the final here. The giveaway will be announced after this series is over, but getting back to the game, Valor are being relegated to a full eco. They're just gonna go for a couple of pistols, and I'm seeing ISIL Power get back into the game again. I'm really disappointed that I'm not seeing Jabs. Impera's trying his best, but it's not the Impera that we know. To be fair, though, this is a best of 5. It's been a really long night tonight. This is the 5th map of the night, so these guys have been playing for 5 hours. So it's not about who's the best player, it's about who's the player with the strongest mental fortitude. And this is what we're looking at. Impera is one of the best in the tournament, and he's proving it every single time. Look at the triple peak from long. Eventually, the Jazzo falls down, but they take Lambda Core, and they take a rifle, and Rangy almost gets caught out. But B-side's open for business, and the bomb is gonna go down. Moore's just gonna smoke heaven. Caboose is just gonna take an aggressive position and spawn, and Vital is just gonna play defending the bomb. And as we can see, Caboose are more victorious in their duels. Vital has a molly ready. He doesn't know that Impera has passed to Sandbags though. Jabs does win a duel against Caboose, so they can do more damage, but more eventually wins the duel against Jabs, and they don't really know where Impera is. I think he's just gonna go for some exit frags. That's all that he can do right now, but the nade takes him down, and we're back to being tied. ISIL Power versus Valor. Buy round on both sides. And looking at this, I'm honestly feeling stressed for Valor. Like,
It is. It
if
is very
they're
stressful. It's like literally everyone looking at the looking at the chat, looking at everyone cheering right now for their favorite team and friends. Everyone is stressed to the point that even the most confident players right now are not putting on their best show just because of how stressful this is. The unbeatable Valor are actually struggling. ISIL Power, who lost on Overpass, are having a great game, and everyone is putting in a show. Maybe the players that actually had the spotlight on them for a really long time are not having good games at this point. Maybe their mental is not as good as it used to be, but enemy is coming with the clutch. KD is coming with the important kills. Jazzo is coming with the important kills, and it's good to see, especially enemy outshine all the players. We're seeing the players that we've been waiting for them to shine, and they are outshining. We are looking right now at Caboose. He's one of the players that have so much potential, and he showed that. We're seeing the clutches. We're seeing all the good plays, and it's 12-12. Like, we did not expect that. We did not expect that. Don't forget that we thought that it would be 3-1. The rush on A. Vital takes down like, look at that clean plant really quick.
And going back to the round, they're gonna go for the retake anyways. Enemy does grab Impera's op as he is taken down to 6 HP. KD does win his first duel, but Lambda Core and Vital are victorious. Jabs is coming back into the round with KD, and they're actually winning multiple duels. And Jabs is back in the server with 3 kills on the retake. Very well played from Jabs. Very nice from KD. And Valor do retrieve the 13th round on the board. ISIL Power can still buy into this. Valor will have to buy into this, and we'll see how this goes. This game is so intense, it's so close. Valor are trying their best to stay into it. Impera even pulled out the op, wasn't really able to do much with it last round, but the rest of his teammates had his back. And now we see Jazzo on the secondary op as well. So we're not only seeing Impera, we're also seeing Jazzo. Everyone's trying everything at this point to end this game. So Impera's back to connector and on a rifle. Impera's working around mid, and he's got a teammate to help him in bathrooms. Vital's slowly working through the water with his teammate next to him. And now we've got Moore in the op again. This is a side that we've missed so far. Moore's just holding Monster Smoke with the op, waiting to see if there's any aggression, any push, any angles being held by the Valor players. But instead, KD is just going back to barrels. He's just playing it as safe as he could. And if he does get molly, he's just gonna fall back. But look at this, like, two players in the bathrooms, and Lumdakor still does win the duel against Impera. And I think he spotted him, and he wins the duel against
Oh my
enemy
God.
Lumdakor. Is probably he's selling a fake on his own. Look at this, he's legit selling a fake on his own to the A side of the map. Lumdakor's just running into A, and he has two players around him, and KD's on his own, but he does take two from water, and Lumdakor can't kill, and Jabs drops the bomb. And this round is going into Valor's favor, even after Lambda's heroic play on Bathroom. Now Lambda and Range are on their own. Lambda's still stuck around east side trying his best to take down the player defending. But Range has to go get the bomb again, and he falls back, and he's gonna try and make a run for an A side. Jazzo's on his own. 18 seconds left. Jazzo's presence on its own is just annoying. 13 seconds. He has to go and get the bomb. Jazzo has to go through the smoke. He needs to stop the bomb from going on. Range is actually faking. He doesn't have time. And Jabs goes through and destroys all of ISL Power's hopes for this round. 14-12. Valor. ISL Power do not have the money.
They
Do
are
not have the
coming
momentum.
back. They are
Lumda's
doing
trying
it.
his
Like,
best.
they have to stop them. He is. Everyone is trying their best at this point, but Lumdakor did go for extremely heroic plays that sadly did not pay off eventually. And I feel like at this point they just need to play around him. Like, this is the time where he saves the team. Like, he's doing way too much, but he's not getting paid back enough. And like Valor is just still hanging on. Like, on the last tip, they still hanging on, and they're doing a great job. Even KD is joining the show. Even KD is trying to shine as much as possible, and this is what we're expecting. This is what we need to see.
Now looking at this, they actually go for the force buy instead of trying to play for overtime. They're going for the win. They don't want to go to overtime, and they lose the first frag on Lambda. Their talisman, their lineups carry. They do have a single rifle. KD is going for a slightly aggressive play on Monster, but eventually decides to fall back. He is spotted though by the two players from Monster, and he will be picked by Samus.
Oh my God, Caboose!
What are you doing, Caboose? What is this? Caboose says no! He doesn't want to give up. He finally wakes up the sleeping giant with an immediate 3 digs on ISL Power, on the Valor players, opening up the site. Imperial's gonna try and go for the retake. He fails to take down more, and enemies on his own with an op. These players are so low. Enemy is spotted. Takes down the first frag on more, but he doesn't switch to the rifle. And Caboose, what an incredible play from an incredible player. Look at this. How did he do it? How does this guy do it? Like first, and then the second, and then he just delete jabs. What is this? Are you playing deathmatch, or are you in a grand best of 5 final? Caboose, what a time to be alive. What a time to wake up. What a time to hit these shots. 14-13.
That's all he needed. 3 bullets for 3 headshots for him to actually secure the round for ISL Power, getting them close to the victory. It fits. It just keeps on getting close. Valor wins a round, ISL Power wins a round. Valor wins a round, ISL Power wins a round. And it just gets closer and closer every time. Vital picks up a kill on KD when Lumdakor takes down enemy, the star of their team right now. It seems like ISL Power is just getting back to the game, honestly. Putting Valor in a very tough situation, but exactly. But they're not getting any casualties. It seems like there's only Jabs and Impera. They are forced to try to take some kills. Impera falls down to Lumdakor. I mean, it's only Jabs at this point. He has 5 people against him. He tries to go for the exit kills, but there's one takes down Caboose, has the AK, still full HP. He has 3 people against him with low HP except for more. Peeking him, takes him down.
So yeah, we're
14,
back to
14.
even on both
It is
sides.
so close. So
Look at Valor's
close.
economy. They're gonna have to buy into this. It's not gonna be the best buy. They're gonna have Famases. They're not gonna have full utility. They're gonna have to buy into this, and they're gonna have to make a miracle somehow to get back into this game. Valor were this close to victory, and they get caught out by Caboose' insane deagle shots on B site. Caboose just making it all happen. Now, winning out this technical timeout, that was a perfect time from Caboose to come alive again and hit these insane deagle shots. They might actually take it to overtime if Valor do succeed in taking this round. If they fail, I might just say congratulations to ISL Power at this point, because this is the best buy that they can muster up, and it's pretty weak compared to what ISL Power have. They need to do their best. They need to somehow get this round. We expected Valor to win 3-1, but looking at their performances, they're actually just relying on their players carrying them in Jabs and Enemy and Impera. And we're not even like, I'm not disrespecting them or I'm not belittling them whatsoever, but the game's a team game. They're playing against a full-powered ISL Power with Caboose on fire, Lambda Core unstoppable. And it's not possible for these players to not hear their shots at this moment. Going back into this.
Well, Valor
Valor-
still, they do have hopes and Enemy. They still have hopes and Impera. And don't forget that Jabs always do come up with a clutch. There you go. Enemy picks a very important kill on more. Maybe he's not doing as much as he used to, but he's still a very great pick. He still has 22 kills in this matchup, so he does have a great impact. They still have their hopes in Enemy, especially that he's popping off this good. And Jabs always comes up with the clutch. Like as we saw in Inferno, the only way that they won the first round was for Jabs to get an ace. And I feel like the game's still not done. It's 14-14. The next 2 winning rounds for any of them secures the whole tournament. And this is the time where they have to shine. Like they have to shine. Jabs needs to wake up. KD is doing his work perfectly. Enemy is doing his work perfectly. Jazzo is popping off. Everyone is doing great. Both teams are doing great. They just need to fully focus. Impera takes down Vital but gets straight away traded. Caboose takes him down, puts them in a situation 3v4 that is really awkward. They need to know what they're
20
gonna do.
seconds left.
They're all there.
They need to plant the bomb. Renji doesn't win the duel, but Jabs goes in. Renji gets another frag. They need to stop this bomb plant. They need to win this round if they want to have a chance to this. Enemy creeps in. He misses the shot. Almost connects for a double kill. He still kills him, but no, Caboose is there. Jazzo immediately kills him. Renji is on half HP, but the bomb is planted for him. Jazzo is gonna have to just push him. He needs to win this duel. Jazzo has all of his team's hopes on his back, but no! Renji has his health, has the kill. Renji with a really impressive triple kill in the round. Secures match point for ISL Power. And look at Valor's money. Look at their equipment. They're put down to just Deagles. SMGs, they don't have rifles. They have nothing. They have nothing to work with after they've had everything 3 rounds ago when Caboose stole it all. He stole the show with his Deagle on B site. Last round of regulation. As you can see, the equipment is really weak on the Valor side. 3 people around B, actually 4 players on B. They're gambling it for it to be a B hit. They have 4 players on B.
He
They
did
have
hit
enemy on
Impera
his phone.
there.
Inconnected was only a
Vital
single bullet.
didn't get a pick on him there. Very impressive
Look at this.
throw there. Almost gets hit by the molly. Impera is. They're playing games with Impera at this point. They're just playing games with, like, oh, enemy gets taken down. The star of the game, the spotlight of Valor gets taken down by a first blood. That's not good news for Valor. This is the time where
Now they're
Jazz is
running up
supposed
eight
to
sides.
shine up.
This is a terrible situation for Valor. They have SMGs, they have pistols. They
Mm-hmm.
want to favor a close range duel, and Jabs is getting caught out. He's able to drop one. Bomb is dropped, but he's immediately traded. Bomb is getting planted by more. Players are immediately swinging from spawn. Range he does hit a frag. Impera can drop more, but Range is still there, and it's only KD, and it's
J.
finally over. And congratulations to ISL
Congratulations.
Power,
Still
your
power.
best of 5. Your best of 5 ASUS ROG Gaming Cup winners. This was completely unexpected from the results that we've seen before, but with Caboose, with their players, they do succeed in pulling through the win 3-2. Congratulations to ISL Power on winning the first place prize of $1,000. Hard luck to Valor, who showed dominance throughout the tournament until they faced ISL Power, who were just their kryptonite. They shut them down tonight. They beat them on 3 maps. They showed them who's boss, and they've finally secured the first place. Hisham, this was a really long night. I was glad to be
Wow.
here with you, casting these
Wow.
beautiful games.
Honestly,
We went through the
it
full
was
5 maps.
an honor to me. An honor being here, an honor casting by your side, and an honor watching these amazing games. I did not expect that the grand final is going to go up to 5 games. I honestly did not expect that we were going to watch the full 5 games. Amazing. Look at the scores: 16-14, 16-13, 16-9. That was predictable, but still 16-10, 16-14. These were long games, long hours, and it was even longer for the players themselves that were under pressure, that were playing. They had everything on their backs, and they eventually. ISIL Power, they had a message, they had something to prove, and they did eventually prove it. Yes, maybe they lost to the team that Valor won against. They still had something to prove, and they did prove it. They did secure the win, and they did secure the first place. Amazing, amazing game. Like, wow, we did not
I'm
expect that.
honestly just smiling.
We
Like
did
I
not
have
call
nothing
it.
else to
We
do.
called
I have nothing
we
else
called
to
the
do except
3-1.
smile. I'm just smiling. Like,
Yeah,
what am I gonna say?
amazing
He's
game.
wrong, and they proved me wrong
Yeah.
in such an amazing way. To be fair,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah,
Mm-hmm.
congratulations to ISIL Power and hard luck to Valor. You guys got this. Next time we're gonna take another look at the scoreboard of that game, and then we're gonna take a look at the final
Look at
scoreboard.
enemy.
So yeah, Enemy
Wow.
pulled off the game of a lifetime. Impera didn't really step up when it was needed from him. Jabs was like, he tried his best. He was being as consistent as he could, but Lambda Core proved to be a nuisance just from this map and from his consistency. I personally just give Lambda Core the MVP of this whole series. Jabs has been there, has been eventually consistent, but Lambda Core's consistency is nothing to be messed with. More stepped up. Rain J finally seeing a really impactful game showing from him in the final map of the best of 5. Caboose's insane round put his team back on the board, put the momentum
Mm-hmm.
back on their side, and eventually they do close out the map. Very well played by these players. Congratulations again to ISIL Power, and better luck next time. Valor, looking at the complete scoreboards, look at Jabs' frags on Lambda Core. Lambda Core has been consistent ever since this tournament started. Jabs has tried his best.
Mm-hmm.
Impera's been doing his thing. Caboose, a really positive impact that has been put on so far this series. Like, we didn't really expect him to have such a huge impact so far, but this guy proved that He's the main entry fragger for his team. Rain J, like he didn't put the best of performances all over the series, but that final map, his performance was one of the most needed alongside Lambda Core's consistency. So yeah, this shows to you guys that ISO Power put their heart into it. You cannot really win a
Hmm.
series
Hmm.
on your own. You can win a map, you can win two, but you can't win three by just playing on your own. So yeah, Jabs was the highest fragging player, but for me, the MVP has to go to Lambda Core. Lambda Core's
Hmm.
consistency eventually won them the whole series. Lambda Core's presence in the last map, his impact, his clutches were really good. But if I'm gonna call an MVP for this map only, it goes to Enemy. Enemy played out of his mind for this map, but the whole series goes to Lambda Core. So yeah, congratulations to that. And yeah, that's just it. That's about it for me today. Uh, the maps ended. The
It's
series
too
ended.
much. Too much.
Yeah, and yeah,
Like
comparing the
there isn't.
see, there's literally four
There you
frags
go,
different.
on the core, and yep, exactly. Like you're talking about, like Jobs always goes for the multi kills. Lambda core, consistent every round. Like if he, except for the times that he was dying, like you can say he was dying off spawn, he was at least getting one kill every round. Nobody can face him. The most consistent player on the tournament by far. Really close kills between him and Jabs, but that was extremely um uh, extremely helpful from Lundakor to secure the win for his teammates. Really lovely gameplay. Fitz, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you've done a great job. Like, at some point, I'm just watching, like, I was just one of the people watching the stream. I'm just way too into the game, wondering who's gonna win. Is it Valor? Is it ISIL Power? I was just honestly watching. You were doing a great job commentating the game that were too stressful, the games that were too stressful for everyone. I wonder how stressful they were, honestly, for the players. Um, the giveaway winners' names are coming next, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. The names are out. Yes, Iceberg Gaming. Yes, Iceberg Gaming. $10 goes to you. WXRXXI. $10 goes to you. Khalud, if I'm not wrong, $10 goes to you, and Kabosum, if I'm not wrong, $20
Caboose,
goes
it's
to you.
Caboose who was playing. Caboose was
Oh,
also
that's
watching while
Caboose.
playing, and he won
Oh, that's
$20
actually
alongside $250 for participating. But then, guys, as you guys can see, here are the top three viewers of the whole 3 days. Congratulations to Al Jalad Gamer for winning $50, for being one of the top viewers for the last 3 days throughout the whole tournament. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Raouf Ale for winning another $30 with a total of $50 throughout the whole tournament. Congratulations to you. And congratulations to W underscore II for winning another $20 alongside the $10 that he won before, with a total of $30. I'm pretty sure Al Jalad Gamer won $10 before, so that's probably a total of $60. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you guys for checking out the stream every single day. Thank you everyone for supporting us. Thank you Hisham for joining me for these last 3 days. Thank you for being such a wonderful host, such a wonderful caster,
it
and
was
such a
it
wonderful
was my
colleague.
pleasure, man. It was a
And
pleasure. I
thank
swear to
you
God, I
everyone for
enjoyed
watching.
it a lot.
Yeah, same
Thank
here.
you
It was a
for
new experience.
ROG for the tournament. Thank you, ROG, for the tournament. And thank you, Playtonia, for making this happen. Thank you, everybody. And without the sponsors, without ASUS, without everything, this tournament wouldn't have happened. And especially the viewers. You guys are keeping the tournament live. You guys are keeping the tournament interactive, and thank you for everything. it's been a really nice ride. Again, this is Hisham with Fitz. Thank you so much again. Amazing, really amazing tournament. And sadly, this is it. And again, congratulations to ISIL Power for putting on an amazing effort. As well goes to Team Valor, especially that were the unbeatable, but sadly somebody had to shut them down. And amazing, everything is amazing. This is it for us, and hopefully we'll be able to see you guys next time. You have a great night.
Okay, good night, guys.
I don't wanna see anybody fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Stuck. Put me on where you wanna stay. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Put me on where you wanna stay. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. I know you're trying to get back your heart. Still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit.